I worked so much to get here, and hopefully I'm gonna win a ring one day. That's my goal.
So what? Yet another story of a player winning a championship? I mean, what's so special about this? I mean, he's the best player in the world, isn't he?
MVP Nikola Jokic.
He said, Coach, I never envisioned playing in the NBA.
But he won 2 MVPs. He's not an underdog.
Look at Jokic. Magnificent. Jokic bangs into Booker, flicks it up, and it goes.
Jokic spins.
Finds Caldwell Pope cutting.
This is a big-time move.
Of course it goes in.
Jokic just broke a record that has been held for 56 years.
No, that's not the story that I'm going to tell today. As a matter of fact, it's a story that not many people know of.
It's funny though, Susie, like I have never seen him play before. I haven't done a game here in Denver, and I was trying to figure out when. It's been at least 10 years. Maybe I had a game of theirs in the bubble. I think maybe I did. But this is really the first time I've had a chance to watch him play. And I got to admit, I have been sleeping on this guy. He is spectacular. He is ridiculously good and just unstoppable. Just watching him play last night, I was texting people saying, you know what? This guy is really good. And they're like, we've been trying to tell you that.
This is a story of a man, Jokic, who was so overlooked. The doubters all proven wrong after he won his first championship.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second round.
So the 2014 draft is upon us, and
only 15 of the 30 guys picked in the second round last year played a single game. Only 4 played 30 games.
So right off the gates, you get picked in the second round, you're not guaranteed to even play a game.
The Milwaukee Bucks select Damian Inglis. 76ers select KJ McDaniels, Joe Harris, Cleanthony Early.
Tons of guys get picked, and one of them is to steal the draft.
When you first got to the league, did you think you were drafted too low?
And from Sombor, Serbia, this center, unknown to the world, was about to be picked by the Nuggets at the 41st pick of the NBA draft.
The Denver Nuggets select Nikola Jokic.
And as fate would have it, they even aired a Taco Bell commercial when he got picked.
2 things you only dreamed would come together. A delicious cheesy quesadilla wrapped around a beefy burrito.
And even Jokic himself, he didn't think that this was even going to be a reality.
In that moment, I didn't even think it's a big thing, you know, because I never imagined myself coming here.
So Jokic being picked 41st, yeah, it's just a footnote in history, right? And he wasn't even in the building. That's how little he thought about this.
I didn't even know. I mean, I was sleeping.
And that's because Jokic was a different prospect than others.
Your brother, I saw, played at the University of Detroit. Did you ever think about playing college basketball? I don't know. I played professional. You know, I can't go into college right now. I didn't like, you know, college basketball. He's so fast. He's so everybody jumps so high. I don't jump. I just play basketball, like, you know, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, something like that.
So already Jokic had to fight through so many stereotypes, okay? So, backstory. In 2003, Darko Milicic got picked over Carmelo Anthony to the Pistons, right? This guy, people thought he was going to be a sensation. Okay, so you could have had Carmelo in Detroit winning championships. No. Darko is the guy that they picked at number 2. Let's just say his career didn't live up to the hype, okay? Now, Jokic, he has an older brother, Nemanja Jokic, and he went to Detroit and university in Detroit because of Darko. Because Darko was already there, and Darko let him stay in his estate in Detroit. He was the number 2 pick. He was the big guy on campus, so to speak. And, you know, Jokic, Nemanja Jokic, he was given a chance to show himself. Unfortunately, though, Darko and Nemanja, I mean, they didn't really have a successful venture over there in the U.S. Darko was prioritizing, you know, the booze, the partying, the women, all that stuff that, you know, NBA players are very, very ripe with, right? But unfortunately, you also had the fact that Darko was overweight, and he didn't commit to basketball like he should have. Same thing for Nemanja. He was partying with Darko as well. And when Darko got traded from Detroit to Orlando, Nemanja had to find other places to live, and unfortunately had to go back to Serbia. Now Jokic, he was also on the same vein. He was drinking 2 to 3 liters of Coca-Cola every day. And like, yeah, he was already fighting for the stereotypes himself.
He was in New York at that time, and I was like, come on, brother, I'm sleeping.
How are you able to be so effective on the court, despite the fact that you're not fast, you don't jump so high, you know, you're not like an athlete?
Even though GMs were very turned off at Jokic's weight and muscle definition, they saw something in him. In that Nike Hoop Summit, he was excellent.
I think it's like basketball is, it's about teammates, It's, I don't know, when I open, I score. When I pass, play basketball, just play simple as I can, something like that.
Oh boy. Now, let's play a little game, shall we? 2016, January. Who would you rather have at this point in the next 8 years? Jokic or Jahlil Okafor? Yeah, some people were actually fighting back saying, yeah, Jokic is actually pretty close to Okafor. You should not be underestimating him. But people were saying that Okafor was currently the best player. Not even close. And Jokic, he's great, but I'll go with Okafor and all that stuff. Advanced stats, yada, yada, yada. Even though Jokic had good advanced stats, they did not think that that was a factor. They said, look, I'm all for the Jokic hype train, but Okafor is a clear answer here. Oh, man. You have people saying, I would prefer any of our bigs to Jokic. That's a Sixers fan, by the way. And then, obviously, the Okafors. But don't ignore that one, okay? That's just obviously the number 3 pick, okay? Give me the automatic 20 points per game scorer. And Okafor, there's a very, very good reason he was number 3 pick, guys. And people were going at the OP because he was a Nuggets fan. And people were saying, this is just a homer take. People were also saying that Jokic might not even be the best center on his team alone. Blast for the past. That was fun. Now, Jokic, yes, he would remain in Europe for another year and actually go into the NBA in 2015 to play that season as a rookie.
Underneath, yes, and a foul.
It was already clear at this point in his rookie year that he had a talent for passing.
In the lane to Jokic. Picks it back. Oh, a no-look pass from Jokic.
And all those years playing the point guard position, I mean, he had nimble hands.
Looking for more. Into Jokic. Gets it back. Behind the back, wizardry.
It was clear from the get-go that Jokic didn't fit the mold of a true center, right? He didn't have those attributes, but he had other things.
Pass underneath. Jokic was there. Jokic turn, shoot over the top. Yes. Wow. Moutier to Jokic, and the instant pass. Try the fade away. Yes.
Jokic was an efficient scorer as a center. In his rookie year, 80 games that he played, he had a true shooting percentage of 58%. This dude averaged 10 points a game, right? He didn't play that many minutes, 20 minutes a game, but he was already effective.
Very excited. It's been 19 years. Trying to keep my cool, I'm known for keeping my cool. I gotta keep my cool.
I mean, does this guy need any further introductions? Jamal Murray out of Kitchener, Ontario. At this point, he was an intriguing lottery pick in the 2016 draft.
Really eager, really anxious. My unknown future is about to be told, so just gonna have fun until it happens.
And the Nuggets, they desperately needed good guard play. Of course, they had Will Barton, Emmanuel Moutier, and Gary Harris, but they needed more.
The Denver Nuggets select Jamal Murray from Kitchener, Canada, and the University of Kentucky.
Ooh, I forgot to mention he's also a Kentucky guard. Yes, he's not just a Canadian out of Kitchener, Ontario. He's a Kentucky guard. That's great. That's great news for the Nuggets. They have a good track record, and now it would be interesting to see how his future in Denver would unfold.
I welcomed myself to the league with missing 17 shots in a row. It wasn't just one game. It was 5 straight games I didn't score. That was really hard. But once the first one went down, it was like, okay, I just needed to see one. Once I scored, it was like, okay, I'm finally here.
Now, before that, Jokic did end up playing in Serbia.
And the foul! Jokic is a one-man wrecking machine.
This was during the FIBA qualifying tournaments in 2016, and Jokic actually ended up winning a MVP award for this tournament. And yeah, he was actually blazing at this point. He was scorching hot. Oh boy.
Jokic picking up where he left off last time we saw him. And a brilliant dish.
In early 2017, in the middle of his second season in his career, he would actually earn a triple-double.
He's got 12 long lead, Manable! There it is. There it is. And Nikola Jokic, there it is, has his first triple-double of his NBA career.
And Jokic was playing and showing flashes against European legend Dirk Nowitzki.
Against a certain Hall of Famer. And basket counts foul.
Now, in late 2016, during the second season again, he was benched, actually, in favor of Jusuf Nurkic, the center that would play most of the minutes at starting center for the Nuggets. And it would be an interesting mesh of conflict because the Nuggets, of course, they had to pick and choose. They have to pick between Jokic and Nurkic. Oh, boy.
Was Coach the one who gave you the ball when you came back in there?
and I hugged him. Yes, I was naked and I hugged him.
That was after earning his first career triple-double. Now, Jokic, 20, 13, and 11, it was clear that the Nuggets, they loved Jokic more. They said, look, he has a future here.
Nikola Jokic continues to sizzle. He's got 19 points.
I mean, just look at the scoring output from Jokic in New York City, 40 points.
Here picks up the double team for a moment. Jokic again. Yes, and a foul. 17 made baskets in 23 shots. 40 for the Joker.
And so the trade was done soon after Jokic had his first triple-double. Nurkic would go to Portland. Mason Plumlee would go to Denver. And now the Blazers and Nuggets, they were both playing for a playoff spot too, which is funny. Jokic, he was a sensation. In his rookie year, he had 10 points. In the second year, he had 16.
His teammate Jamal knocked him out. What happened there?
I asked him, don't knock me out, but he really wanted to, so thanks for that, Jamal. I'm going to see you in Denver next time.
Despite his shooting numbers dipping due to having an increased load during his second year, he looked playful as can be. He's a very playful man. He jokes a lot, right? That's why you'll see his new nickname being coined, the Joker. He was a sensation, though, on the court.
The playoffs, possibly playing against the Warriors in the first round.
Great pass by that. Let me tell you something. I like this guy right here.
Where the hell did Nikola Jokic come from? The Nuggets thought he was a second-round flyer. Then they thought he was worth a summer league look. Then they thought he was a power forward. Then they thought he was a bench player.
It's funny because Jokic, he's not one to talk too much about himself, but he's one to really share the ball on the court. It's like it reflects his personality, and I think that's something that people saw in him.
Now they know the truth. Nikola Jokic is the most versatile offensive big man in the league.
After being in the bottom half in offensive rating before Jokic joined the team, now they're number one. With Jokic, he was the conductor of this offense. Yeah, he didn't have as much assists as Al Horford, but
he can swish threes. He handles the ball like a guard. He can bully you inside.
And of course, Jokic, at this point, people would begin to say his name and, of course, mispronounce it.
I like Nikola Jokic, the Joker from Denver, to win it.
And I've seen Nuggets fans say that this was the play right here on LeBron James that told them, yeah, he's going to be special.
Not good for the game.
Jokic rolled. Such an eager passer. Still has his dribble. LeBron James digs in defensively. Jokic, slow dribbling, hooks it up and in.
He looks to be unbothered, even in his second year, early in his career. He didn't play to anyone else's pace. He played at his own pace. He read the court like a librarian reading a book. This dude was just sensational. A European superstar in the making.
Porzingis.
But of course, there was more hype around a 7'2" center out of Latvia, Eastern Europe as well. And he would be dubbed the unicorn by Kevin Durant. And
this guy has the entire package. He is running the floor. He can rebound. He can block shots. He's added to his post game. He's hitting threes with more confidence.
Drafted number 4 by a big market Knicks team. Yeah, the hype was there for Porzingis. The market was going to give him all the media attention that he wanted. Jokic had to go against him.
2016-17 season, he averaged 16.7 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 4.9 assists in 28 minutes per game.
Shout out Andy Hoops. He made a good video about Jokic's second year where you see those advanced stats, right? Box plus minus, and first and second year players in the NBA. Those are the players with the best box plus minus. And Jokic's name is actually pretty high on this list.
What was Jokic's BPM in his second season? Yup, 8.4, tied with Robinson for first on this list. Jokic also scores very efficiently with his 64% true shooting percentage, which is 10% above the league average and 4th in the entire NBA. Only behind Rudy Gobert, DeAndre Jordan, and Kevin Durant.
Remember when I said his shooting dipped? It actually didn't. They fucked up and put his 3-point percentage instead of his actual field goal percentage of 58%. This dude shot better from the ball and they didn't showcase it in this graph. I hate them. I hate them so much. They're scammers!
Out of everyone who attempts at least 3 post-ups per game, Jokic is number 1 in points per possession with 1.12.
This is what people had a hard time understanding, right? Why he's such an effective player. He's an effective post-up player, but not just that. The advanced stats say that he's like a top 20 player. He was 19th in win shares overall, but he was 9th in win shares per 48, ahead of guys like LeBron and Westbrook. all-time great player in LeBron, and the MVP Westbrook.
This one is called RPM, which was invented by ESPN, but the formula is not known to the public. It's gotten a lot more popular in recent years though, and Jokic is 6th in RPM.
Like, what's going on? Is he a top 10 player all of a sudden because of these advanced metrics? Like, this makes no sense.
Andrews with the face of the franchise. I don't know if he's comfortable with that yet, but Nikola Jokic, are you comfortable with that?
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's safe to say that the Nuggets trading Nurkic, choosing Jokic to be the primary center on this team, was the right move. Already you're seeing the stats back that up. But what about team success? Well, some people are saying the Nuggets are replicating what the Warriors did.
Denver's one of the more high-powered offenses in the league. They've got an extremely young core.
But instead of having Curry as the offensive hub, they have Nikola Jokic at the point center position. It's interesting because Mike Malone was actually coaching the Warriors.
Was first in Golden State. I was a part of that team making the playoffs for the first time in a long time. And, I coached Steph, I coached Clay, I coached Draymond. And at that time, they didn't have superstars.
So are the Nuggets going to be the Dubs 2.0?
He's Clay, I'm Steph.
Probably not, but obviously their offense was picking up top 10 at pace, just like the Warriors.
MSG is the network of the Knicks, who are presented by Chase.
Here we go, Porzingis versus Jokic. Who's the better player?
Three, Porzingis from way downtown, and it's 14-3. He's already in double figures. At least once a game. Porzingis left open again, puts it in. 3 for 3 from downtown. He's got 15. Jack has 6 more assists. Jokic will try the three-pointer and hits that.
Now Jokic in his third year. I mean, this Nuggets team still had ways to go, and Jokic as well. I mean, this team was just not good.
17 for Porzingis, lead back up to 20. So first foul on Porzingis. Jokic, good ball denial from Jack. Jokic steps inside, fires away, banks it home. That'll do it. Another terrific Knick win. Had its scary moments, but they've won 3 in a row.
Porzingis had 38, 7 and 2 in his game with 5 blocks. Okay, Jokic did play more efficiently, but he had 28 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. And yeah, he was just not nearly as effective as Porzingis in terms of impacting the game and stuff like that. I mean, Porzingis, it looked like he was a better player. It looked like the Knicks were heading towards the better direction. It looked like the Nuggets, I mean, they had a star player, I guess. But Jokic, he had his ways to go, man.
Jokic spin, throw it up. Yes! Career high for the man they call the Joker, 41.
Don't get me wrong, there's definitely potential there, but it just seems like Jokic, I mean, he's just not good enough.
They passed me the ball. I was aggressive, and I didn't want to lose again.
What is it like to be known as the MVP?
That was funny.
Funny?
Yeah, that was fun.
They're serious, man.
Why so serious?
Or at least that's what the critic would say, right? They said the advanced stats don't match with actual winning. It's not going to reflect in the playoffs, right? If you were to make the playoffs, okay?
He's a goofy dude, real goofy. Had a little he was sloppy body, just moved funny. But I mean, in summer league, you could see the kid could play. He was happy, whatever was going on, happy when the team was winning. Actually, pretty good.
Yeah.
And he ran with it, and he came back his second year. Started off a little slow, but then he picked it up towards that second half of the season, solidified himself as one of the best young guys in the league.
He's playful, yes, but he'll get into it with the refs if he sees that, somebody's being wronged, okay? Jokic is not a pushover.
And Jokic has a technical, and Malone, he threw both out. He just threw both guys out.
But Jokic can never escape, the chubby monkey comparisons, right? Richard Jefferson sharing a photo of his passport.
And Jokic is down.
One thing with Jokic, right, he'll get hurt at times, right? And it's funny because he doesn't get hurt that often up to this point of his career. And it's like, Jokic, he's a resilient guy. I think a lot of people don't talk enough about how durable he is as a player. Even here in 2017, 2018, he was fairly durable. He would play most of the season. Vast majority of the games he would be there. And he would just sweat it out, right? Jokic was just amazing.
Be careful not to get the third foul. They're doubling now behind the back. Juancho lay it up and in. A sensational pass by the Joker.
And in that game against the Bucks in early 2018, he actually had the quickest triple-double ever recorded in the history of play-by-play era. It's really insane. Jokic is just a bona fide star player.
That pass is hiding in plain sight for any rim-running big man, but you rarely see it. It's really just a give and go squeezed into a pick and roll. He is on pace to be the fourth human 6'10 or taller, along with Wilt Chamberlain, who did it twice, Kevin Garnett, and Ben Simmons to average 6 assists per game.
I mean, his potential at this point was through the roof. I mean, just look at the names that he's joining already into his career. It's amazing.
Since March 7th, here are his numbers. 24.5 points a game, 11 rebounds, 6 dimes on 56% shooting, 51% from 3, and almost 90% from the line. Holy cow.
And now the race to the playoffs was heating up, folks. The Nuggets was actually in a position to make the playoffs for the first time in years.
Minnesota's next game against the Nuggets tomorrow night has become a play-in game.
Oh, so maybe Jokic's stats, even the advanced ones, do translate to winning. Maybe this team is actually going to make the playoffs and actually going to prove those naysayers wrong.
I trust the Nuggets, man. They're on a hot streak. Gary Harris was out for a lot of it. He's back now as of last night.
Or maybe they're just full of fluff, and we'll see who the real winners are in Minnesota that game.
I like the experience effect of the coach and Jimmy Butler. I don't see nobody.
Can't save him though.
I don't see nobody on the other team having that what Jimmy Butler has and what he brings to the time. And Karl Anthony Towns has been playing great ball since Jimmy Butler's been out.
On the Denver Nuggets, under 4.5 to go here in Minneapolis.
Well, so far Minnesota is leading by 8. Yeah, this is not looking good.
In this second half, without picking up a whistle until now, Jokic fires up the 3 and connects on the 3.
Tough cover for Taj Gibson.
Murray.
They're getting the switch. Just that's a tough thing for Taj Gibson to have to do is contain this dude.
Okay. It's a tie game now, folks. This is about to get good.
Timeout. Crawford lets it fly at the buzzer.
Okay. So it's overtime in basketball. The Nuggets still have a chance to win.
Wiggins. Teague's gonna have to get it up. Gets it up and drills it.
Okay, bro, it's over. There's no way they're winning this game. It's over, guys. They're out.
The drought is finally over. 13 years of disappointment. Minnesota Timberwolves have beaten the Denver Nuggets, and they are on their way to the playoffs.
And what about Nikola Jokic? He was supposed to be that guy to lead their team to the playoffs. What happened to those advanced stats? Is he not a top 20 player in the league? Oh, bro, this dude had 35 and 10 in this game, bro. He had 3 assists. He didn't, have his guys making shots, but he had a good game himself, okay? And Jokic, he got a big contract.
Nikola Jokic, 5-year, $148 million max deal.
ESPN apparently doesn't know who Jokic is.
Nikola Jokic, 5-year,
That's not Jokic, folks. That's Yusuf Nurkic, the guy that got traded to Portland.
That's a player they're going to build around in Denver. That's their guy now.
At this point, I'm just not surprised. Now, Jokic, the next season rages on, and more triple-doubles.
Boy, his footwork is so pristine, Scott. Jokic, 4 to shoot. Jokic dumping under the play, puts it in. Wow.
And I know some are going to hate this, but he just plays the game the right way, man.
Shot clock's at 3, fade away. That's good. There it is. Jokic, triple-double. His 22nd career triple-double.
Jokic in this season, I mean, he's just been amazing. Jamal Murray also accompanying him. And it's honestly just been a great season for the Nuggets. Jokic actually makes it to his first ever All-Star game.
Warmed up. I'm going with the Joker. I'm going with the Joker. I'm going with the Joker.
And he was competing in this challenge, the skills challenge. Unfortunately, he lost out just against Tatum in the finals. I mean, the All-Star weekend was not bad either.
He is the Joker.
That's some level 4,000 IQ stuff right there from Jokic.
He's a young star. All-star coming. What's up?
And at this point in 2019, we would see more interviews with Jokic being more open.
Growing up in Serbia, I fell in love with basketball. I was playing professional basketball when I was 16, so it's kind of developed fast.
Jokic during his 4th season now averaging 20 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists with almost 60% true shooting percentage. Yeah, he's been getting more traction as an MVP candidate.
I love Jokic because to me, he's the point center on this team. So having somebody like him who, if you post him up, you got to play him one-on-one. If you double team, he's such a great passer. You know, to me, Jokic is the white Shaq. You know, of this day and era.
Stop it. Don't do
yeah,
that.
he is.
I love the fact that they're able to space the floor with the amount of shooters that they have while having a Shaq-like player in the middle of the court.
The white Shaq
dropping dimes.
The white Shaq.
Remember the white shadow?
Hey, the white Shaq.
The white shadow.
The white Shaq.
I'm not gonna lie, that shit is awful. Baron Davis, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for that, bro. White Shaq? Yo, chill. Now, Jokic actually struggled in this game against the Mavericks.
Jokic didn't have a bucket in the first 3 quarters.
That's the only reason I love this game, Ernie. Oh. Because when you're having a bad game and you still got to be the star of the team. Oof.
Yeah, that does say a lot.
Oh. And Jokic, off balance, game winner.
All his buckets came in the 4th quarter, including that game winner right there.
His 4 buckets came in the 4th quarter. Jokic 11 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists.
11 points?
Yep.
This is considered a bad game for Jokic's standards too. Oh my gosh. Vino, the Bean, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. He was issuing his challenges around this time, and he gave one to Jokic that was clear cut.
Joker! That kid is special.
MVP.
It was a challenge that I'm sure Jokic accepted without hesitation.
For Game 4 of this Western Conference first-round series between the Denver Nuggets and the San Antonio Spurs.
And this time, Jokic and Murray and the Nuggets having to prove themselves in the first round against the Spurs.
The Nuggets evening up the series, 2-2.
And this series went to 7 games, and it was a close one.
Back to Jokic. Underneath, yes! He was fouled. Torrey Craig from down under. Murray's got to stay with 4.
The Joker putting on a clinic in the passing game.
Jokic and Murray both having good games, but the game was not won yet.
No good. Spurs have it. It's a run out for Forbes. 2-point game.
Oh boy, Nuggets, you got to be careful here. Get stops and make shots.
To Murray. Murray pulls the trigger. Bang! Real fast. DeRozan. Jokic has it! Jokic has a triple-double. 7. It's over!
This was the Nuggets' first playoff appearance since 2013. Their first series win since 2009. Okay, they've come a long way, and they had to face the Portland Trailblazers, who came in blazing hot.
Nikola Jokic dominated. 37 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks.
And it became clear that Jokic, man, he was just on a heater at that point.
When he's aggressive, 37, 34, like when he's having triple doubles, that's when the Denver Nuggets are at their best. Show me another big man that has played as many games and has the numbers and are on as good of a team as he is. Show me one.
Jokic is the best basketball player in the series.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no. He's the best basketball player in the series because what he's doing in the playoffs in terms of putting up triple doubles.
He makes the right play every time. You know, that's what's great about him is he doesn't force anything. You know, everything is going to be the right play. He's going to make the right reads. It's like a quarterback out there. I consider him like a Tom Brady. You know, he's going to always pick you apart and make the right reads. So.
His game doesn't translate to the playoffs. Eat these nuts.
Score at all 3 levels, but this is what he wants to do. Sees a mismatch, pinpoint pass, up fake, get that defender committed, put it on the deck, big fella. How about the touch? They try to do it again.
Great pass, Jokic. Barton with the finish. But what a look by the Joker.
In the game that went to triple overtime, in the game that I'm sure Jokic was tired from, he said this.
What is it like to play 65 minutes, 4 overtimes, and still come up a little short?
To be honest, in that moment, in that time, you don't even think how much minutes you're playing. You're just trying to win a game.
Despite losing, he put up a 33-point triple-double. This dude Jokic, man, it's just insane.
For both you guys, Millsap was kind of saying it's been a quick turnaround, but this last day felt so long until you could get back on the court. And what has this last 24 hours been like for you mentally?
For me, I eat good, I watch a TV show, then I eat good again, sleep, and to be honest, I didn't even think about that game the whole day. So
this dude Jokic is hilarious. Now in this game, it will get a bit testy. Oh boy.
England and Oscar Robertson were the two others to post those numbers for a playoff series as Collins and Jokic start jawing here.
But this game was all Nuggets, and the Nuggets in this game now take the lead in the series, a pivotal 3-2 lead.
Every night this league to do something positive for your team.
Jokic, the runner is good. They roll tonight, and they now have a 3-2 lead in this best-of-7 series.
And Jokic and Murray, you could see it here, their games just complement each other so well, unlike, another duo.
Like we talked about Simmons and Embiid's game not complementing one another's. These two do, and here's why. Because Jamal Murray's a natural scorer, and I believe that Jokic is a playmaker.
And even Rondo, he acknowledges how great of a playmaker Jokic is.
He's at the head of the game every time he plays the game. As soon as he catches the ball, he knows what he wants to do with it. So I think he's leading the league in assist-turnover ratio as well in the playoffs. That's unbelievable stat for a big.
It is crazy.
And much like the Warriors, the Nuggets offense is more free-flowing, and there's a lot of assists being passed around.
I'm actually getting a chance to see people cut and move off the ball. It's the opposite of watching the Houston Rockets.
Right.
They have 5 guys constantly spotting up, or 4 guys and 1 guy trying to get a lob on the dunk spot. So it's just refreshing to see how they play.
And this series also went to 7. Boy, oh boy, the Nuggets are in for a tough one.
Murray looking for an opening. Jokic down the lane. The runner is good.
The Nuggets, they make it a close one, and the Portland Trailblazers respond every time. CJ McCollum was a big clutch player in this one. Oh no.
McCollum jumper. It's good. CJ McCollum does it again.
In this fourth quarter, he just kept responding to whatever the Nuggets gave him. And it's like, it wasn't Dame. It was CJ, man.
You don't have to think get a 3. Get a quality shot. Murray nearly lost it. Jumper's good. Jamal Murray makes it a 1-point game.
I'm telling you, man, this dude CJ's
8 to shoot. McCollum to drive. Pushback jumper. It's good. CJ McCollum with 37.
This dude had 3 big buckets in the last 3 minutes of this game. He is the definition of clutch. This dude had a heater.
what's your emotions right now? I'm sad, disappointed.
And this is just a sad way for Jokic and the Nuggets to go out, man.
Coach was saying afterwards that you went and talked to the team and said it was kind of your fault and you took the blame. Why did you feel that way as good as you played, and what did you say to them?
I mean, they look at me as a leader. They look at me as their best player. So I feel responsible just because I think I missed a lot of shots. Yeah, I missed a lot of shots, and I supposed to make some of those. So it was physical game. It was tough game. That's it.
Yeah, Jokic did shoot the ball poorly, but he had 29 and 13 and only had 2 assists because everybody else was shooting poorly as well. Jokic averaged 25, 13, and 8 in that playoffs, shooting over 60% true shooting. Yeah, he's definitely an MVP candidate. He's definitely a star. Look at this guy. He has no social media handle, but still makes it to an all-NBA team. I love this guy, man. Jokic is so good, bro. But despite being an all-NBA first-team player, his name is not even in the MVP list.
Should the Bucks actually be title favorites, because Vegas had them 3rd?
Probably, other than Denver, the best continuity in the league right now. They lost Brogdon, and that's going to hurt. But again, like we just talked about, Giannis is the main engine of all that, and as long as you can shoot the 3 and defend, you'll have a place on this team.
The Nuggets are also not amongst favorites to win the title despite having a great season last season. And Monte Morris, he had some things to say about Jokic especially.
Nikola Jokic, I feel like don't get enough credit. If you watch our games, it's a triple-double every single night. He impacts the game, in different ways. Not the most athletic guy, but his touch is crazy. He can shoot the 3, rebound it, and pass like no other.
And as for why Jokic doesn't get respect, I think there's a lot of theories out there at this point. Whitlock hints at one of them, maybe.
Is it Jokic's style of play, or is it his whiteness, why we don't see him as a superstar?
We're not ready for that conversation yet. We'll get into that later. Now, Jokic, he was a celebrity in Serbia, and he had some interesting ways to, spend the offseason.
Did you do anything fun over the last 2 days with no practice?
No.
What'd you do?
Being in my home, I was watching Pokemon for 5 hours.
Pokemon?
Yeah.
Seems like those Pokemon hours made him a slouch on the court because he came into the season not looking so good.
In command with 4 minutes gone by. There's a steal by Okafor. Chased down by Murray.
You've seen so many outlets, man, even Twitter people talking about how lethargic he looked.
Speaking of a slump, what's up with Denver? Can you talk me through this, Jay?
I can, my brother.
Tell me.
They're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. Also, their MVP candidate in the Joker ain't playing like it. He looks like he out of shape.
Yeah.
Looked a little lethargic. He never was really athletic. And now that more long athletic players are bothering him defensively, and they're making him shoot over contest without fouling him. That's been a key. So they need Michael Porter Jr. to become an all-star level player.
Now, it's not like Jokic was a complete dud on the court.
To Jokic. Dump it under. Millsap. Jokic. Put it up.
Yeah, that was a nice buzzer-beating shot right there. It's just beautiful to watch. And Jokic, yeah, he's making his ground.
Out to Jokic. Jokic falling away. Good!
Even though the box plus minus and all those advanced stats are not looking so good for Jokic according to his standards, he's basically only a league average player according to those stats. Jokic is fighting through it, and our attentions were more so on the Lakers. Anthony Davis was actually looking like a DPOY level player. Yes, people were claiming he was that great of a defender.
This was a Defensive Player of the Year moment, though, last night for him. In the last few minutes of that game, where he was switching on to Jamal Murray and shutting him down, playing Jokic head up, not needing help.
Right.
Don't need to help. A player like that.
Come on. Jokic is having a down year now.
Fair enough.
You're talking about Anthony Davis, how athletic he is versus Jokic.
First-team All-NBA player. It was
last year,
awesome.
definitely not this year.
I thought it was an awesome.
And now many are writing Jokic off as, oh, he's just lethargic. He's not having a good year. Last year, I guess, he had a good year, but not this year. Oh, this year he's a different type of player.
And this is really comes to the core of what everybody says when they're worried about the Nuggets as a contender. Do they have somebody that when they absolutely have to get it, can deliver? And in this game, Jokic couldn't deliver. And, everybody has a down day or a down week or whatever, but he's got to deliver in a game like this. The Lakers took this game really, really seriously.
As they should.
And the Nuggets coming off a loss at home, I was expecting a lot more from Jokic. You're gonna miss some shots, but he didn't even demand the ball at times. This is the real thing about the Nuggets. Can they overcome this? This is something they've been dealing with?
He was a top 5 player last year. This year, not so much. I didn't think he came into camp in great shape. I still don't think he's in great shape. And if they don't have a consensus top 5 player, if you don't have that on your team, you're not a contender.
Yeah.
Period. And that's why the way he's playing, they're not going to be a contender this year. I'm sorry.
And as the season was rolling by, more and more people were writing Jokic and the Nuggets off, especially Jokic. I mean, they were saying a lot of stuff about this dude and his body weight.
Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris led the Sixers, who beat the Nuggets. The Sixers have now won 11 of 13, and they have not lost a single game in Philadelphia.
Jalen Rose, he's still a fan of Jokic, but, Jacoby here, he wants to talk about his mental. Jokic is mental.
The baffling thing watching this game is how the Joker wasn't aggressive initially. And you know what else I figured out while watching this game?
What's that?
I love Jokic.
What?
And here's what I mean. Because
while watching I watched this game too, Jalen
correct.
Rose.
I'm going to tell you what I mean. Because even though he's been an all-NBA player, even though his productivity is a shade of what it was last year, you know what I appreciate? He's a great teammate. He does
really?
dribble handoffs. He still passes the ball first.
That's what you saw?
Jacoby was ready to unleash on Joker.
He had 15 points. He had 9 of them in the third quarter because I'm sure at halftime the coach was like, yo, are you here? Because Jokic was involved, just like he always is, in every single possession. When he's in the game, they set 1 or 2 pick and rolls for him. And if he's involved and he's in the main action in every possession, and you're going to score 15 points, is this your king? This is your king.
I felt like I was
your king.
I felt like I was him watching the game.
Do you know why I felt like I was him? Because I'm a mentally weak basketball player, and so is Jokic. He was completely disengaged the entire first half. You can tell he got yelled at halftime, scored 9 in the third quarter, And then the fourth quarter was just disappeared.
But hey, man, Jokic was not the only player playing bad. Okay, Ben Simmons, he's ass. He's a load of ass.
Jalen, I don't have the box score in front of me, but I believe Ben Simmons had 7 points in the contest yesterday. That in like over 30 minutes.
He did.
That's not a good game.
No.
You gotta score more than that, Ben Simmons. You're an all-star. You're gonna be in the all-star game, but like I would expect more from you.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist. Okay, Ben Simmons sucks. Now, Jokic, he was starting to rebound. He was starting to get better as the season was going by.
Range from the three-point line. Found it right there.
Oh! Inside, yes.
Jokic was showing his ball handling skills, and he was also showing his leadership skills. He was showing that he could bounce back.
Well, he's trying to get physical. He's trying to get physical with Murray. He's trying to compete hard. Nikola Jokic career high 47. Will Barton season high 28. The Nuggets win it 123-115.
Jalen.
Yes.
Gentleman by the name of Nikola Jokic had a slow start to the season. He had a slow start to the season.
Oh, Jacoby, what you about to say now, huh? You about to take back those words? Let me hear it, baby.
So you know what? I put it on wax. I challenged him. I asked if this was your king. And you know what? He heard. He's like, oh, people starting to notice that I'm a little out of shape. People starting to notice that I haven't scored 20 points in 5 games in a row. Well, did you see what he did yesterday? Did you see what the stretch mark 5 did yesterday? 47 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. And here's what's most impressive because they'd run the offense through him. 0 turnovers. 47 points and 0 turnovers. I don't think I played 90 seconds of basketball without turning the ball over.
And Jalen Rose, he was right to still stick by this dude Joker.
With Jokic, is this the player that we'll see? Is this the player that we're going to see? Are we going to see the same Jokic from the playoffs last year for the rest of the season?
I'm not that easy. That's my king. I never wavered.
Oh, you never wavered once?
Get him, Joe.
You never wavered once?
Get him,
Man,
step into it.
You remember things differently than the rest of us.
Heat check. Get him, Joe. On the post, one-on-one, no double, and one. You know what I'm saying? Look at board work. Using this height, keeping the ball up high, not celebrating. This is what I'm supposed to do. My game is back. And so, yes, I'm still on the bandwagon, all NBA style of the Joker, especially a guy that's going to shake hands and kiss babies.
Do you think that he looks better than me with his shirt off at this point in the season?
Now he got you.
He got me now. He got me now. He's been working out a little bit.
And apparently Jokic, he just got a new nickname, not Joker, no, something else that Jokic is not perfectly comfortable with.
We got a tweet here that Will Barton put out there. Congratulations, a.k.a. Big Honey.
Big Honey, that's your nickname?
Much-deserved All-Star selection.
No. Big Honey, hey, Big Honey.
So what do you prefer, Joker or Big Honey?
I like Big Honey.
Yeah, I'm going to take Joker. Yeah.
There's a real story behind Big Honey. There's a real story. Hey, Big Honey, we're going to switch it up.
Stop. He made me nervous, but I'm sweating right now because that Big Honey is killing me.
Well, that's Big all Honey. We're going to call you from this point on. But we'll call you All-Star, too.
Nikola Jokic, now the 10th player in NBA history to have a 30, 20, 10 triple-doubles. He's beautiful. I completely forgot about this nonsense. 2020 was not real, dog.
What's been the biggest difference? I mean, your numbers are a lot different the last 2 months compared to maybe the first month of the season. What do you point to as the reason why?
I mean, it's just happened. I think it's maybe I need a little more time to warm up to get going. I really don't know, but. I think I didn't shoot that well in the first period. Like my shots was always off and short, and I was a little bit overweight. And then now I lost a lot of weight, and I'm feeling good out there.
How much did you drop?
Around 20-25 pounds.
During the season?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And now Jokic, it was the All-Star time. He made the All-Star weekend again alongside his buddy Luka Doncic.
We look good. Luka is not looking good. He looks like 19 years old boy. Look at him, 19 years old boy. 19. Look at this. He's that. Look at that. Look at that's him. He doesn't have that in his own country. For sure. He doesn't have that in his country. Trust me. I know. No comments.
And Jokic, man, he's as funny as he is great on the court, man.
Lowry sidesteps for 3. No, he missed it. Jokic, long pass. Harris has it, and he puts it away. Oh, what a pass. Peyton Manning to give Smart.
I don't know how he does it, but he just has a bunch of these overhead passes, like a quarterback throwing it to a receiver.
Never touched his second hand. That's a crazy pass. Now watch this long pass. He didn't even get it to the other hand.
Dude is collecting triple-doubles like they're gemstones, 23, 18, 11, and unfortunately the NBA season was now suspended. Oh boy.
Today with the Nuggets. Before the season was suspended, Denver 21 games above 500 and the 3rd seed in the loaded West.
During the hiatus though, Jokic was busy riding horses, doing the thing he loves. It also looks like he's been losing a lot of weight lately, and oh boy, he's ready. He's ready for that bubble, baby.
What have these last 3 weeks been like for you?
It was not difficult at all. I was home, so I was quarantined for 14, 15 days, but we have a little private house, so I was with my girlfriend, so it was actually a kind of vacation.
It's nice to see Jokic being in good spirits despite contracting the virus at this point in the stage.
Nikola Jokic has become an NBA superstar in the Mile High, leading the team in points, rebounds, and assists.
But now, Perk is saying that Jamal Murray is the key to the Nuggets winning the title.
Perk, who's the bigger factor for the Nuggets in the restart? Is it Jamal or the Joker?
Well, I tell you what, it's not the big fella, it's not the Joker, not the first-time All-Star. It's Jamal Murray, the guy that they gave a 5-year, $170 million deal to. He got to step up. This is why he get paid the big bucks. Look, we know that Jokic give you 20, 10, and 8, and he was overweight. Now here it is, he done lost almost 30, 40 pounds, and he looked good. I'm not worried about Jokic. I'm worried about Jamal Murray.
And fair point, okay? Jokic he's good. He's going to get his. But Jamal, we need that from him. But Max, he has a good rebuttal.
Well, we agree about that, but that makes Jokic the most important player on the team. He looks like he's trending toward making some all-star teams, like being a legitimate all-star. It's not assured, but it looks that way. Whereas Jokic is a high-level all-star. He's not an MVP guy, but if he were to get better, he would really enter MVP conversation.
Regardless, though, both are key for the Nuggets to win titles. They both need to excel.
It might be one of the taller starting lineups that ever has started in the game.
Yes, sir.
Bull lays one in. Bull, you watch Bull. He's so.
The Nuggets decided to start Bol for the first time. This was his NBA debut as well, and they had a lineup that had the shortest guy being Paul Millsap at 6'7".
He's playing guard right now. Jeremy Grant, Bol, seeing his first action.
You had Jokic actually being listed as a point guard in this game, bro. Oh, this is crazy, man. The matchup problems that this would cause, insane.
Was the Nuggets going BIG something, nothing, or everything?
This is something. To have Nikola Jokic as your point guard at 7 foot, who's a very skilled big man in our league that can pass, he could a great facilitator, has a great feel for the game. Good luck with matching your point guard up against that guy.
Scottie Pippen, though, he didn't think much of this. He thought this was a fad, that the Nuggets were not going to run this permanently or whatever.
Come on, T-Mac. You got to be kidding me. This is really nothing. I mean, Jokic, he's been playing the point guard position pretty much his whole career for the Nuggets. I mean, we've seen this guy at the top of the floor, so he's very comfortable. I mean, they're just really playing with the cards that they've been dealt. And with them having injuries to Harris and guys of that nature, then they have to fill in with some bigger players, and that's what we're seeing. But this is a small ball game, so don't expect this to last.
Even though Scottie was right to say that this won't be played in a playoff setting, but Jokic is still a big man dominating the small ball game.
Just your thoughts on Porter and Jokic and the great games that they had.
Yeah, Porter's, he's a fine young talent, and, Jokic, he's like a reincarnation of Larry Bird. He does everything. He's amazing. They were great.
And you even had Rachel Nichols and Brian Windhorst talk about this.
Brian, Jokic might play like Larry Bird, but will he win like Larry Bird? What do you think?
I was stunned to hear this quote. I thought it was a joke. I thought he wasn't being serious because Pop doesn't throw around stuff like that. When he says something, it is meaningful. But
Brian, he doesn't think that this comparison is all true, okay? There's one thing that differentiates the two.
The one thing I'll say about this, when Larry Bird had to get a basket, he got it. And the future of the Denver Nuggets in many ways is tied to whether Nikola Jokic can get a basket when the Nuggets need it. And if he can do that, then he may be a Hall of Fame player. But I'm still a little bit at loss for words about that comparison.
I mean, he does not like this comparison at all.
I'm going to reserve the right to disagree with the great Popovich on this one. Other than the passing and being white, I don't see the comparison there. Let's be honest. He's a big white guy who passes really well. But like Brian said, Larry Bird was a ruthless scorer. He wasn't just an aggressive scorer. He was ruthless. And Nikola Jokic doesn't fit any of that descriptor. If I had to pick one guy in the league, I would go with another white guy. Luka Doncic is way more of a Larry Bird because he's got the passing, but he's also got the scoring, the shooting, and most importantly, the mouth. The ability to let you know, I'm better than you. You can't do nothing about this whooping that's coming your way.
All right, so maybe he was talking about the tomato. It's entirely possible listening to you two guys. I don't know.
And apparently the Nuggets X Factor now is starting to feel like it's Michael Porter Jr. He's the guy that the Nuggets need to win.
Right, Rachel, I want to say pump the brakes. I think Michael Porter Jr. has a world of talent. I think in a year or two, he might be their best or the second best player on that Nuggets team, and they'll be competing for championships.
Who knows how good Michael Porter Jr. will be, but saying he'll be the best player or second best player on the team. Interesting. Now, look, Jokic, he was still the best player on the team. Jamal Murray still being the second best player on the team. And now it was playoff time. It was time to show what they were capable of.
Speaking of confidence, Ingles had that rim halfway down and out. The long pass complete to Grant. Touchdown, Denver.
Now, Nuggets sadly lost game 1 because Donovan Mitchell decided to have a 57-point game.
Crazy thing out here being in the bubble. I got to see this dude right after the game. He just judged 57.
And it looked like the Nuggets, the 3rd seed here, was going to be upset by the 6th seed Jazz. Oh, boy. Down 2-1 this series? Come on now.
To keep milking him and let him get in that pick and roll with Jokic.
Jokic turns the corner all the way in. Dunk number 3. He's sitting on 47. He'll pull the 3. He's got the 3. 50-point game. First time in history opponents score 50 apiece.
Ain't no way, bro. So you're telling me Donovan Mitchell, after scoring 15 game 1, goes in and scores 51. Jamal scores 50. But Donovan Mitchell matches him with this. Oh, my God. Now the Nuggets are down 3-1. And if Jokic and the Nuggets were to make a comeback, Jokic needs to be better on defense.
And now his teammates had to kind of cover for him and scramble if he just keeps Clarkson in front of him. So I think that's kind of a bad habit that he has developed. He's got great hands, but he's putting his team in jeopardy every time he tries to steal the ball from a smaller player.
And a lot of focus needs to be put on Jokic being better on that end, right? That's the point of Gasol's, detailed breakdown of Jokic's defense. He likes to gamble for steals, but that sets their team up in a bad position. But the Utah Jazz were losing now.
Be patient. They don't double team. It's one-on-one.
Murray to Jokic. The floater on the way and a soft touch.
The Nuggets were actually making that 3-1 comeback possible. Now they're in a Game 7 situation with the Jazz. Oh boy, no.
Jokic against Gobert. Backs him down. Gobert stays on his feet. Tough shot. Made it.
Old school basketball. Back him in, get to your spot, and execute.
With that game winner, Jokic hit on him. He had a 30-point game in Game 7. Oh my goodness, Jokic. What a big game. And now the Denver Nuggets move on to the second round. But Draymond Green also criticizing Jokic's defense in the second series.
He has to be better defensively. Right here, Patrick Beverley is going to beat Torrey Craig behind the half-court line. This is an easy rotation here. You see it from a mile away. This is simple effort. Stop the ball. So he does this constantly.
Since Jokic was now the anchor of this Nuggets defense, a lot of attention was put on him to be better.
Here's another one right here where you're going to get a drive from Patrick Beverley. Once again, that's not Millsap's freeze it. That is not Millsap's rotation there. That is Jokic's rotation. If they are going to win, he has to be better. And here's another one. You trot back. Now you get back. It's fine. Straight line drive. This is your rotation here. You have to make an impact at the rim if they're going to be successful. And he has not done that tonight. He has not done that all year. If they are going to win, he must protect the rim a little better. And it's not much to do with his athleticism.
Despite the bad rim protection that Jokic was providing, they were still blazing.
33 points in that first round against Dallas. Jokic 3, good!
But if he can shore that up, I mean, this guy is so talented offensively. He pulls up for another 3.
Jokic again, he's at 2 threes. He got another one!
Now, I don't know about you, but Jokic in this series, I mean, he's been more testy because there's guys like Beverly and Morris playing against him.
He presents the same thing Doncic presents, Luka presents. A lot of flailing, puts a lot of pressures on the referees to make the right call. So
I mean, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. This dude, Patrick Beverly, is the biggest flopper of them all. This guy flops and talks. He does them both. Jokic, okay, yeah, he flopped, okay. But you do the same thing too. Ow.
Whistling, we got a little altercation between Jokic and Beverly. Beverly seemingly in the middle of a lot of stuff, but he walked away from whatever was happening.
And the Clippers, yeah, they would win this game and take the commanding 3-1 lead. Nuggets in the hole, and of course, you could see here, man, they're just frustrated, man. Jokic and the Nuggets are just frustrated, but they would rebound again.
In the middle of it all, slips the screen, a 6-0 Nuggets run.
The Nuggets have managed to win Game 5, and now in the pivotal Game 6 to top.
Little pistol action. Harris back to Jokic for 3 out of the timeout.
But that was a good play by Harrell. Green just missed a wide open shot.
In rhythm again. Jokic splashdown.
And more skilled.
George switches on to Jokic. Fadeaway jumper good. Toyed with him and made the bucket.
Into the pick and roll.
What a pass by Murray. They move it around. Jokic. High arcing 3. Butter.
Jokic clutch 34 points, 3 of his 4 3-pointers coming in the fourth quarter to tie the series at 3 apiece, and now to force a Game 7. Yeah, this Nuggets team, they were vibing again. They were going to make another 3-1 comeback again, and this time against Doc Rivers and the Clippers, the chokers.
His own team. They will all celebrate tonight. Jokic with another pass as Murray got fouled.
I mean, bro, this dude Jokic is just so good. He just makes it look easy.
A championship contender, but nothing consistent enough.
The Clippers were considered title favorites to start the season. They lose and blow another 3-1 lead in their franchise history. Second time with Doc Rivers, by the way. And Jokic had a triple-double. The first player to have a triple-double in the Game 7 through 3/4 of a game. In the play-by-play era, Jokic is so good. 16, 22, and 13. This dude became the first player to record a 20-rebound triple-double in the Game 7.
The Western Conference Finals are set to begin on Friday, and there's no doubt that one of the matchups to watch will be the battle of the bigs. Nikola Jokic versus Anthony Davis.
Now you see why I preview things the way I do. AD, the Defensive Player of the Year candidate, against Jokic, a budding star in this league. Who's going to win this matchup? Oh boy, AD. Ooh, sizzling. LeBron James as his teammate. Yeah, this Lakers team was a #1 seed in the West, so the Nuggets, they were going into this fight knowing that it would be a tough one, a tough battle.
And AD needs to make him work when AD has that ball. Go down in the post and back Jokic down if you can and just dunk over him. Make him sweat a little bit on defense.
Oh, I'd also argue
it's that easy, right?
You could throw Markieff Morris at him.
Sure,
for a little
no
physicality, a little size there.
Sure. Yeah, he's tough.
Guarding him all the way out to the 3.
But there's something about facing a Nikola Jokic-led team, man. Doc Rivers even knows it. That team was just better than them.
You can just see the difference in the two teams. That team's been together. We haven't, and you can see it as the games went on.
But of course, Doc Rivers, he also tries, to escape accountability with this.
You got Shaq, you got Charles, you got, I think Zach Lowe's his name, I don't even know. Stephen A, all y'all better start giving this team some damn respect because we put in the work and we got a resilient team.
And now the Nuggets are facing the Lakers. The first time these two match up each other in the playoffs since actually the conference finals 2009, and the Lakers win the first game.
Switch everything. Each team with 1 timeout left. Lakers in the penalty. Jokic backing his way down over Anthony Davis. He scores again. He's got 11 in a row.
Jokic manning the comeback against the Lakers to tie the series, but unfortunately, AD's too clutch.
Here's Davis, 4-3 in the win. Oh, it's good! Anthony Davis!
Oh, brother, this is not a good look, man. They could have tied the series. This could have been a closer series, but now LeBron and the Lakers playing with an advantage. Oh, man.
Howard knocks it out of Jokic's hand.
I think they're going to get a foul on Dwight Howard pushing. Oh, now a technical for throwing the ball up.
The Lakers had the blessing of having two backup centers that were capable of, making it physical, making it tough for Jokic to get shots up. AD could roam as the power forward, and the Lakers were just a supremely good defense. The Nuggets, sadly, were running up against a much better team.
And he finds Davis, taking on Jokic. Jokic with those 3 fouls. Davis back in transition go the Lakers. And LeBron is fouled, and count the basket. LeBron patient, and he draws another foul, and when Davis came down on his heel, James gets into the paint, Grant right there with him. Oh, finds Caruso, he sets up Davis, 3-ball is up and in. Timeout, Michael Malone.
It's one of those moments you're like, man, we just ran against one of the best players of all time in LeBron, with one of the best defensive players in AD, and yeah, it's just a tough one.
And in 5 games, the Los Angeles Lakers will take down the Denver Nuggets.
Now, Murray actually played much better in these playoffs than he did last playoffs. But Jokic, he also held his own, 24, 9, and almost 6 assists. It was shooting over 60% true shooting, but it was not enough. The Nuggets team, they ran against a better team in the Lakers. Now, in the offseason, Jokic was getting married, and it was a fun time.
Hey, Nuggets fans.
Glad to be back, baby.
Glad to be back. This haircut. No.
And even though people are going to disrespect the Nuggets because of that Lakers series, Jokic doesn't care.
I think a lot of people last year were talking about respect and sort of putting you guys in the upper echelon of teams and talent and stuff like that. So how do you make sure you and Jamal and the rest of the team keep up that respect, show why you guys made the Western Conference Finals and show why you guys can go even further?
I mean, even now they're talking about how Clippers lost. They don't think about how the Nuggets won, So we don't care that nobody give us some kind of whatever respect or so. We're gonna be there,
He went further and said, I quote, "Just because someone doesn't give us respect doesn't mean that we take their opinion. We know what we are capable of." A true leader right there.
We saw a lot of this in the bubble, did we? Kick it out, get it by, step back, baby.
Now, the Nuggets, they had a very short offseason, okay, like 2 months to rest, really, after that conference finals against the Lakers.
Morris gets it. Another pass, and I think that's a new career high for Nikola Jokic. If they give him that assist, they should. They did.
I didn't even know triple-doubles like these were possible. 19, 12, and 18? What? Come on, bro.
Nikola, you guys finally get win number 1. What was different about this team tonight?
I mean, we needed the win. We had the effort. I think we out-rebound them.
I don't know if I should say this or not, but Jokic seemed to be in a horny mood.
On your first one of the season.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry for making this dirty. Now, Jokic, he would make history again.
How about that? 44 triple-doubles for Nikola Jokic. It's kind of the silver lining to the dark cloud of this game.
The dude that Jokic just passed the most triple-doubles all time while he was watching the game. He was a Nugget.
Congratulations off the court with your wedding. And congratulations on the court, because when you break the record, you got the biggest cheerleader in me and being the all-time Denver Nuggets triple-double leader. Congratulations, my man. Way to go.
Jokic also joins Oscar Robertson as being the only player to reach 150 points, 75 rebounds, and 75 assists through their first 7 games in the regular season. Wow. I mean, this dude, Jokic, is a legend in the making. And this season, his 6th season in the league, he was making a case as the best.
We talked a lot about Charles, but Shaq is his cohort on our program.
Yep.
How would he have done guarding you and vice versa?
You can't guard me. Wait, joking? When I saw him in person and I watched his clips, he was so dominant. I think the most dominant guy who ever played the game. He was beast right there. But he cannot guard me.
I appreciate Jokic talking this talk, man. I mean, he knows how good he can be.
Hating on his case.
Jokic, Robinson. That time he went for the fake, and Jokic made him pay, and the lead back up to 19.
Yep, you got to stay on your feet with this guy. Shrewd, clever, slick. Second coming of Larry Bird, Mike.
The Larry Bird comparisons were coming more and more as Jokic started just dazzling out there. He looked sensational yet again. Just, oh, he's so good, I swear to God.
Going to the block. 10 to shoot. Jokic in the lane. Put it up. Yes!
Now Jokic and Oscar Robertson are the only players to score 200 points, get 100 rebounds, and 100 assists through their first 10 games in the regular season. Man, this is just an all-time run.
And at center,
Nikola Jokic, number 15 position. Whatever you want me to do, school, Harvard.
But he's nothing short of a character, and Shaq, he would find this out very soon.
23, 14, and 10 for Big Honey. Another triple-double.
Spasiba.
Thanks a lot for joining us, man.
That's
He's the wrong language again.
My bad.
We apologize.
He's not Russian? I thought he was Russian.
No, he's not Russian.
No,
he's not Russian.
Serbian. You know
Okay.
he's
Oh,
Serbian.
that's right, Serbian. That's right.
Jokic, man. I mean, he's just been so good. His hands are very nimble.
What's up with your hands, man? You're lowering those turnovers, and now you're stealing balls.
Hey, yo, that's not what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Miller always said I'm a cookie monster, and I'm going to steal that from him, so I'm a cookie monster. Maybe I'm not that good defensively, but I'm a cookie monster. Yeah, Mike Miller was a cookie monster too.
And so far in this regular season, Jokic has been putting up a 20-point triple-double on 57% shooting, 36.8% three-point shooting. There seems to be no stopping this new king of the NBA, Jokic. I mean, he's just been sensational. Even Kendrick Perkins is now acknowledging Jokic is like Larry Bird.
Let's see how crazy it is to compare age 25 Jokic to age 25 Larry Bird here.
I bet it's way off.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Points per game. That's advantage Jokic.
You could also check this video out on their channel, which is in the description, just like the ND Hoops video. It's interesting seeing these stats. I'm not going to lie. That's crazy. Jokic, their narratives, we've seen them being debunked time after time. People saying Jahlil Okafor was better. Then people saying his numbers will fall once he plays more minutes. And then people saying Porzingis is a better player. Then people saying he'll get exposed in the playoffs. I mean, 29, 22, and 6 in 42 minutes. Yeah, and then people were saying that, oh, Jokic, he's not as good as Larry Bird. That's what people are saying now, and Jokic is going to prove to people time and time again how good he actually is, because people keep underestimating him.
Decides to blow on it, goes in, and I mean, that's probably a bump and foul there. Joker got baseline. Gobert, I think he's trying to pass it. Wait, see, he's waiting for somebody to be at the top. Somebody said, well, let me shoot it with the left. Shoots up a little hard, missing.
Now Rudy Gobert is getting cooked by Nikola Jokic.
Jokic coming in, and he scores. So he has tied his career high with 47.
He also passed up Giannis to have the second most consecutive double-doubles to start a regular season.
Nikola Jokic matching his career high, 47 points. He also had 12 boards, 2 steals, 1 block. Oh, by the way, he went 4 for 4 from behind the arc.
And Jokic, man, he's just been the best player. I'm telling you, this was one of those seasons that people had to acknowledge how good he actually is.
Did the Joker's performance Sunday change the MVP race at all?
Absolutely. Look, he jumps ahead of LeBron James. I think it's him and Joel Embiid MVP to be one right now. Look, I am just so happy that the big men are starting to dominate the league again, because for a minute they were going away, Rachel. And so when you look at what Jokic is doing, this is a guy that is not athletic. This is a guy that don't run fast, don't move quick, but plays the pace of his game and gets the job done. And in my opinion, he's arguably one of the greatest skilled bigs to ever play the game. Greg Popovich said he's the modern day Larry Bird. And guess what? He told no lies.
And the two big men winning player of the month each in the months of December and January.
Rudy, what more can be done, or what maybe could you think that could have been done better against Jokic? I mean, as you said, they were shooting a lot, and he was a huge part of that.
I mean, a lot of things. I think you got it going early. He scored way too easily, especially in the first half. Second half was much better, but it's once again, when someone scored 30 in the first half, it's tough to be in a position when you can win a game. And it's a big. I mean, I take full responsibility for that. The team relies on me, and I got to come out better in the first half.
And even despite Jokic being at the top of the world right now, having the best season in the NBA right now, but it doesn't matter. He's still humble. He's still playful.
Hey, Nikola, Coach Malone has, every time you guys have faced LeBron, talked about similarities in your guys' game. I'm curious, when you watch him play, do you see aspects of your game in the way that he plays, and what are they?
Well, yeah, the speed is there. We are the same athletic-wise. We are really close. I don't know, can he jump as high as me, actually, but we are kind of similar. And the quickness, he's a little bit older, but so, I don't know, can he keep up the speed with me? I'm joking. I mean, oh my God. I mean, he's the best player in the league. He's the guy who's doing this for a long time and affect the game in every possible way. So there is some kind of similarities with how we affect our teammates. I think that's the similar, and just that.
What was that career high he had? 47? Well, update the numbers, folks.
Give back to Jokic. He'll fire the three. And he banks it in
for a new career high.
New career Jokic. And on Barnes. And he's got it. 50 points.
Blazing hot. Jokic now being the first Nugget ever to have a 50-point, 10-assist game in franchise history. This dude is just so good.
Nikola Jokic, watch. He scored a career-high 50 points. Do you expect this scoring surge to continue all season?
Well, I wouldn't say all season, but I think he's put himself in a position where he understands that he's got to score.
Oh, so is he now a ruthless scorer like Larry Bird was?
This is unbelievable. When I look at this guy, he can't jump over a phone book. He's not that fast. He just continues to dominate these games year in and year out. And it makes me want to believe that he's probably our game's. He has to be the top 3 most skilled players in the game, because he doesn't have any athleticism. I mean, no definition, no speed, and he continues to be major factor out there on the offensive end. And it's just, it's fun to watch, though. I mean, it just puts hope in all the little pudgy kids around the world that you can do it too.
He's not that pudgy anymore, Paul. He's been on this whole diet since the bubble.
Yo, Paul Pierce sounds so bitter, man. He had to talk about how Jokic was so fat and not athletic, yada, yada, yada.
I think he's top 3 in the MVP race. I think it's really him. I think it's LeBron, and I think Embiid in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the numbers speak for itself. I mean, like you said, LeBron, Embiid, Denver, if they continue to surge and they could be a top 3 seed, I believe that he's a true candidate for the MVP.
Look, I know I've been using this adjective a lot. He's just sensational. He's so good. Jokic is just amazing to watch.
This touch pass, not seeing a play ahead of time.
Watch this pass home. Bounce back, and the defense couldn't even react. Jokic with the shot clock at 8. Got him. Look at that. Look at that by Jokic.
But sadly, the Nuggets were a 7th seed at this point in the season.
Despite an MVP caliber season from Jokic so far, they just have not looked again like the team that we thought was ready to take the next step.
And the king of bad takes, Paul Pierce, he goes at it again.
What do you think? Panic? Patience, Paul? I mean, they lost, what do you think?
This is a panic button for me. I mean, you talk about a team that was in the conference finals a year ago, and now you have Joker playing at an all-time high level at the center, something we haven't seen in many, many years. You got to be able to keep this guy happy moving forward, because as you start wasting years like this that Joker's having, and the only reason he won't get MVP this year is because their team is not going to be in the top 4 of the conference.
Oh, so far it's not sounding like a bad take. I know, guys, you're probably freaking out. Like, what are you talking about? He's spitting right now. Like, he shouldn't be the MVP. No. Just listen to what he has to say about Jamal Murray next.
And so, if there's a move out there you can make to vault this team back into the top 4, I think you got to do it. And that may mean sacrificing Jamal Murray.
Jamal Murray?
What? I mean,
you mean Michael Porter Jr.?
Listen, if you could get
this guy, Paul Pierce, is so dumb, bro. Jokic and Porzingis go at it again. Jokic and Jamal versus Luka and Porzingis. Who's the better team, Jokic or Porzingis? All right, I'm done. The Dallas Mavericks won that game, actually. But, of course, Jokic is the better player. We all know this. But they just lost that game against the Mavs. But now LeBron James. I don't know why I did that. That was so random, bro. I'm so dumb, bro.
You know who I think it has the best case at this moment? Because Harden wasn't there in the beginning, because Embiid is now missing time, it's LeBron. LeBron's missed one game all season. Is he going to win the MVP?
He could.
So at this point, they're just talking about the different MVP candidates for this season, and LeBron being one of them. Kendrick Perkins also mentions another player that should be in the conversation, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I'll tell you one person who's creeping up in the MVP conversation, and we cannot get bored with what he's doing right now, is Giannis. Giannis is coming off 3 straight triple-doubles.
And now we get to the serious contenders, right? The Embiids, the Jokic. Max Kellerman says it best. Look, just listen to what he has to say about the conversation here.
Know who else? The Joker.
Yeah.
Jokic, talk about making guys around you better. Like, Embiid is having this incredible season, up until his injury. And Embiid's having a better year because of the defense, too. But actually, the best offensive player in the game this year, you could easily argue, has been Jokic. He's been killing them every which way, Burke.
He's been serving everyone. The problem is that I think winning and where you finish in your conference or with your record is going to matter in this year's MVP case because so many guys are putting up big numbers.
And, of course, Perk agreeing with Greg Popovich saying that Jokic is a modern Larry Bird.
I thought Greg Popovich was outside his mind, was crazy when he said he's the modern-day Larry Bird. He really is. He is special.
He really is.
And I mean, he can't jump over a trading card.
Well, one thing, Perk. Bird was more of a killer.
Oh, boy, not this nonsense again. Oh, come on.
There's something about Jokic that is not alpha like Bird. You know what I mean? So I get Popovich's point, but I think Jokic needs to take that next step still psychologically, where he's going to decide, I'm the best player on the floor, I'm going to shut down this other team and take over the game. I don't think he's there yet. Is he there yet?
He is there yet, Max, and Jokic is a killer. He's a solid killer. Just because he don't, talk a lot of noise, he kills you softly. He is very competitive. He gets the job done, and he has ice in his veins. When it matters the most, he delivers. He may not come when you want him, but he's always on time. And so I've watched Jokic. He's clutch. When it's a possession-by-possession game, he delivers, Max. He delivers.
I think when people say stuff like this, it's mainly off of nostalgia because, a lot of guys today are killers too, man. And a trade just happened.
Aaron Gordon to the Denver Nuggets.
The Nuggets got Aaron Gordon in a trade from the Magic. Interesting. I like this.
Averaging 14.6 points per game and over 6 rebounds.
Now, Nick Wright, he was very much a critic, saying this will not increase their championship odds that much. I don't know if you should be saying that, Nick.
Your childhood, your dad kind of took away some of the distractions. And the workouts you and your father, Roger, did growing up, a thing of legend. The stories of you doing kung fu exercises, including meditation. Can you explain some of the things you all focused on in your training and how it's helped you today?
We did a lot of wrestling, a lot of grappling, boxing. We would stretch and do different kicks. We have a tree in the front yard and the leaves would fall down. They'd be it'd be cold as hell. And for my training, it would be picking up the leaves around the yard with my bare hands. So you get accustomed to the pain, I get used to the threshold and you just kind of build it over time. So I have a high pain threshold.
Pretty interesting. Jamal Murray going through a lot of rough patches to try to get to the place he's at right now and, the season.
And you've been dealing with some nagging injuries. With this compact schedule, what's been the most difficult challenge for you personally this season with the transition to this year?
It's funny, I'm talking about, how well I was brought up mentally, the training I had, and it's just been a mental season for me. It's been a mental season for me. After playing that way and then getting a break, it's just like a kind of breath of fresh air, but it was such a short breath to lock back in and start the grind out. People forget how long the season is. It's like game day, off day, game day, off day. I forget the days of the week. I just know game day and I know off day. I was kind of joking about like it being like an AAU tournament for me my whole life, just because it's so back to back, and you gotta play you try to play at your peak every single day.
And the worst part is because of the strict guidelines in Canada because of the pandemic, right? Jamal Murray, it's hard for him to go see his family.
Your family back home, and unlike most NBA players here in the U.S., there's just strict health protocols made it, basically impossible to see your family in Ontario.
And then, of course, him and Jokic, the duo that really dominated in the bubble, a duo that is hoping to win a championship this season. Oh, man.
Amazing how easy he makes it look and how easy he makes the game look for not just him, but for everybody. It's a lot of fun to play.
But think about it, man. This Nuggets team adding Aaron Gordon. Of course, now you got Jamal Murray, Jokic, the duo, Michael Porter Jr. right there. This team is looking like a contending team. This team can win a championship this year.
The Denver Nuggets got back into the NBA contending race.
At least that's according to how a lot of the analysts see it, right? JaVale McGee also got acquired by the Nuggets. And it's interesting seeing now this Nuggets team, going all in. Aaron Gordon was asked about Jokic as well. He said some interesting things.
Those two dunks off of feeds from Nikola Jokic. Can you describe what it's like playing with a player with his basketball IQ?
It just makes the game so easy. He makes the right reads. He's out there talking to us on the floor, telling us what he wants to see from us. And, it just, like I said, it makes the game easy playing with a guy like that.
And I'm pretty sure he would say the same about Jamal Murray, man. Playing with a guy like him, dynamic scorer. Aaron Gordon and the Nuggets, man, they might do something. They really might.
Murray got hit, and Murray's down and hurt. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, right there. Yeah, he didn't even take off.
Oh boy, this is very bad. This is not a good look right there. Jamal Murray would end up actually tearing his ACL on that drive, and yeah, the championship hopes it's all but died out at this point. And now all that's left for the season is for Jokic to claim his MVP because he's got a case for it.
I give it to Joel Embiid right now.
Because
what I find weird with Shaq's argument here is the reasoning. I mean, just listen to this nonsense.
He's playing the game like he's supposed to be playing. He's leading, he's rebounding, he's playing inside, he's out there having fun. His PPG is more than the Joker's, and he's a little bit better, not a lot better. He'd be a 10, and the Joker be a 9.9762541. They're very, very close. But you asked me my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Joel Embiid.
And it's funny, he'll mention the defense, of course. Joker with a defensive stop.
Brandon Ingram getting into the paint, sets it up, blocked away by Jokic.
But Shaq, he still thinks it's a close race, okay? Yeah, Jokic and Embiid.
This year, but the Joker, I'm not saying, but they're close. Very, very close. Like the year David Robinson won the, MVP over Akeem. It's not like he was up here and Akeem was right there. Akeem was either above him or very, very close. So it's similar, to those two, in my opinion.
And it was interesting hearing Shaq rank his top 5 players in the NBA.
Top 5 current players. Current.
I hate doing this because they're all guards, too.
It's all right. All right.
Steph, Dame,
Then you and I need to
KD,
do a song.
LeBron. I'm going to go with Joel.
I find it funny how Jokic is not being considered as the MVP by many of these people. But guys like, I kid you not, Chris Paul are considered MVPs.
When you look at what CP3 is doing right now, he has done the unthinkable.
This is a real video. This is a real take that Kendrick Perkins said that he should be the MVP.
The last time the Phoenix Suns had the best record in the NBA, someone off their team won the MVP. Same position, same organization, same results. So why are we not keeping that same energy?
Perk, be serious, bro. Just be for real for a second, dog.
CP3, to me, is not actually a candidate for MVP. He's top 5 MVP, no doubt. If you had to make a list, he's going to be on the list. But I can't see where you could give him a vote as the MVP. Because Kendrick Perkins, the idea that, they got it wrong with Steve Nash, they should get it wrong again because they got it wrong once upon a time, is not fair to the players playing today.
And I'm not agreeing with Max or Perk, whoever that thinks that Steve Nash, they got it wrong with him. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying Chris Paul, come on now.
Jokic is 3.5 games off the pace. No Jamal Murray. He is going for 26, 11, and 8. We have never seen a center, including Sabonis, even if you could kind of figure, well, if he's doing this back in the day as an old guy, what was he doing in his prime in Europe? No. This dude can get you into the offense, bring the ball up the court. He's a load in the middle. He can shoot from 3. He is a genius-level passer. Jokic is clearly, at this moment, the MVP of the NBA. Apologies, Chris Paul.
But let's get to the real haters. Some that had more spice in their takes.
If it's just best PER, then why do we need voters?
Oh boy, this is about to be a rough
If it's just best stats, we can type that into a computer. But the award is not highest PER. The award is not scoring champion. The award is most valuable player.
I swear to God, if this dude says Chris Paul should be the MVP, is he serious right now, bro?
Look at those names. Does Chris Paul fit right in probably the lower half, but the middle-ish of those names? The answer is yes.
What? What are we doing?
If Nikola Jokic wins the MVP, he's the worst player to win the MVP since Dave Cowens.
No. That is such a hot take that it's like, should I even address it? Should I even argue against it?
Who's your MVP?
Oh, Jokic. It's not even close. Like, I can't believe that people have tried to make this into something compelling, which I think is just largely because they don't think that dude looks like somebody who should be, like, really excellent at basketball. But he's one of the most amazing players to watch that I can think of. And when you go look at the advanced numbers, this is like borderline top 10 all-time season.
Dog, I mean, it's just that easy to say. Like, Bomani Jones, he got it right on the money. Aaron Gordon, he had some more things to say about Jokic.
I always knew he was really skilled. Just like great touch, his great passing ability. I always thought he was probably the best big man passer in the league. But now he's up there with just some of the best passers in the league, if not the best passer in the league, regardless of position. You know, he's just an incredible talent, great feel for the game, great IQ, just amazing ball player, tough shot maker. Nobody can stop him out there. So. And
now, with no Jamal Murray, this Nuggets team is in the playoffs against the Trailblazers. Jokic having to lead the way again.
Joker Shaq here. First of all, see Anya Igra Brate. And what is it going to take you to go into Portland and win Game 3?
No, there's nothing wrong with your headset. That's just it.
See Anya Igra Brate.
Yeah, thank you. Voila,
yes,
voila.
yes. Speak the language. Tell them, Joker.
I immediately start to feel bad for Jokic every time Shaq opens his mouth.
We're going to take a break. Shaq trying
to... In a tense Game 5, Damian Lillard is just...
Lillard. Boy, has the 22-year-old answered the bell tonight. Lillard!
The question for me is, even with the success offense,
Rivers poked away. Lillard in fifth. Close court. This is McCollum. That's good.
Doing whatever he can to get his team to stay afloat, man.
Telling him to get out of his way. Lillard on a three. And he hits.
Oh, my goodness.
To tie the game, a sidestep three-pointer.
Lillard gets it back, launches deep three, split. He leaves the door open. Lillard, he is a killer.
Does he not have a conscience? Does he not have a soul? This dude is possessed at this point. Oh my God.
Lillard steps back, fires, bangs it in again.
Oh my goodness.
2 game-tying fadeaway threes. And what the fuck?
Jokic defensively on the season. Lillard, blow this guy down. Lillard launches. He banks it in.
Name me a more clutch game in the history of the NBA. You can't.
He's got 55 points.
After the third quarter ended, he had 27 points on 5 threes made. Up to that point till overtime, he had 28 points on 7 threes made. He somehow still lost that game because the Nuggets are just a much better team. I just feel bad for Dame at this point. Everyone was going crazy.
Stephen A., where does Lillard's performance rank?
I have no idea. All I can tell you is that it's up there. It's one of the greatest performances I've ever seen in all my life. I'm sad at his supporting cast. I'm sad at his coach. And I'm sad at the market he's playing in. I'd give anything for Damian Lillard to be in a market like New York City. I mean, my God.
And that's why the Denver Nuggets, I mean, it wasn't that difficult. They had the series in 6 games, and now they're moving on to the second round for the first time since, I mean, last year. I don't know why I'm doing this. Damian Lillard, he fought a good fight, but Jokic and the Nuggets move on.
Nobody in the entire NBA was the closest defender on more Jokic shots during the regular season than Ayton.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Jokic going up against a defender that's actually worked him up. This is interesting.
Adam, the floor is yours. Good to see you.
There's only one good reason Adam Silver would do this. There's no other way. I mean, it just has to be. Nikola Jokic
is this year's most valuable player.
What a journey it's been, man. He went from the 41st pick in the second round, being a footnote in the draft history, to now being the first ever to win an MVP in that far out in the draft. He's the latest pick to win an MVP in the history of the NBA.
Joker Shaq here. First thing, thank you. Because of you, the big man is back. You're the first big man to win an MVP in a long time. I thank you and I appreciate you very much. Coming from Serbia as a kid, did you ever say to yourself, I will be an MVP in NBA one day?
No, to be honest, I didn't even think I will be in NBA. You know, my goal in that when I started to play basketball back home, it was playing a EuroLeague because that was kind of the closest league, the closest top league to my country. You know, I can play in some big clubs in Serbia and kind of grind my way up. But when Denver Nuggets drafted me, it was an opportunity for me to become an NBA player, and I think I did a good job of using that opportunity. You know, luck, I can say probably. A lot of people trusted me. A lot of people work for me, so I can get here, and I put some work too. So it's a little bit of everything. You know, it's people trusting me. Working for me, getting me better, and I put a little bit more, a little work. So I think it's just combining everything together.
And that is indeed right. Jokic has become now the first center to win that MVP award since, you already know it, Shaq himself when he won in 2000. And Jokic, he's just making history. And yes, the big men are dominating because Embiid, I think, was second in voting. And yeah, that just says a lot about the game right now.
But are you surprised Jokic just ran away with MVP? Look at those numbers.
Not at all. I mean, I'm surprised this is even a question.
Now, this second round, it was very uncompetitive. The Nuggets, even though they had the MVP player, I mean, a star-studded lineup to watch the Suns just beat them.
Jalen Smith.
And after game 2, Jokic got presented the MVP award at home in Denver, and it was just all smiles. It was beautiful to watch as the first ever Nugget to win an MVP award would get his MVP.
Nikola Jokic holding up his MVP trophy here in Denver.
I still see people say that, oh, Curry should have won the MVP because of that one crazy month he had, or Embiid should have won it even though he got hurt. No, Jokic deserved it, man. Come on.
Double. Oh, what a find! And Gordon reverses it in.
Yeah, there was just no chance that the Nuggets could win the series, and Suns fans were going crazy in Denver. Look at this Suns and 4 guy going crazy. And then you had Booker, you know, wanting to know his information so that he could give him something, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, this was an easy series for the Suns. No Jamal Murray. It would render Jokic having to do much of the scoring. And of course, he did do a lot of the scoring. And it would be very hard to say that Jokic had a horrific playoff series and whatnot. He had 32, 20, and 10. The first player to have those such numbers since Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Okay? But Jokic, things did get testy for him in this game.
Jokic putting it on the deck. Lost it. Phoenix ball.
And look, who can blame him for being so frustrated in a series that just hasn't gone your way, man?
Game 4, which turned out to be the finale.
Jokic is going to have the counting stats, right? He's that good, but obviously Chris Paul was the one dominating the series. Oh, man.
Catches Cameron Payne in the face, wind up, contact to the head.
And of course, Jokic making a play for the ball, but, he was aggressive and ended up hitting Campaign's face.
It is a flagrant penalty 2 on Jokic.
And so his season ends with Jokic now being ejected. Oh, man, that's tough. It's a tough way to lose a series. And of course, Jokic 22-11-4 before getting ejected. My goodness.
The Denver Nuggets. The Suns are going to the conference finals.
And now the Suns have a chance to win a championship. Well, we know what happened, okay? Let's just not talk about it.
I've been saying it. You guys give me such a hard time when I said, man, this guy is the best leader I've seen in the NBA in a long time.
It's not the fact. It's the fact that you repeat it so many.
Well, because you can say it because I don't think he got enough respect for MVP personally. I personally don't.
Okay, fine. You know what? Jokic, he was very sorry about what he did.
It's past, guys. So I thought I wanted to change the rhythm of the game. I wanted to give us some energy, maybe to change the whistle a little bit. So I tried to make a hard foul. Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I didn't hit him? We don't know. So I say sorry if I did, because I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to injure him or hit him in the head on purpose.
And again, people are going to say Jokic just blew this series. He was not good. He's a choker or whatever. Bro, what can he do with the teammates he has? Campazzo, Austin Rivers as your starting guard, Monte Morris, Will Barton. Are you serious right now?
Wanted to ask you, though, just about, you approaching Jokic. Was that a situation, hey, look, I didn't like what I saw right there, and I got to stand up for my guy?
Yeah, that's all I said. Just what are you doing? I mean, I think, it was just an emotional play. I don't think he meant harm by it after, but, just a frustration foul. But, it was tough just defending my teammate. That was it.
You see Keyshawn's face. You know what's coming next. Oh, boy. It's going to be a rough listen. It's going to be a rough listen for sure.
Jokic, gets tossed in this game, in an elimination game. The MVP gets thrown out with a flagrant 2, and we'll call this Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. About under 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, down 8, and he's really frustrated with the officiating. It was Cameron Payne, I believe, right? That he just swings down trying to steal the ball out of frustration, makes contact with his face. They review it. They call it a flagrant 2.
And this is where Keyshawn goes crazy. He goes crazy and says, I'm just not sure how to describe it at this point.
And it should have been a flagrant 2.
No,
they should have threw his ass out.
No.
Man, look.
No.
They should have threw him out, period. Because that, to me, is dirty. I don't give a damn what nobody say. To me, that's dirty. You swiping at it out of frustration. You could have broke that dude's face.
Now you got people that are going to use this against him, even though he wasn't trying to hit him in the face. Like, come on.
Oh, okay, well, He didn't hit you, Jay. Had he hit you in your face, we'll hear what you be saying.
It was a play on the ball,
That was even
Key.
English, what I just did.
It was a play on the ball, Key. He swung for the ball. I mean, was it a hard foul? Yes. But, it's not like he swung at him for the face. He swung. It was a play on the ball. If it's a play on the ball, that's a flagrant 1. It's not a flagrant 2. If he just slapped him in the face and the ball was nowhere around.
Why is it so hard for some people to understand it? It's almost like they have an agenda set against Jokic right off the gates.
When you do stuff like that and you injure my teammate.
He didn't injure him. He played the rest of the game.
Yeah,
he was fine. And
Bro, come on, bro. This is ridiculous. Now, let's get to Michael Porter Jr. He had an interview with JJ Redick, and he said some things about Jokic and how, when he first met him, he had an interesting take about him.
So, Jokic, when I first met him, he was fat. He was skinnier than So, I'm like, wait. And then I remember, the first time I met him, he came to the gym when I first got to Denver. He came and rebounded for me for a little bit. I was like, oh, he's a good guy. But I didn't really know too much about him because I didn't ever watch the Nuggets. And he was good. He wasn't as good as he is now. And then we ended up going to training camp, and I'm watching him play, and he's doing all right. But Mason Plumlee was doing just as good as a Joker. And I'm like, wait, so why does Joker start over Mason Plumlee? And then I remember my teammates just saying, when he wants to, he could score 40 a night. If he didn't just pass and he just wanted to score.
That's the thing with Jokic, man. Appearances-wise, he's deceiving, man. People are going to always think one way about Jokic the first time they see him. But he's a killer, man.
Will fall away from the baseline. Got it!
But he's just not a ruthless scorer. He doesn't have that killer instinct like Larry Bird.
Man, shut the... You know what, man? Let's get back to this because Jokic ended up hurting himself in his game against the Jazz.
Baron Jokic. Down goes. Oh, he hurt his knee. This is the last thing you want to see here.
And of course, yeah, he bumped knees with Rudy Gobert. I'll show you the replay right here. I mean, it's just not. It's tough. It's tough to see. But look, Jokic, he's a resilient guy, man. And I think a lot of people, when they see how he looks, they'll think, oh, he's just a pudgy, soft man. He's not soft. He'll deal with a lot of stuff and still be able to battle it after those injuries, man.
Gordon's got it. Tate inside block.
Is that another defensive stop, another block to win a game? Bro, this dude Jokic is just sneaky on that end, bro. I'm telling you, people underrate his defense a lot. And I think, obviously, you look at highlights, you're thinking, oh, this is not what defense really represents. I get it, bro. I get it. This is not his whole package defensively. But him being able to put up 28, 14, and then getting that game-winning block, I mean, it just shows you he can be pretty good on both sides of the ball. And Jokic, on the offense, we all know he's one of the best to ever do it, man, at this point, man. And it's like, in terms of having a peak season, Jokic is looking to repeat as an MVP. That's how good he's been up to this point in 2021.
5 on 4. And Jokic, oh no!
So something else that happened up to this point in late 2021 is Jokic actually pushing Morris after he got shoved by Morris, and it was very hot button topic to talk about on Twitter, and First Take and all those guys, Shannon Sharp, Undisputed, they all have takes about this. Jokic, of course, it was not a good play to watch. Of course, Jokic could have seriously hurt him, and it looked like for a second there, Morris did get seriously hurt. Fortunately for him, he did get up from this. He didn't need to go through a stretcher. But Jokic, yeah, this was an interesting time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stupid play, I feel bad. I'm not supposed to react that way, but it's in the middle of the game. I get hit. I saw him, but I didn't even I thought it's just gonna be like a take foul, So and he kind of bumped me, and I was like, that was a little bit like I think it was a dirty play. And then I just needed to protect myself. I felt it bad, and I'm not supposed to.
I'm always thankful that Jokic can at least see that he made a mistake and he owns up to it after the fact, right? He doesn't try to injure people intentionally, all that stuff. It's just that whatever you dish out, you receive, right? And Jimmy Butler acting tough here, man. Shut the hell up, man.
So Shannon, I start with you. Do you agree with Spoelstra here?
One cheap shot deserves another. You can't cheap shot me when I cheap shot your back. You talking about, it could have been dangerous. Why would you foul in that situation? Skip, you already know. When you want to give up a foul, all you got to do is just run to the... Keith didn't have to foul the man like that.
Well said, Shannon. And you even have, Marcus Morris, Markeith's brother, going in saying, hey, man, you trying to do some... I know this.
The newly created account tweeted, you should leave this the way it is instead of publicly threatening our brother. Your brother made a dirty play first. You want to make a step further, be sure we'll be watching for you, Jokic brothers.
No, we'll be waiting.
Sorry, waiting.
This is insane. I'm not gonna lie to you. A back and forth with the Jokic brothers having a Twitter account.
Stephen A, has this Jokic situation escalated too far?
No, not for me.
But look, I don't like quoting Perk a lot, but he has a point when he talks about, what enforcers in this league do in their roles.
When I got to high school my freshman year, he told me, I was on varsity, and I remember before the first game, he said, hey, look, you going against this big man tonight. This is what I want you to do. You got to establish your presence. When the ref is not looking, I want you to sneak an elbow. If he elbows you back, then you in the fight. But if he don't do nothing, if he don't do a damn thing, you got him.
And the question begs, what's going to be the punishment for these guys, man?
And should they both be suspended?
One game, yes.
Yes, probably one game.
Now, Shaq and Chuck, they both have a problem with how people are covering this and how people are acting like Jokic was in the wrong in the situation.
Should they both be suspended?
One game, yes.
Yes, probably one game.
I agree. Because of the letter of the law of the NBA. But I like what the Joker.
But if there wasn't a letter of the law, you're okay with what with what Joker did.
Wait, hold on. What did Joker do?
No, I'm just saying.
What did Joker do?
I know Molly mentioned this. I know, bro. It's funny how the Jokic brothers created a Twitter account just for this
Jokic
moment.
brother got their own Twitter.
You should leave this. They started their feed just for this.
It looked scary at first, but now this situation is just funny.
Nikola Jokic has been suspended for 1 game without pay for forcefully pushing Markieff Morris.
And Chuck, he's very, very opposed to the suspension of Jokic.
That's not justice.
You don't think that's justice?
I do not think it's because he gonna lose a game check. It's probably $300,000.
Well, so this situation, obviously, in a vacuum, it's like, oh man, it's unfortunate. But now this stuff has taken a life of its own. More people are talking about it. More people are writing headlines about it. It's a hot topic. Jimmy Butler, he's trying to be a tough guy. Look at what he says here. Nick Wright, man, you already know he's about to say something crazy about this stuff.
So Markieff Morris does, some Markieff Morris stuff to amp it up. But Jokic then takes it to an 11. Jokic running by his standards, I think that's full speed. I think that's about as fast as the Joker can go. And hitting a guy who's not looking is about as dirty as it gets in the NBA.
But it doesn't end there. Nick Wright doesn't just have a problem with the play itself. He has a problem with who is doing it. He has a problem with the fact that it's an MVP player doing this type of stuff.
We saw Patrick Beverley suspended when he shoved Chris Paul after the game just recently this past season. So definitely Jokic will be suspended. And I understand why he was upset, Wilds. He obviously drastically overreacted. But I also got to say this. Jokic has a responsibility that Markieff Morris doesn't have. And in this moment, he doesn't live up to it. He's a league MVP. He's one of the 10 best players in the sport. Can't be doing stuff like this. I'm just curious. Let's just go through other MVPs. Whole career. You seen Giannis do something like this? I haven't. Bron's been playing 19 years. Seen him do something like this? I haven't. KD. Seen him do something like this? I haven't.
But come on, this is just straight up hate at this point, man. Jokic, just look at what happened. Look at what Morris did to him.
Jokic is not supposed to do stuff like this.
Do you think that any other MVP would be hit like that at midcourt? Because I think you got to start there. Do you think if Steph was on a drive and it's a take foul, that Markieff Morris would come and slam into Steph? I don't think he would. Yeah. I think he gave him a little bit of extra because the Joker is a big guy. So he gives him a little bit of something extra, but he's not going to hit Durant like that. He's not going to hit Giannis like that. He's certainly not going to hit LeBron like that. He hit Joker because Joker, I don't think, demands as much respect as those guys. So he gave him a little something extra.
Maybe it's...
So, and...
But all the fluff that people, had to say afterwards, is just, okay, fine, we get it. It's like the performative aspect of it. It's just a joke at this point. The Miami Heat, you saw a photo surfacing.
Before we get into it, I do want to show you guys this photo from Denver Post photojournalist Aaron Ontiveros. This photo of the Miami Heat players in the doorway. It looked like they were waiting for the Nuggets to maybe enter the locker room. They were, it looked like, they were maybe like, okay, who there? Oh. Are we coming in?
This is the fakest photo shoot I've ever seen. The NBA is just trying to get ratings at this point. And you even got Udonis Haslem talking on social media to RJ saying, I disagree with your take, man.
Yes. That you posted a cheeky video on Twitter or on Instagram, and then...
It was TikTok.
Sorry, the TikTok.
Yeah.
Nah, RJ, I disagree. This is the back and forth you're referring to.
Yes, he says he takes fouls on people like that all the time to stop the break. That's true, but there was a little bit of extra. There was a little bit of forearm shiver, and that's the reigning MVP. Most of the time, if you hit a guy like that, your star player, everyone else comes into defense of that player. Jokic went over the top. He did a little bit, then he did a little bit, and then you guys are sitting there in front of the locker room. Now the Jokic brothers are doing. At the end of the day, there was a little bit extra behind the Morris hit. They took the L on the court. They took the L in the fight. Just keep it pushing, and hopefully you can see him in the fight.
But as far as MVP goes, Joker should get way more respect than he is right now.
Joker is getting no love. Okay, everyone's
no love for what?
For MVP. Everyone's just like Steph Curry. This man is having a statistical anomaly.
Yeah, but they're not winning. They're not winning. They're the best record in the league. best players get the rewards.
So now Jokic, of course, being penalized for the fact that his team is not nearly as good because he has no Murray, he has no MPJ. He had a nerve issue as well in his back.
The Nuggets are without Jamal Murray, obviously. They're without Michael Porter Jr., but they got Jokic. And Jokic got 39 points, 11 and 11.
And now Jokic was dominating like he's been for over the last 2 years at this point. 39, 11, 11, man. Just give the dude his respect.
Let's take the time to make sure when human beings talk about the NBA and they start saying who the best player is, make sure his name get mentioned real quick. You can say Steph and then KD.
Giannis comes to mind.
Giannis.
Then we get Jokic in the conversation.
And then I'm going with the Joker right there, right now. Right there, right now, that's his spot.
And because of record, man, people just aren't giving him enough love. And Zach Lowe's just sick of it. He is tired of it like we all have been.
It's beyond stupid that we frame this as a two-man race. Like, Nikola Jokic is averaging 26.5. Stop. 26.5 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, 58% shooting, 66% on twos. Pick whatever advanced stat you want. Pick any advanced stat you want. Stop. Any advanced stat you want.
Yeah, get fired up, Zach.
He leads the NBA in every single one. He's on pace for the highest play. Stop. He's on pace for the highest player efficiency rating ever. The Nuggets with Nikola Jokic on the floor, plus 14 per 100 possessions. With Nikola Jokic on the bench, minus 16. With Nikola Jokic on the floor, the Denver Nuggets are basically the best team ever. Off the floor, the worst team ever. And the only reason he's not in the MVP conversation is because the Nuggets, without everybody, are just 14 and 13.
And now it's like, oh, they're holding the fact that his team isn't nearly as good against him, bro. And it's like, come on, bro. Do you not understand the context?
It's stupid. He belongs in the race, and so does Giannis.
That's how he got the MVP last year.
So what? He got the MVP last year. He can't get it again?
RJ, come on, bro. What is this nonsense, bro? His numbers speak for himself.
To be mean to you right now, this is the problem that I have with people that have votes in the MVP conversation, because we always moving the goalposts, and I don't understand what's the criteria for MVP. Because I come on here and I sit and I talk about Chris Paul, and I talk about his impact on winning. I talk about what he's doing for the Phoenix Suns and how they have one of the best records in the league. And then all of a sudden we come and talk about Jokic numbers. Which
did you hear the numbers?
I heard the numbers, but they are sitting like in the 8th or 9th slot.
Because their team is
don't matter. Winning matters.
It don't matter.
Winning matters. And that's what I was always taught. That's why y'all gave it to Steve Nash back in the day, right?
I was not covering the NBA. I didn't give anything to Steve Nash.
All right, cool.
Oh, brother. The people trying to bring up Steve Nash like that's remotely the same. Like they're both similar in some way. What the hell are you trying to say even? Kendrick, what are you trying to say there with the Steve Nash comparison? Now, look, late December, and now we've got Jokic apparently twerking up on the jump ball. What the hell?
As Zubac and Jokic are ready to jump this up, the first of 4 meetings as Bill Kennedy gets checked.
So now we're in the calendar year of 2022, and Jokic, we got to go back to when he scored 47 on Rudy Gobert, okay? Jamal Murray has an interesting story about that game. You know, that was interesting.
They're trying to, send, half help, or, trying to send a double team, right? And Gobert goes, no, I got him. So Jokic has the ball. He goes, brother, I have 47. I was like, oh, you're a savage, bro.
And I guess this is a time of year where people started sharing their Jokic stories because there's a lot of them. Popeye Jones, an assistant for the Denver Nuggets, said, he's a special guy. He's the type of the guy that if I had a daughter, I'd want my daughter to bring Nikola Jokic home and say, hey, Dad, this is who I'm going to marry. I know she would be in good hands. Yo, can we stop with this?
We're almost 2 months removed, remember, from Nikola Jokic shoving Markieff Morris in the back during an altercation between the big men, and that caused Morris to miss the Heat's last 29 games. And Morris tweeted this yesterday on the length of his absence. He said,
I hate to be that guy, but, karma's a new you know what. Now, look, Michael Malone, he gives a laugh to the reporters, right? That's what that tweet says. He said this, Nikola Jokic is not sexy. His wife might disagree, but if you're a true student of the game, you appreciate him. Mike, why'd you have to mention that? That was not necessary. Now, Jokic, he surprised everyone with his athleticism.
And we saw it right there. Jokic, and he throws it down.
At this point in January of 2022, it was clear that, Jokic was the MVP player.
Now Ariza guarding Jokic, and inside this rebound. Gordon on the shake, and there's another. Jokic in the lane, around the corner, left.
A crazy blowout. And Laker fans will say, it's because we got Westbrook, okay? Look, Jokic, he's just that good, man. Let me tell you his numbers up to this point of the season. 25.9 points per game, 13.9 rebounds, 7.4 assists on 64.6% true shooting. This dude is having an MVP season before our eyes.
We're tied at 127. Jokic doubles. He finds Gordon. Gordon for three. Yeah!
And dishing out assists like these to win games, it's no wonder this dude is in the MVP conversation. I mean, just look at that feed and look at the shot. I mean, Jokic had 49, 14, and 10 in that same game. This dude is a monster, bro.
Devin Booker, I'm sick and tired, including myself, not giving this brother the love that he deserves.
He did a rankings, right, Stephen A. Smith, of the top 5 MVP candidate, according to him, and he has Jokic at number 4. Y'all do not want to see who he has number 1. Yeah, it's that bad, folks. Oh, no.
They run the exact same plays they just ran. Nuggets need to stop.
They say Jokic can't play defense, right? I get it. But he can block shots.
Over to Van Vliet. That's no good. Rebound on the weak side. Blocked by Jokic and fumbled out of bounds.
Even though it took time for him to settle into the NBA and for people to really pay attention to what he brings to the table, he's at the point where now guys like KD are recognizing him. And even KD, he admits, in the past, he overlooked him.
I don't watch him every night, but when I get a chance to see him, it's kind of crazy to watch the shit he's able to do at that size, the way he's able to move, and like he can shoot, he can get you off your step, he sees the whole floor, like he's nuts. He's insane.
I had to grow into it because I didn't like him at all. I didn't like his game at all. Like I just thought he flopped too much early on when he first got into the league, like his first couple years in the league. Like I was like, he was talented, but I'm like, oh, you flopping too much. Like I hated that about his game, and then he just grew up, and just turned into what we see now, and he just controls everything out there.
Jokic making another All-Star appearance, but the headlines weren't so positive.
What does the fourth quarter benching say about your guy Jokic?
Broussard, when am I getting my apology? Now or later?
Nick Wrong here thinks that this proves his point about Nikola Jokic.
And you're going to have to deliver it, but it's going to be on behalf of a lot of people. Because, okay, I have been called I've been called a troglodyte, jingoistic, like I have some bias against Jokic's native land.
Which you do, I'm pretty sure you do, but keep going, keep talking.
I've been called all these things because I've said some very clear and obvious truths about Nikola Jokic. He's a very good player. He also won one of the weakest MVPs we've ever seen.
It's interesting that he has this line of thinking when it comes to Jokic.
I don't want to hear ever again that I have to talk about this guy like he's the best player in the league. Is he a top 10 player? Yes. Do I respect this game? Absolutely. Has he evolved? Sure. But what more evidence do you need? Like, Broussard, am I missing something about why Jokic wasn't out there?
You are.
Monty Williams forget about him? Okay, what am I missing?
It was an all-star game, Nick. It's not that big of a deal. That's what you're missing.
Thank you, Chris. Now, Draymond Green, he talks about Jokic again.
I went at Jokic's defense. I'm like, if they're going to ever be a good team, he's the back line of the defense. He has to be good defensively. And I show 4 clips, him not rotating over as the low man, him not moving. 4 clips. And I was very critical of him. He came up to me that following year and he said, hey, I saw what you said about my defense or something. You were right, or I appreciate it, or something he said like that. And he said, I've gotten better. I said, you've 100% gotten better. I've been watching you this year, and you've 100% gotten better.
Yes, he's referencing that clip in 2020 when he talked about Jokic's defense against the Clippers in that playoff series.
And that was a big moment for me because this TV thing is new, and I want to do it, and I enjoy doing it, but I work with these guys. Like, I go to battle with these guys. These guys can possibly be my teammate one day.
Right.
And I have to understand that. And so
I try to find that balance, and that was a big moment for me because I was extremely critical of his defense. But you're right. Guys get lost in that. They start completely bashing players, and they lose themselves, and I don't like that.
Oh, so that's what the face of new media says? Interesting. I like this. I like this, Draymond. Now, look, we got to talk about this crazy game Jokic had against the Pelicans. He had a 40... No, let me not spoil the game. Y'all should just watch the highlights.
Jokic, 39, 11, and 10. Here he goes again. 41 now for Nikola Jokic. Out to Morris, big three on the way. Yes! 4 to shoot. Jokic puts up a prayer. And it's answered! Oh! Nikola Jokic. Monte Morris. Jokic, 16-footer. That's good!
Oh my gosh, a 47-point triple-double. He became the first player in NBA history to have a 40-point, 10 rebound, 10 assists, free steal, free blocks game since steals and blocks were first tracked in 1974.
Nikola Jokic, reigning MVP for a reason.
Jokic was once again setting the league ablaze with his play. I mean, this was making the MVP race look like a joke. He was clearly running away with the award at the time. I mean, the Denver Nuggets even had a fun laugh at Nick Wright's expense.
Look what Denver Twitter feed. But he didn't close the in the clown emoji.
But a lot of the voters, they had a good sense of what was going on with Jokic. They had a good sense of how much better he'd gotten over the years, how much better he's become as a player.
He's also made significant progress again as a defensive player, as Adam explained.
I think number one, his conditioning. I think it's the most underrated part about his game. He's one of the most conditioned. In fact, Chauncey Billups said this before the Nuggets-Portland game the other day, that he thinks Jokic is a top 5 best conditioned athlete in the NBA. I strongly agree with him. The guy, he doesn't look great, but he just doesn't get tired. He plays
Isn't that wild that we're at that point?
It's so wild.
People pick on Jokic's pick and roll defense so much that they don't even realize how much it has improved over the years.
While eating tacos, I found some stats to explain Jokic's progress on defense. 5 regular seasons ago, Jokic ranked 43rd of the 49 players with over 1,000 pick and rolls defended and points allowed per play. That's according to Second Spectrum. Jokic was in the company of old Dirk Nowitzki, Thon Maker, and Enes Kanter Freedom, and that's not the names you want to be around. But every single season since, he's gotten better and better and better, and now in 2022, he's allowing only 0.93 points per pick and roll as the big man defending the screen. That's the best of his career. And for the 21-22 season, Jokic ranks 6th in points allowed of the 26 bigs to defend over 1,000 pick and rolls. 6th! Jokic has gone from the bottom of the league to the top. Rudy Gobert and Joel Embiid are on their own, but Jokic is not far behind in the class of DeAndre Ayton and Jared Allen. And look at Mo Bamba, 12th best, above average and trending up. I love it.
But they'll keep talking shit about his defense, even though he can play better defense than he used to. But it doesn't matter. Look, Jokic on offense, we all know how great he is. We don't need to have this argument anymore. He is the best post player in the NBA.
9 players have posted up 250 times this season, and the Nuggets have scored 1.11 points per post up by Jokic. That's first by a strong margin, with Embiid second at 1.05. Now, I know Sixers fans will say, how about just strictly as a scorer? But even if you remove the plays when they pass the ball and look only at post ups when they try to score, Jokic still scores with greater efficiency than Embiid.
Now, speaking of Embiid, he's also in the running for MVP.
Harden misses that one.
There it is.
Perfect pass to Barton. And there's the unbelievable passing ability of Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, Denver actually ended up winning this game. Bones Highland was clutch. I mean, it was a fun game to watch. Jokic, though, he's the MVP.
Who is the MVP?
Gosh, Molly, we've talked about this on the show a bunch, and it is definitely fluid. This morning, my MVP is Nikola Jokic.
And obviously, Monica McNutt, I don't know if she's much of a Jokic fan at all. I mean, she might be. I just don't think she's that much of it. And it's interesting, her saying this, it just shows you how much of an MVP he is.
Marcus, show him your versatility. You can hoop. Tell us, who you got?
I'm going Joel. I'm going Joel because I think Joel can get a bucket anytime in a basketball game.
And Jokic can't? Is that what you're telling me right now? Look, I'll hear him out because I want to hear this argument myself.
But I'm telling y'all right now, if I got to take a big man first and I have to start a team and build it around him, it'll be Joel Embiid for me, because I think he's an unstoppable force. Jokic, at times, to me, is a little slow, a little lethargic, and when you get to the offensive end of the floor, Joel Embiid is the guy that you and Stephen A would take. Stop playing, Monica and Essa.
He's slow and lethargic on offense? What are we doing here?
Embiid, as the big man we would prefer, I'm totally with you 100%. I got that. That doesn't have much to do with the discussion right now about who is the league MVP. You're talking about Jokic averaging 26, 13, and 8, shooting 57% from the field, over 35% from three-point range. The brother is 41 and 28. There is no Jamal Murray. There is no Michael Porter Jr. He can't jump onto a curb, okay?
Yep. Mike, even when Stephen A is right, he has to say the stupid shit.
He can't jump from the street to the curb, and no one can stop him. It's unbelievable.
He doesn't understand why Jokic is so great. The thing is, he has to accept that he is. That's what Stephen A is really saying here.
I had Joel Embiid weeks ago. Well, guess what? Matchups matter.
Oh, we're really doing this right now?
Not get the respect that he deserves.
No.
I mean, we're never talking about him.
He's underappreciated and he's disrespected.
Woo! Interesting. Jay Williams is about to cook here.
I see the way we lead with news. You know, the way we start news cycles every day, it matters. So in all these shows, LeBron gets led with. You know why? Because LeBron's saying something. He's doing something business-wise. There's something to talk about LeBron because he's one of the most famous players in the history of all sports. Russell Westbrook, or hey, we'll talk about Joel Embiid. He's wearing a hazmat suit last year going into the bubble. All this other stuff, right? He's always saying something. If it's him getting rid of Ben Simmons, the drama around that. There's no drama with Nikola Jokic. So we don't talk about him at the national stage the way he's deserving of a player of his caliber. And the last thing I'll say, Stephen A, is that I've heard people use this, and I know he was the MVP last year, but people still tried to refute that last year. It was like, well, he's not sexy. I'm like, oh, all the people out there that say he's not sexy, you don't know basketball.
I agree with that.
Because if you watch him on a night in and night out basis, consistency and his passing ability and his IQ, he is this team's entire offense. And all I'm saying is I would like to see Nikola Jokic's name involved in a lot more headline conversations when it comes to when we discuss the NBA, because it feels like it's an afterthought.
Thank you. Stephen A, please don't say some stupid shit.
We know without Jamal Murray, we know without Michael Porter Jr. what Jokic has done. This man is, he can't jump on the curb. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. The brother can't jump on the curb. He can't jump from the street to the curb, okay? And they can't stop him. It's true. He cannot jump onto a curb, okay? He has no hops whatsoever, and you can't stop him. It's like, I'm watching him now, and I'm like this. Oh, my God. They can't, and just a big tub of lard. Just leads on you.
Yes.
Just leads it. And he's maneuvering you. He's doing what he wants. No one can stop him. Bigger, smaller, faster, slower. It doesn't matter. You cannot stop this guy.
Shut the fuck up. Yo, stop saying this. Please. It actually annoys me. Stop.
Jamal Murray healthy, Denver could win it all.
Agreed.
Denver could win it all because we know what Jokic is going to bring.
I'm not even sure if he means that, honestly, at this point. Now, Kevin Durant was asked about who he thinks the MVP is this season.
Watches as closely as you do, watches everybody as closely as you do. Who do you think is going to end up winning the award this year?
If I had to take a guess, I would go between Joel Embiid, DeMar DeRozan, and Ja Morant for me. Those are my top three, and I'll probably go Joel.
What?
I mean, Jokic could throw Jokic in there, but I'll probably go Joel.
What? Anyway, Luka Doncic talks about Jokic's social media usage.
You know, Jokic don't have Instagram or nothing. He's just a different guy. He loves his horses. I tried to convince him to make Instagram, but he said no chance.
I'm pretty sure it's because Instagram doesn't make two people happy. It only makes the user unhappy.
How amazing is it for you to see your teammates have the success they're having? When you have the ball, to see all those guys live and playing their roles to perfection, how is that as a star player?
I mean, to be honest, I think then everybody is buying in, you know, not just offensively, then defensively, everybody's going to play for each other. I love to share the ball. Like, that's how I grow up. That's how I play. Since I know basketball, I love to pass the ball. My coach that coached me back home in Serbia always told me, assist makes 2 people happy, point to just make 1 people happy. So 1 person happy. So.
A post-game presser on TNT with Jokic and Shaq being there, you already know he's about to try to speak his language. Will he succeed this time?
Joker Shaq here, just want to say, Shiana, Igra, Velika, Dusho. You had a great game, Big Honey, in your language, in case you didn't understand what I was saying.
Yeah.
Love you too, brother. Oh my.
Okay, this section of the video is just to say, fuck Montrezl Harrell. He sucks. He here is instigating, trying to be an enforcer after he hurts Juancho. Jokic comes in and tries to instigate as well. Get the hell out of here,
has been deemed with 2 technical fouls for Montrezl and 1 technical foul on Gordon.
I had to do this segment. It was obligatory. Now, let's talk about Julius Erving and who he thinks is the MVP.
Who's your MVP?
I'm hopeful that Embiid wins it, but I think the most deserving guy is Jokic.
This is a Philly guy, and he's saying Jokic.
Is it more important to take away the pass or the looks at the basket?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think anybody's figured that out. He's a great one.
You have the greatest coach, arguably, of all time saying this. I mean, what the fuck?
Of 5 straight. Of 35 and 12 or more boards.
Jokic is just wrecking the league with his elite playmaking and his elite scoring.
Jackson against Jeff Green. Jackson bullying in and lays it up and in.
Well, he got away with that arm up awful high. Joker got hurt. He's bleeding. The official didn't miss it.
Uh-oh. It's time for Jokic to try to get a headband.
Listen to the crowd for Nikola Jokic.
Funny enough, this was the same game where Jokic broke the record, being the first player ever to have a 2,000 point, 1,000
points, 1,000 rebounds, 500 assists
in a single season. You know what I mean. Now, Nick Wright, he's still on his BS.
About 3 years ago, I started on a project. The idea was to do the 50 best players of the last 50 years in the NBA.
So he has a whole load of criterias, right? Trying to exclude a bunch of, Olympic stuff and just talk about NBA purely stuff. And he has omissions, and one of the omissions is Nikola Jokic.
When I talked on social media about that I'm doing this project, people were like, oh my God, can't wait to see where you have Jokic ranked. I was like, well, I don't have him ranked. Nick, it's not unfair. And I'm not saying Jokic is not going to end up being on all of these lists eventually. But if the world stopped today, he flatly does not have the resume of other guys who didn't make the list.
Keep this part in mind because it'll make sense as to why this is stupid later on. Now, Jokic is getting cooked by Draymond on D.
Green on him. Jokic and Green swiped it out of his hands.
Or should I say Jokic is getting clamped by Draymond because that's what's happening, right? He is actually struggling to pass even against Draymond Green.
Have a lot of deflections tonight. And Jokic teed up for the second time, and he's gone. He's had enough.
The Nuggets did not have high odds to win the series, but Nick Wright doesn't care. An ejection he sees.
When I'm right, I am right. If we ever were going to get evidence that the once upon a time prestigious NBA MVP award is now basically a SAG award for basketball, I present to you Game 1 and Game 2 of these NBA playoffs.
He had to take this moment to shit on Nikola Jokic for, I guess, having to struggle against the Warriors.
They've been blown out both games. He's now been ejected in 2 of his last 3 postseason games. Remember the Suns sweep, he got kicked out of that one for the swipe on campaign's face. And Mr. Efficiency, Mr. Advanced Numbers has been worse in every category across the board while Draymond Green's eating his lunch money like he's back in Saginaw.
And you know what? This tweet from Nick Wright is even crazier, saying that Jokic is basically like Nash and saying that they both didn't deserve their 2 MVPs. Saying that, oh, they're such losers, basically. They're not winners. Like, what the hell are we doing?
The guy's 25, 10, and 5 on 47% shooting, and he's one of the greatest players ever. Okay. Well, Draymond Green, who's 5 inches shorter than you, is so much more impactful on winning, it's a joke. So, you know what's also a joke? MVP awards now, evidently.
Yeah, I don't know who had the Denver Nuggets beating the Warriors. The Warriors were the better team, and we knew this from the get-go.
Denver has not scored in their last 5 possessions. Jokic with 37 into Green. Green stole the ball. Hands up. Look at that. He had his eye on the ball the whole time. Beautiful. Green's got a couple steals tonight.
And Kendrick Perkins tweeted about this, talking about the Warriors' offense, but also how the defense was the key to winning this game.
Perk, you tweeted last night before you get to your hair. Yeah, you did before you get to your hair, Zach. Clay, Steph, and Poole get it done on the offensive end, but the defense by the Warriors down the stretch, led by their heart and soul of the team, Draymond. That's what won them this basketball game tonight. By the way, pull out the damn brooms. Carry on.
And so now Perk was going to act like he's an analyst, right? He's going to break down some game film.
Listen, at this point in time, Draymond Green has 5 fouls, okay? He's guarding Jokic, who is the best player on the Denver Nuggets. Look at the position.
Draymond is cooking Jokic on defense. Look at this beautiful specimen.
Draymond doing Draymond Green things. This is what he is, a postseason player. And the thing I love about Draymond is going to let the world know about it.
Somehow, despite the Warriors being favored to win a championship this year, people are still going to put this on Jokic being not good enough in the playoffs.
Side, you'll see Draymond come into the picture, and you see Draymond's left hand.
He has no MPJ and Jamal Murray. He has to play with guys like Monte Morris, Will Barton, Facundo Campazzo, and Austin Rivers. What are we doing here? Jokic getting poked in the eye right here because there's nobody else to rely on. He has to do it all himself.
No team has ever come back from an 0-3 deficit. And Joker trying to rewrite history.
And in this game, Jokic was willing his team to a comeback win against the Warriors in Game 4.
Joker on the block against Green. Great pivot move.
Jokic even called out the next play.
MVP is on the bench because of defense.
Uh-oh, he's not a good defender. Why is he on the bench? Oh, shut up.
Tried to lob it to Wiggins and they give it away.
Never mind the fact that he saw the play the Warriors were going to run anyway, so he did help out on the defensive end in a way.
Jokic on the roll, kicks it out. Barton for 3, the dagger.
Jokic had 37, 8, and 6 on 67% shooting. This dude was amazing in this game, just absolutely torching the Warriors.
Jokic.
I got 5 on it. He got me 1.
I mean, Jokic, 37, 8, and 6.
He got me 1.
And it's ridiculous. Even Jay Williams says it, that we have to talk about Jokic getting benched for the defense.
Now, all these people out here, I got into a whole argument with you, Yates. Yes, you, about, oh, look at the MVP sitting out. They went with a small lineup. Michael Malone put 5 guards out there so they could switch everything. Now, I don't even think that's a debate. If you want to get into a debate about Steve Kerr and the play design at the end for a lob, that's more of a conversation. But don't use that
if
to try to
Embiid was
demise
there,
the debate.
does Embiid get subbed out?
Does Embiid get roasted by Stephen Curry on the island by himself? You're damn right he does.
Like, what are we doing here, man? Keyshawn is... I don't even want to listen to what he's about to say now. Oh, no.
You know how I feel about the Joker, Jokic, whatever you want to call him, bully ball, and that's really it for me. I know he got a jumper here and there, but I don't expect for him to guard no guard at all. But at the same time, you could still defend the rim. And if I'm out and Steph Curry's at the 3-point line, you 8 feet tall. Put your damn hands up.
He did. He's the most.
Yeah, get closer and put your hands up.
I can't argue.
Make him shoot over you.
Even Rudy Gobert gets cooked by Curry in the perimeter.
The thing is that the metrics say he's really good defensively, but eyeball test says
no.
You take Embiid over Jokic
dude
because the
got
defensive edge.
He got gravy boots. He can't move.
Look, neither can Joel Embiid on the perimeter guarding Steph Curry.
This is a headache, man, to listen to, okay? Jokic is not a Giannis, for example. I know that.
What are you talking about?
You know who doesn't?
Who?
Giannis.
No, well, of course.
So maybe that's the difference between Giannis and those two dudes.
Well, Giannis is the best player in basketball.
Oh.
Is he not?
I think so.
Anybody want to debate me on that?
That's not a bad take. Not a bad take. Now, DeMarcus Cousins played for the Denver Nuggets. He was a backup center, and he had some things to say about Jokic.
DeMarcus, do you have a different appreciation, or do you view Nikola differently now after spending these last several months with him than you did before you got here?
I mean, I've always respected him. The only reason he was even on my radar, I mean, just being honest, he's an incredible talent. Probably one of the most, outside of Russ probably one of the most disrespected MVPs in this league. Incredible talent. I mean, his game speaks for itself.
And Draymond even gave Jokic kudos, on the whole series.
Thank you for making me better. It's absolutely incredible to play against a guy like that. Incredible talent. Just told him thank you for making me better. So it's an honor and a pleasure to play against someone so talented and so skilled. And usually when you have guys that talented and that skilled, they're a little soft. He's far from soft. He's an absolutely incredible player.
And Perkins was just hoofing and hollering, talking about how he's glad he voted for Embiid for MVP. Talking about Embiid, you take him off his team in their play-in tournament. No, they wouldn't even make the play-in. You have to vote on value. And then he goes on days later talking about how Jokic, he should not be the MVP according to the eye test. Analytics, I don't give a damn. I'm glad I rolled with the eye test on my vote. Carry the hell on. Man, Kendrick Perkins has to be one of the corniest people I've ever seen in this fucking
Yes,
earth.
I voted for Embiid, but we can't sneeze at Jokic getting the MVP because he was right there.
It's official, folks. Jokic won his second straight MVP. And of course, Embiid, people said that he deserved it. A lot of people, in fact, were saying that he deserved it.
They go around the horn super quick. Right guy to win the award, yes or no?
I think it was the right guy, but Joel Embiid is still in the playoffs. He could be an NBA champion, and that's way more. That's worth more to me than getting an MVP.
Right, man.
Okay, all right, bro. Okay, that's not even what it's about. It's a regular season award, for God's sake. Why even bring that up? That's so irrelevant, bro.
I had Joel Embiid basically probably from early February on. I didn't see anything he did to lose it. He got run down in the home stretch by Nikola Jokic, and give him credit. And I know the metrics point to Jokic. There's no doubt about that. But for me, Joel Embiid carried that entire franchise, and he never really let up to any extent. He didn't get hurt. I just didn't see how it could be taken out of his hands when I thought he had a firm grip on it. So it's subjective, and my pick was Joel Embiid.
It's crazy. All the ESPN analysts voted Embiid. Even Brian Windhorst voted Embiid.
I voted for Embiid, but I knew Jokic was going to win. His statistics, and a lot of voters today pay attention to advanced statistics, were overwhelming in his favor, and that's why he's winning. My vote was for Embiid, and I don't want to change it. I don't want to take it back.
Well, it's funny because everyone I've asked said they voted for Embiid, and yet somehow Woj is reporting that Jokic is going to win.
All the pressure now is on Denver next year with Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. come back, a guy who's won MVP 2 times in a row. You better start winning championships.
That's right.
Looks like the pressure is on for Jokic. He has to win more. He has to win championships now. He became the 50th player to win multiple MVPs. Became the first player in NBA history to have 2K points, 1K rebounds, 500 assists. He also had the highest PER in NBA history that season with 32.85.
The question that is circulating around everybody's minds right now is, even though he finished with career highs in points, rebounds, blocks, steals per game, his versatility being on full display without his running mate Jamal Murray, is should he have won the MVP?
I gotta dispel a nasty narrative first.
Look, he is a worthy winner. I just think there were 3 worthy candidates this year: Joel Embiid, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. And I think because Jokic wins, you can look at the advanced stats. I think it's going to go down in history as, okay, he won because of the advanced stats.
That is not true.
There is no wrong answer. And Jokic, Giannis, Embiid. The one thing that for me, as a kid that grew up watching this game, the fact that we are not going to talk about the MVP and we're here in the second round of the postseason, that to me, I always felt that was going to be the case. This year, you knew for a fact that it was going to be next to impossible for his team to advance.
Sure.
So I just look at that as like the MVP is also a promotion award for this league. And the fact that over the next 36 hours, that'll probably be the last time we talk about the MVP for the rest of the postseason. And that to me is just one of the things why I was like Embiid and Giannis, I had them a little bit in front of Jokic, even though their numbers weren't as great because of their teams.
This is nasty. This is nasty to say, bro.
Had I had a vote, and we all know how I feel about my dear friend Joel Embiid, had I had a vote, I would have voted for Jokic. I think what he did this season was absolutely incredible, and he was the most valuable player in the NBA.
And you already know who Jokic's biggest hater is going to say about this. Okay, Nick Wright. Oh, here we go, baby.
This is now one less thing that I need to worry about or care about. You know, I took my time to do research, study, care about league MVP for 70 years of NBA history. And now it's just a thing. It's like, okay, it's Conn Smythe trophy. Like, yeah, whatever.
Even Chris Broussard voted for Giannis. Okay, he didn't vote for Jokic or Embiid even.
Look, I voted for Jokic last year to be the MVP. I feel good about that vote. This year I had him third on my ballot. I had Giannis number 1, Embiid 2, and then Jokic.
And I somewhat get his argument, but at the same time, it's just not fair to do this with Jokic, man.
I don't think this belittles the MVP award because it's just an odd situation. And it's been that way for a while. Steve Nash has 2. Shaq and Kobe have 1 apiece.
That should not penalize Jokic. That should not be an indictment or a slight at Jokic, okay? That's not fair to him.
What's happened, Nick, is now you've got a lot of voters who are completely into the analytics. And it's just like it's happening on the court, whether it's basketball, baseball, even football. And that is what is the problem is to me, is that because I thought the triple-double numbers were iconic. The analytics guys think the PER and all the other analytics numbers that Jokic had through the roof, they think that's iconic.
And as Nikola Jokic is riding his horses back in Serbia, he gets greeted by a huge surprise. And you could just see it in his eyes. He looks so much at peace.
Ask that you don't give much thought to winning awards like this, but when you look at where you stand now, you're the 13th guy to win it back-to-back. You're the 5th center to win it back-to-back. I mean, you're talking Bill Russell, you're talking Wilt, Kareem, Moses Malone, and you. He didn't win. No, he did not win back-to-back.
This dude is funny, man.
I just want to say that I'm joking.
I know that.
Whatever he wants to do, I'm joking. He's a good player. I just want to make a joke.
Funny. Now, it's interesting looking back at Jokic's journey here.
I mean, it was a whole process of getting me back in basketball.
When you did start taking the game seriously, who were you modeling it after?
I mean, when I came into NBA, let's say like that, of course, Tim Duncan. I think he is a great player. Of course, someone you can look up to. He was the perfect model of perfect idol. Let's say like that. But I was always looking for the something like Dirk, LaMarcus Aldridge, Boris Diaw, those kind of guys that are not flashy. Let's say like that. Oh, dog is dying right there. He's good. He did not die.
He's just so funny when he doesn't want to be. Like, Jokic is one of those guys that just doesn't have to try to be funny.
Congrats to Nikola. He deserved it. He had an amazing season.
Very nice gesture here by Embiid congratulating Jokic, even though he wanted the MVP. But he does say some stuff that leaves you feeling like he's bitter.
I guess every year is all about, whatever you guys decide. Whatever fits the narrative as far as, who's going to win. The only thing I say about these awards is that I don't know how to explain it, but, I go back to, what I saw or what I heard on the podcast. Bill Simmons, it sounded like he had a grudge against somebody saying F Jalen Green. So, if we're going to allow, this type of people to vote, on these awards, that's not fair. Like, what if Jalen Green was, in a position to earn a Supermax?
I get it. Embiid is obviously not going to be happy that he lost out on the MVP, but he does sound pretty bitter.
I'm not mad. No, that's 2 years in a row. I put myself in that position. It didn't happen. At this point, is whatever. Whatever happens. Last year I campaigned about it. This year, I answered questions when I was asked, and I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what else I have to do to win it. At this point, it's whatever.
And once again, JJ Redick has to set the record straight on Jokic winning the MVP. Oh, man.
I don't know how to say this without just inevitably getting blowback on this, but Jokic had the better season. And the win percentage when those two guys played was the difference was so slim. It was 62% win percentage for Jokic when he played, 66 for Joel. Jokic played in 6 more games. Joel only played 68 games. The statistics, whether it's traditional statistics, everybody's like up in arms about the advanced stats. I'm like, dude, the guy averaged a shade under 28 points, over 13 rebounds, and 8 assists in less minutes than Joel. Like, I don't know why we're so up in arms that Jokic won.
I'm not going to lie, man. Giannis deserved this MVP over Joel, if anything, okay? Jokic, I think he got the vote, and he deserved it, right? Look, he's the MVP at the end of the day.
When it comes to center, right now, I mean, how can one knock that he's not top 15, right, center-wise, like top 15 ever to play the game?
I put him top 6.
All time?
All time.
You have no argument whatsoever from me.
He's the 5th center to ever win multiple MVPs. The first center to win MVP since Shaq, okay?
He's the only player since they started keeping each of the stats to lead his team in points, rebounds, assists. Take a deep breath. Blocks, steals, and field goal percentage. In the same season. That's why he got my MVP vote.
That alone should let you know the territory that Jokic is in, okay? He's definitely a top 10 center of all time at this point.
Number 20, Luka Doncic.
Now, let me say this. We are recording this before the Western Conference Finals begin.
Doesn't have Jokic in the top 50, yet puts Luka, who's played less years in the NBA, in the top 20. This is ridiculous. Now a player named Nikola Jokic is incoming in the NBA.
You talked in your piece about meeting Nikola Jokic one day. You're closer to that. He's probably going to be trying to score on you.
And Jokic, he's just inspired a generation of Serbs, a generation of players to follow his footsteps as he gets paid now the highest contract ever.
Has signed a new 5-year, $264 million deal with the Nuggets. That becomes the richest deal in NBA history.
Deservedly so. Jokic has done something that not many players have done, especially not at his position. Okay, winning multiple MVPs, also having the highest PER in NBA history. Okay, beating Wilt's record-setting PER in 1962. The season he should have won MVP, but let's not talk about that. It's just Jokic dancing. It's beautiful. He's just enjoying his life right now. The summer is booming. And, of course, there was a trade done to get Caldwell Pope on the team. Hey, man, the Nuggets have bolstered themselves with an interesting and capable free and D guy in Caldwell Pope. I'm actually intrigued to see this Nuggets team next season.
You don't like Jokic, do you?
I'm not a Jokic guy. Not.
What is it about him that you
I
don't
like the attitude. I thought he almost murdered a Morris twin.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I don't like how he got kicked out as the MVP of a deciding playoff game, an elimination playoff game for his team. He was ejected in the 3rd quarter. What behavior is that? It's absurd. And then he goes off and is off making some horse pull him around Serbia. There's footage of him riding in a cart.
None of this really has anything to do with his basketball skill, though. But you will acknowledge how great he is.
He's incredible.
Okay,
he's incredible. But here's my issue. No, genuinely, here's my nerdy basketball issue with him. The same way that my friends would attack me for Carmelo and that how his game is so, unique as a scorer that he can't do anything. Jokic is that way. He's so special and unique a player. You have to run your offense through him, just like you had to do with Melo. And it can only take you so far, just like Melo could. Melo didn't have that next level of greatness to his game, and I'm the first to admit that, and the same is with Jokic. You cannot have a guy who's a defensive liability and someone who can't, close out playoff games by being in the games. He's getting ejected in games. It's ridiculous.
That's one game he got ejected.
Yeah,
you must hate Draymond.
He was not the MVP of the league.
Well, but that's the same.
Oh boy, another Jokic hater. Now, if I told you guys what his name was, you'd probably forget it just like I did. Let's talk about now the Tommy Beer tweet. Talking about the last 43 years, there's only been 41 times where it featured at least one of these 9 players in the finals. Okay, one of the stories you need an all-time great to win the NBA, and Jokic apparently is not one of them.
I think Jokic is terrific. I think he's had an incredible run. Do I think he's one of those guys on the list, or I think he's one of the all-time greats? No, I don't. And I can stand by that. And it's okay. I'm okay with that. He still has a lot more of his legacy to write, of course. I just don't think it's enough for him to be the best player on a championship team.
Okay, so who is in this current NBA qualified to be in that list of players.
You have to have an all-time great player. Kawhi Leonard, 2-time Finals MVP. Yes, he's been hurt. He's an all-time great player. And I think Jokic is just a notch below.
What? Are you Kawhi Leonard? Oh, all right. You know what? Let's just not talk about this one right now.
Do they even come out of the West if somehow Dame and Joker played on the same team?
Ooh, I would like a combo guard who's better than Jamal Murray. I know Jamal Murray's really good, but let's give me like.
We also haven't seen Jamal Murray play in 2 years.
Availability, it's a thing. And are you expecting him to come back better off the injury? I hope he does. I'm sure he's gonna have a great career, but he has never been an all-star. There's a notch below. There's levels to this, like we're talking about. Damian Lillard is an upgrade from Jamal Murray, right?
Oh, so now we're just gonna shit on Jamal Murray because he got hurt? Like, what is this nonsense, bro? Come on.
If you go through the NBA on the Heat, who would you rather have than Jokic? Would you rather have Jimmy Butler on your team, or would you rather have Jokic?
Than Jokic?
I'd rather have Jimmy Butler on my team.
I'd rather have a Joker, to be honest with you.
Then you want your boy Tatum or you want Jokic?
Oh man, good one.
You want Giannis? Or you want Jokic?
I want Giannis over everyone.
You want Embiid or you want Jokic?
Ooh.
In Brooklyn, you want KD or you want Jokic?
Kevin Durant.
So far in the East, I've named like 6-7 guys.
And I'm taking all the East guys, even though Joker's MVP. I think
Well,
I'd rather have Luka or Joker.
I'd rather have Luka. Much rather have Luka.
Paul George?
At this stage in his career, maybe 2 years ago, I'd rather have Paul George. I don't know. I think Paul George, I love Paul George, but I think I'd rather have Jokic.
Devin Booker?
I think I'd rather have Devin Booker.
So the MVP is what, the 15th best player you'd want on your team? It's kind of weird.
It's very weird. That's what I'm saying. That's what's weird about it, guys.
If you're stupid enough to think that you would want 15 players over Jokic, you're dumb. You're drunk. You're delusional. You're stupid. 15 players are not better than Nikola Jokic. Come on.
I mean, injuries have defined the NBA postseason historically. There have always been moments throughout time where key injuries have caused the doors of fate to open in a different direction, if you will.
Absolutely.
So
not just NBA, but
and it's been unfortunate for Jokic the last 2 seasons to have guys down at key times in the year. All right. Does that mean he I don't know what do you want to say? Like he has guys injured?
Yeah.
Everyone has guys injured. And I honestly, Michael Porter Jr. is a solid player, but Giannis didn't have Chris Middleton, a made guy in the league. Michael Porter Jr. is not a made guy on any level in the league. I understand why Denver fans love their Jokic. He's their guy. But I'm telling you, it's fool's gold. I'm telling you it's not going to work out. We'll see.
I'm glad to know this guy won't use the injury excuse if Jokic were to win a championship. Now, let's talk about Larry Nance Jr. Okay, he talked about this on the Road Tripping podcast, how he played against Jokic one night, and he saw Jokic do something he hasn't seen before.
If you feel like watching something that was... I've been on the court with James Harden when he dropped 55 and had no free. Seen trash. It, done it, right? I've seen it. Jamal Murray, I've seen it. 50 ball. Missed like 4 shots. The most
a lot of teams where people give you 50.
I've been on bad teams, yeah. What do you want? The most impressive performance was this year. We played in Denver, and we're up maybe 20 and a half. And Jokic was, kind of showed up. Came out the second half, and I think I believe he had 33 and 12. It was the most impressive performance I'd ever seen on an NBA court, period.
March 6th.
March 6th?
It was overtime game?
Overtime game.
46, 12, and 11.
46, 12, and 11. It was the most unbelievable performance I've ever seen. And I've never seen it. I was on the court when Bron dropped his 50-point triple-double against the Warriors. This Jokic performance I was the first one I looked at and was like, yeah.
Okay, so he did see a 50-point game before. I mean, he said it harder than LeBron. But look, he hadn't seen the way Jokic dominated before.
Post, hook shots, fadeaways.
No dunks.
He hit 2 transition threes, free throws, whatever. Transition and 1 layups. It was the most complete performance.
And now we got people talking about whether or not AD is top 5.
Is AD a top 5 player when healthy?
Now, the thing that I was interested in this clip is who they had as their top 5 players in the NBA.
Yeah, who's your top 5?
All right, so Steph, KD, LeBron,
Giannis,
Kawhi.
Okay.
Joel.
Is it? Yeah.
Isn't there somebody else missing? Now, Jay Williams also had a list.
My top 5, I have Steph, KD, Joel, Giannis, and LeBron. I have Joel Embiid top 5.
Okay.
Don't they know who won the last 2 MVPs? I mean, shouldn't a guy that's the reigning 2-time MVP be a top 5 player at the very least? But no, they were more concerned about LeBron.
LeBron James landed at number 6 on the list. Kevin Durant is at number 8. Stephen A, do you have any issues with those two and those spots?
To the yes. There is no way in hell I don't have LeBron James and Kevin Durant out of my top 5. Ain't no way in hell 5 players in the world are better than LeBron James and Kevin Durant. 30 are not than LeBron James. Kevin Durant in his sleep averaged 29.
Well, I'm glad Stephen A didn't do the ESPN NBA rank list because this is ridiculous.
Steph Curry, Luka,
okay,
the Joker,
okay,
Giannis,
okay,
Joel Embiid.
Okay.
They haven't been listed yet.
I don't give a damn. It ain't 5 players in the NBA better or more or have more quality than LeBron James and Kevin Durant. That is impossible.
Where would you put them?
Who?
KD and LeBron.
I got LeBron. I got KD number 1. I got KD number 1. He's the best player in the world when healthy. He's the best player in the world.
KD number 1? Okay, he must think Anthony Davis like number 3 when healthy. Because this dude is ridiculous, setting up hypotheticals.
Number 5, Mr. Stephen Curry.
Oh, wow.
I kind of thought this was a little bit low for Steph.
Finals MVP, like, what is going on?
Well, Embiid.
Big fella.
Okay. Luka. Okay, that's interesting.
Interesting having Luka at number 3.
All right, that leaves 2 names to go. So number 2 is, it is the back-to-back MVP Nikola Jokic. Denver fans, see this, hear this, feel this. I know you all feel slighted that the Joker isn't usually ranked higher. He is number 2 on this, which means there's only 1 name that we have not said yet.
Hey, man, fair enough. At least you said it, man. A lot of people don't rank Jokic that high.
The best player in the NBA, it is the one and only Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I'd say that's fair, right?
Does he deserve the number 1 spot on this list? Kendrick, I need you to weigh in here. Does he?
Absolutely, and he's been deserving of the number 1 spot. In my opinion, Giannis Antetokounmpo has been the best player in the league for the last 3 years.
And considering what he's done the last 3 years, yeah, I mean, you have to give it to a guy like Giannis, man.
Yes, I think there was a point where like people were saying the last few years he's the most dominant player in the NBA. Nah, fam. Best player in the NBA.
Giannis is number 1. Perk's right. It's over. The debate is over.
But then Zach Lowe says something that I never expected to hear.
After that, you can go 2. You depending on my mood, what I had for dinner, if I got enough sleep, if I'm hungover, you could put anyone.
You almost made me spit
You could
out
put
my
anyone at
coffee.
number 2. You could put LeBron at number 2, and I'd be like, okay, I can't argue with that. Luka, Kevin Durant is 8th. You could put Kevin Durant was like neck and neck with Giannis a year ago.
What about the reigning MVP? The 2-time MVP rating 2-time? What are we doing here? Like, Zach, what the fuck? Weren't you championing him?
You asked about Luka at 3. I think that feels right because in the playoffs, that sort of point forward 6'6", 6'7", 6'8" ball handler is just, it's easier to run your offense through that guy than it is through a Jokic, as great as he is as a passer, or through an Embiid. I think there is something to that, but he's just a Giannis. There's no position for him.
And before the season begins, Jokic talking about his goals, what he wants to do for the city of Denver. Interesting stuff.
It's really nice to be here and to like I said, I wanted to be the Tim Duncan of Denver Nuggets, but I need to win a couple championship to be him. But I like the city, I like the organization, I like the people, so I really enjoy here. So I don't wanna change anything.
Every year we see this. Jokic gets overlooked before the season begins until he doesn't. And what do you know? This happens yet again.
He became just the 4th player in NBA history with a 40, 10, and 5 game on 85% shooting.
It's almost like Jokic has to prove himself every year, whereas guys like Giannis and KD don't. It's ridiculous, and it's obviously just one of those things that he has to deal with for the rest of his life, it seems, for the rest of his career. Jokic had a crazy game against Charlotte, a 40, 20, 10 triple-double.
We didn't play any defense in the fourth quarter. That's not something that we do. I think we played good defense.
Yes, you heard that right, folks. A 40, 27, 10 triple-double. Jokic is just insane.
A humongous triple-double for you tonight. 40 points, 27 rebounds, and 10 assists.
And Jokic was just getting these triple-doubles like clockwork at this point. It was 81 now, and now it's 82.
This makes 82 triple-doubles in your career, most ever by a center in NBA history.
Now he had passed Wilt for most triple-doubles by a center. Jokic was making history yet again, and it was like, how far could this Nuggets team go with him now and Murray healthy and MPJ?
I always say assist makes two people happy. Points just one.
By now, people should know that Jokic is just ruthless. He can score at any point, but he decides not to because it's a team sport.
Thank you, brother. Spasiba.
It's Russian.
Oh, it's Russian. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you could tell Jokic, he was starting to carry himself more dignified, more serious, and he started making statements now.
We saw you coming in tonight. You were fly tonight, brother. Wait, you look good tonight walking in there. You must got big plans after the game tonight.
No, to be honest, I started doing this season. I think it's one way to represent yourself. And I just don't like how the guys are dressing up for the games. I think wearing suit is it means business and means that I'm here to do my job, you know. So I think that's what to represent.
Wow, that's awesome.
Dressing for success, I like it. Now, Shanae here is going to read out some stats that are going to blow your mind.
He averages 9 assists a game, and I crunched the numbers with one of our producers, Schwartz, and he generates, Schwartz, okay, both of us crunched them, okay, producer Greg, but if you think about it, 6th most points off of assists. He gets 21 points for his team based off of his passing. You couple that with 24 points he provides, he's almost at 50 points.
It does bear mentioning that he produces a lot of points, not just for scoring. It's really insane.
I want to do something that's very similar to what we would say, like, you are the defending champion until you don't make the postseason, until someone knocks you off. He is the defending MVP. And in my book, he is the MVP until someone shows me that they're having a better season. There's not a person having currently a better season than Nikola Jokic. There's people in the conversation. But to me, you got to knock out the champ.
And at this stage, the Nuggets were a very high-powered offense. Defensively, they were not so good. They were still a first seed in the West, but they had to clean up their defense, of course. And that's, I think, part of the problem with this Nuggets team at the point.
I think against the best guards in the entire league, Steph Curry, Dame Lillard, whoever you run, Doncic, whoever you run into in the playoffs, they're going to have to mix it up like that with Jokic, because if you do any one thing, he's kind of not jumpy or athletic enough to stop a guy running at him, and I like.
And of course, that's something that the Denver Nuggets have to work on. Of course, and Jokic himself, has to be better on that. But Jokic has been sensational on offense, to say the least.
Look at the dime. I'm telling you, there is no conversation.
What?
The only conversation is he the best passer in the game?
Kendrick Perkins, I'm surprised to even say this, tweeted out about how Jokic is the most skilled center that ever touched the basketball. More skilled than Hakeem. That's crazy to think about. Now, Kendrick Perkins has his reasonings. He has his arguments. Let's hear him out, shall we?
The most impressive part about it all, let me start here, is that he's representing for whack bodies all around the world and changing the narrative in basketball that you don't have to have a 40-inch vertical. You don't have to be chiseled up with veins popping out of your arms and necks to be able to play the game of basketball at an extremely high level.
What kind of, I guess, I suppose it's a compliment. I'm not sure what to think.
We're all guilty of this, that every single season we want to anoint somebody with a new MVP. We want somebody to dethrone the last year MVP. But right now, Nikola Jokic is telling us that it's him, it's his, and it's for somebody else to come and take.
The Western Conference at this point just seems like a wide open landscape right now. Anyone can win it. And Jamal Murray seems to think that he can win it.
Who do you look at around the league as you're studying and say, we're going to have to run through them?
Celtics.
No one in the West?
Nah, I'm fine in the West.
Speaking of which, I need to make an update video on Jamal Murray soon. Now, let's get to this Christmas game, Suns Nuggets. Woo-wee! It's going to be a fun night as the Suns are wearing blue. It's interesting. The Nuggets are not.
Looking to free up Jokic. He's got it. Back to Murray. Murray off the bounce. All the way to the rim for the jam.
I know it's a close game, but I'm sorry, but the blue, I just can't get over it. It's ugly as hell, bro. It doesn't match their team colors. Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Gordon! Oh, my goodness!
Okay. I should have paid more attention to this game. This was interesting. Actually, with the overtime, the Nuggets won. Jokic had 41 points in this game. Yo, I really should have paid attention. I did not know. He had a 41-point triple-double. The most points in a triple-double on Christmas in the history of the NBA. What?
You guys are now in first place, sole possession of first place with this win.
In a wide open West, this is exactly what you want to see out of the Nuggets. A team taking full advantage of this landscape and being the best in it.
You guys sit atop the Western Conference. You've won 11 in a row here at Ball Arena.
And we all know a huge part of the reason they kept winning games is because of Jokic. Okay, let's not hide under the bush. Jokic with his triple doubles. Jokic with his playmaking. Jokic with his scoring. He doesn't have to score that much to even impact the game. 14, 11, and 16. 16 assists, triple-double. I mean, this guy has been insane. The first player to have a 10, 15 triple-double and shoot 100% from the field. Okay? Not just that, he also made history with this triple-double.
It's called the perfect triple-double because he didn't miss a shot. 5 for 5. Our friend Adam Morris with a great stat. It's only happened 12 times in NBA history, the perfect triple-double. Joker's got 2 of them.
Technically, it's not 12, it's 13 because TJ McConnell also did it, but not with assists, with steals. Let's talk about this Jokic, okay? He was the first player to do it with over 15 assists. This dude is just a monster. He's insane. He's prolific, and Jokic, man, at this point, he deserves the flowers that he's getting. Okay, he is putting up insane numbers. He's averaging a triple-double up to this point. It's ridiculous. On insane shooting splits. I'm telling you, the shooting splits are mind-boggling. And he's also now just played the same amount of games in Denver as Carmelo Anthony did.
I am curious, though, Mr. Lowe, how realistic is it for Jokic to become just the 4th player ever to three-peat as MVP?
25 points, 10.8 rebounds, 9.7 assists. That's 0.3 assists from a triple-double. And when Russ averaged a triple-double, everyone jumped over backwards to give him the MVP. Denver is plus 12 per 100 possessions with Jokic on the floor and minus 12 with Jokic on the bench.
What stands out with Jokic when it comes to triple doubles is that he does it and he impacts winning. They're undefeated when he does it.
He's probably the MVP favorite right now, neck and neck with Luka.
But now that people see that he might win his first straight MVP, they're feeling like they gotta backpedal a little. They gotta pump the brakes on this a little.
My biggest issue now is that he's about to. He should be the leading guy for MVP because his team is great and his numbers are outstanding. It just feels strange that we were giving it to him when he got the 6th seed, when he was the 5th seed. He made it out of the first round one time. And so this, to me, is really his true MVP season. The other twos, there's always, you just look at them differently than what you would look at this MVP candidacy that he is on right now.
Okay, but tell me, who's having a better season? Who's the 6th seed that's having a better season than Jokic right now?
In the last 12 games, you guys have had the 3rd best defensive rating in the league. How much of an emphasis has been on that side?
It is. I mean, I think we all know the defense. If you wanna win a championship, you gotta play defense, and we are going in the right trend. Hopefully, we're gonna continue to play like this. You know, offense can come and go, but defense needs to be there every night.
Denver's defense improving with Jokic as the anchor? Don't tell the haters. Now, let's get to Orlando, Denver. This game was a tie game.
Jamal Murray to Jokic. Jokic backs up for the win. Yeah!
Makes history with his scoring, but he also makes history with his passing right here.
So again, 3,680 assists. And oh, by the way, he's a 7-footer.
I don't know how you can't have this dude as your MVP, but some do at this point.
I mean, everyone's talking about Jokic, but I'm going to go Jason Tatum. You know, 2-time MVP Jokic. Time to switch it up. My man, JT, got to get to him. Got to come on now.
Time to switch it up is actually a crazy thing to say. Now, to Tristan Thompson, let's hear his argument. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, it's the MVP. It's not a team. It's not a team award. It's the most valuable player. Yeah. JT is that.
It's about getting wins.
So you're telling me right now, no MVPs have ever lost 3 games in a row?
No, I'm just saying.
Boy, I sure hope Jokic doesn't lose 3 in a row. Now, look, let's talk about this head-to-head with Jokic and Embiid. Oh, it's fun. It's going to be a fun one.
How personally does Joel Embiid take these matchups?
Okay. So weeks ago, he was asking, do you think Jokic is going to play when they go to Philly? Like, he's already been thinking about this for a long time. The Super Bowl for the NFL is in a couple weeks. For Joel, this Saturday.
Personal Super Bowl.
Is right up there.
It's so cute how much he cares about this stuff. Jokic, meanwhile, just plays basketball and just does whatever, man.
Who's the best big man in the NBA? Is it Jokic or Embiid? Jalen?
I wanted to say Embiid,
But I can't ignore the fact that the Nuggets are the #1 seed in the West currently, and they have the back-to-back reigning MVP on their team. So the answer to this, for me, is the Joker.
Reasonable take. Okay, Stephen A. Smith. Oh, boy. He's going to say some nonsense, isn't he? Kendrick Perkins is on the studio? Yeah, we're doomed. We are doomed.
How about our big man?
It's hard for me to go against Jokic. You know, I came up with a word to describe him called the joke, jack of all trades. But as a big man who actually plays defense, I got to go with Joel Embiid because it's two sides of the basketball. I'm picking Joel.
First day of the year in studio, and already you're contaminated by brilliance because you completely agree with me. Here's the bottom line.
Embiid plays good defense, therefore he's better. Okay, interesting argument. I like to hear this.
When I think about, listen, I'm not looking, Jalen, I'm not looking at Jokic statistics. I know the statistics are there, and I know what he does to affect the game offensively. He's just a brilliant offensive player. Can't jump onto a curb and nobody can stop him. I still can't understand it. I just can't.
It always feels like Stephen A. has to say that because it's like he doesn't want to say that Jokic is the MVP. He doesn't want to say all that.
That athleticism combined with his defensive prowess, because we already know what Joel Embiid brings to the table offensively, that's the kind of stuff you need come playoff time in a best-of-7 series. When I look at Jokic, he's always going to get his numbers. He's always going to be effective. He's always going to look like a star statistically. But in terms of his impact on the defensive side of the ball and that athleticism, when it comes into play, when you need it against the Anthony Davises in the past, like the bubble and stuff like that, I believe that's going to come up short, where somebody like Embiid ain't coming up short to anybody.
It's funny you say this and then talk about how the Nuggets have the better chance of winning a championship. You and Perk said this. It's funny. I just don't understand it. I guess you think the team is better. Yeah, okay, interesting take. I'm not going to lie. But the game's about to begin. Let's watch this, baby.
This game. Here's a lob. Murray catching and finishing. Past the second round. Last time they were in a conference finals back in 2001. They went to the NBA finals and lost to the Lakers that year. Murray with another Denver 3-10.
I suppose that's why they picked Denver to win a championship over Philly, because they're the better team. I mean, just look at this chemistry that they got.
Oh, what a pass. And then Jokic with an even better.
And you see here Jokic being guarded by Embiid in the first half. So what Doc Rivers decided to do in the second half is put Tucker on him instead. Let Embiid roam in the paint. And you see here, nice contest. Wow.
And they're only one game on the loss side behind Boston.
Oh, Embiid goes right around Jokic and then smashes the rim.
Shot here.
Embiid going at Jeff Green and count the bucket. Embiid.
Oh, yeah, clear out.
It's the short pull-up. Baskets between these two teams. Embiid
nice.
Falling away.
Nice.
Embiid was not putting up a show, and Jokic and Murray would not.
Trap. Embiid stops. Pop in the second half. Embiid for 3. Embiid, shot clock down to 5. Wants to take Jokic. Step back 3.
And now Embiid showing up against Jokic. I guess he won his personal Super Bowl. Oh my!
After not being named an All-Star starter this week, easily outdueling his counterpart Nikola Jokic. Stephen A., what statement did Joel Embiid make this afternoon?
That he's a starter and that he's a potential league MVP.
Yeah, Twitter was going crazy because of this matchup. They're saying Embiid is a clear MVP. Jokic is not better than Embiid. Get out of here. And I get it, man. Embiid's just playing great. But Jokic is having a better season thus far. It's like, what are we doing? Just looking at the things that he's been doing on the court too. Like, wow.
Look at the handle. My goodness.
And it's one of those things you're like, how does a big man do that? Like, dribble the way he does. The nice touch around the rim. I mean, this dude plays like he's a ballerina. It's really insane.
Does it make the Suns the best team in the West right now? Right now as we speak?
Oh boy, the Suns just made a blockbuster trade to acquire Kevin Durant. The guy that people said was better than Jokic, was better than any player in the league. I don't know where they came from, but they said that. And now Kevin Durant and the Suns are now the favorites in the West?
On paper, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on paper, yes. They're the most talented team. They should be projected to win the Western Conference.
They have two guys scoring over 50 points a game combined. I mean, that's just amazing output right there. And, of course, now they're second in odds to win a championship after the Celtics. And the Nuggets are number 4. And the Suns now, they look like a very good team in the West.
The odds are slim he will ever be as good as Kevin Durant is today. Today. Through the injuries, through everything, his age, everything. KD right now is probably better than your favorite player, even if he's a young ascending player, will ever be.
And on the other side of the Western Conference, the Mavericks acquire Kyrie Irving in another blockbuster trade. Yeah, the Nets were selling their players because, it wasn't working out.
Now, when you guard Dallas in the fourth quarter, Dallas is going to be a problem, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. They lead the league in ISOs. You're not going to be able to double Luka Doncic.
The West just got way more exciting with Kyrie and Luka, Devin Booker and KD. Ooh-wee! It's going to be a fun conference to watch in the playoffs. And, of course, the Suns with Kevin Durant, they're looking like a number one seed already. They're looking like they're going to be a championship team right off the gates. The Dallas, though, they have bad defense. But with the Suns, you could already see they can win it all, man.
Who are the two that'll be left standing in the West, the two best teams?
I agree with Legs, and I'm going to go with Denver, and I'm going to name some different reasons. Jamal Murray has looked good and healthy, and that's been a welcome sight for the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, so Denver's still favored according to Jalen Rose. I like this.
And also, as he mentioned, the Phoenix Suns. DeAndre Ayton has been playing really well as a big guy, not only scoring the ball, but being very effective, being very efficient. And so those two guys for me, and also Denver having home court advantage, playing in that altitude. But again, the firepower of Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, that's just going to be something game-changing. One of those guys is going to have 35 points every night.
And it seemed like Jalen Rose now was convincing himself more and more that the Kevin Durant-Devin Booker duo in Phoenix was going to win it all. He was basically, at this point, saying the Suns were going to win it all.
One of those guys is going to have 35 points every night. And Jalen didn't just say the Nuggets win in the West. Jalen feel like the Suns win in the West. So make sure y'all change that graphic. Jalen got S-U-N-S win in the West.
Now, I know some of you have already watched my previous videos on Kyrie, right? I made a whole video. It was so long. I'm not sure if I'll ever make a video longer than this one. Now, this Kyrie thing, right? I've talked about it in depth. You can watch that video. I also talked about the Western Conference. Okay, let's just move on, okay?
Here are some of the favorites to win MVP. This is according to Caesars Sportsbook. Jokic, Embiid, Giannis, Luka, and Tatum.
And you can't even use the winning argument to back Embiid up. I mean, look at this. The Sixers have been good without Embiid. Fairly good, actually. And, of course, Tim Bontemps, he does a straw poll every year.
What do we need to know about the results here?
What we need to know is that Nikola Jokic is almost certainly going to win MVP as long as he stays healthy.
Wow.
When you look at the way this played out, with him getting 77 out of 100 first-place votes, having over 900 total points in the poll, as you see here on the screen, he's a very heavy favorite to win.
This is a landslide. Giannis is even ahead of Embiid. This is insane. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was going to be much closer than this. RJ here is trying to pump the brakes here.
And now we're like, Jokic has a healthy squad. He's averaging a triple-double. Sure. It's his MVP. And it's like, wait, Giannis has had to do so much without all of his guys healthy. His numbers are great. And you're like, well, wait a second. He doesn't even have a chance at the MVP because now Jokic has a healthy squad and he's doing what he should do as a great player.
And I see where he's coming from. The criteria do change up from time to time, but Jokic is having a very good season, man. And Kendrick Perkins, please don't say some stupid shit.
You know what's crazy to me is that we just started off this segment talking about Joel Embiid leading the league in scoring for the second year in a row.
Correct.
And, I can't just hand the MVP award to Jokic.
The big fella's going to be happy to hear you give this speech.
To me, it's going to come down to who has the better record out of Philly and Denver.
Wait, what? Wait. So we are using the winning argument here? Oh.
I don't want to downplay the triple doubles, right? Because I never had one in my career. All right? I never had one. I barely had double doubles. But I'm okay with that. Here's the thing.
Yeah, he's about to downplay it so hard. Oh no.
I'm starting to watch the Denver Nugget game, and I'm starting to watch those assists starting to get searched out a little bit. It's all of a sudden he gets to the 8 or 9, and then all of a sudden he's passing up wide open looks, and all of a sudden it's like cut, or he's swinging the ball, and it's like catch and shoot no matter what. And I'm watching, and we had a lot of energy when Russell Westbrook was doing it. They had a lot of clips circulating saying, oh, he's stat padding. You watch Steven Adams box out, watch Russell Westbrook go get these rebounds. So I don't want to downplay the triple doubles, but I'm starting to see that in the Denver Nuggets right now because they're trying to help Jokic average that triple double.
Wait, is Kendrick Perkins insinuating that Jokic is a stat padder? Oh, wow. I like this. Okay. Let's talk about the All-Star game because LeBron and Giannis, both team captains, are doing the draft live. So we actually get to see them draft in person during the event. It's fun. Right before the All-Star game, too. That's beautiful. And there's now 3 guys left on the board: Donovan Mitchell, Lauri Markkanen, and Nikola Jokic. Who gets picked last? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves.
I'm going with Mr. 71, Donovan Mitchell.
Now, Jokic and Markkanen, the last 2. Oh boy. I mean, this is going to be interesting. Who's going to be picked last? No way the MVP gets picked last.
There were just 2 starters left up here. LeBron.
I was watching this thinking Jokic was so embarrassed that he went up to LeBron so that he wouldn't be picked last. I was laughing my ass off when this happened. But apparently Jokic thought he was already last, so he went up anyway. He's like, at this point, whatever. But hey, the All-Star game is on now, and let's see.
Traded from Sacramento for Sabonis.
And I know, Reg, you said that you got a picture.
Friendly fire. Brown for 3. Oh. 1-on-1. There you go.
This was the most overglorified pickup game I've ever seen. You got 8 players staring at 2 guys playing 1-on-1 the whole time. You got 4 players not even on the screen at the half court. This is ridiculous. What kind of all-star game is this, bro? Seriously.
It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be a part of a great weekend, great players, but that is the worst basketball game ever played.
Jason Tatum, first Celtic to win the All-Star Game MVP since Larry Bird, yada, 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 yada. I don't give a damn. All I know is that this is a horrific event, okay? Oh, look at Tatum's accomplishments. And you added All-Star Game to it? Come on, this is ridiculous.
I've always said that awards don't mean that much to you, and you're a 2-time MVP frontrunner for a 3rd MVP. Were you a bit surprised to go number 7 in the draft?
No, I will not draft myself either. I'm not meant for this game.
I mean, even Jokic knows about this, man. Obviously, it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day.
All the NBA MVP voters swear is the best player in the league, or at least even if they don't think it, they vote as if he is. For the 2nd straight year, was the 7th player taken in the All-Star draft.
But Nick Wright, he thinks it's an indictment on Jokic that he got picked so late in the draft.
Nikola Jokic is right now a massive favorite to win his 3rd straight NBA MVP. The way the last few years the voters have treated the history of this award as if it does not matter at all, and as if this current crop of voters has cracked a code that otherwise was lost to 60 years of NBA MVP history, I find absolutely galling.
So why is he treating this like it's a sacrilegious thing to do? Like saying that Jokic is the MVP or saying that Jokic is the best player in the world. That's not that crazy of a take to say. Like, what the hell are we doing here, Nick? Come on.
Because for all of NBA history, it has been about all of those things. We absolutely have not given out multiple, much less back-to-back, much less back-to-back-to-back MVPs to anyone that doesn't have deep postseason runs and that isn't at the top of mind for best player in the league. And even the folks who vote for Jokic would tell you, well, he's not better than Giannis. And they might tell you he's not better than Luka. And gun to their head, they maybe Steph. Like, forget does his game fit the All-Star game? If you have to get a bucket, is he your number 1 pick in the league? Is he your number 2 pick in the league? Is he number 3 pick in the league? No. If you have to stop the other team from getting a bucket, is he one of your top 10 picks in the league? No.
So since all the lemmings before us jumped off the cliff, we have to do it too, right? This is ridiculous. Now, look, he has a big problem with the advanced analytics. Ooh, boogeyman.
Box Plus Minus says that 2 of the best 3 years in NBA history, 3 of the best 5, are Jokic's last 3 years. Does anyone actually believe that? Or do we think maybe Box Plus Minus incorrectly values a touch too much overall efficiency and rebounding, it would appear to me?
These stats are not meant to be read straightforwardly as a ranking system. That's not how these stats work. okay? They indicate certain parts of the games that guys, excel at or that guys are strong at. And Jokic just happens to be a guy that excels to where his PER is high, his plus minuses are high, right? The advanced analytics do favor him in a lot of categories. That's not to say that he's better than a LeBron or Jordan, by the way. That's just to say that his seasons have been very impactful.
Michael Jordan won back-to-back. In the midst of that, he won a title.
Now, I do understand the criticism of, Jokic shouldn't be winning the MVPs if he's not going to win a title, right? People had the same criticism with Giannis, right? And it makes sense. Now, Embiid, let's move on to this because he had a crazy good game. They're losing by 4, man.
And shot clock at 4. Double teamed. Harden 3. Oh.
And now it's a 1-point game with the Grizzlies having the ball, and Embiid does something just insane, man.
Harden. It's Durant exploding. Going up, net in mid-flight by Embiid. Picked up by Tillman. Crossing midcourt. In the corner for the lead. Harris. The 76ers have come back from 17 down.
You might as well put this picture in the Louvre because this is something to admire, just to bestow at. Embiid's block on Jamal Murray was just insane. Wow.
Embiid had this to say after the game. For me, like I always say, defense is more important for me than offense. Even tonight, I could not make any shots, especially the one I usually make. But defensively, I thought I have to be Bill Russell tonight to be able to kind of balance it out. Okay.
I give it to Embiid, man. He's talking his shit, man, as he should. He's a great defensive player, and he should be, talking about how he has the case for MVP.
I'm going to start with you, Big Perk. Should Embiid be the MVP frontrunner?
Oh, brother, he's about to spit something so vile that I'm not even sure I can put this on YouTube.
And we sit up there and we watch Jokic and Embiid go at it, right? And I saw Jokic give Embiid 47, not 7, 47 and 18 with the win. When you mention guys like Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Bam Adebayo, Rudy Gobert, okay, Joel Embiid has a defensive rating better than all of those guys. And when it comes down to anchoring that defense and what I saw last night, he shot 9 for 25 from the field, but it was the 6 blocks. And 4 of those blocks came in the second half when it mattered the most, and one of them was against Ja Morant, and he met him at the rim. I don't see how anyone can't have him as the front runner for as the MVP.
So, of course, we know Kendrick Perkins, what he thinks, but Stephen A. Smith, I'm shocked. He's using his brain here. Wow.
Along with a superior stature within the conference, along with a multitude of superior statistics, all of those things come into play. And even though I think that Joel Embiid is the center I would want without question, because his defensive prowess to me is superior to that of Jokic, it's undeniable what Jokic has been doing. And from a statistical perspective, I have to look at that and say, wait a minute, you got it to beat a man, like you said, you got to beat the man. Woo! You got to go and take it. It can't be up in the air, Kendrick Perkins. You literally have to go and take it.
And one of Kendrick Perkins' argument for Embiid is that he's in the tougher conference.
I know Kevin Durant just went to the Phoenix Suns, but let's be real here. When we talk about who is in a better conference, it's Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers. Since you're scared to say it, I'm going to say it, okay? Don't come giving me this stuff about a don't come giving me this stuff about a triple-double. I don't want to hear that. You know why?
Oh, he's going to say it again, isn't he? Oh, boy.
Because when I watch the games, okay, when I watch the – hold on. When I watch the games, I'm watching Jokic pass the ball, and I'm watching his guys catch and shoot, no hesitation, good or bad shot. And let me tell you one thing. It goes on, conversations goes on in that locker room, and players know what their stats are.
By the way, watch the original video. Stephen A's face is hilarious on that, bro.
Okay, so we had this energy for Russell Westbrook when we used to see Steven Adams boxing out, and he used to fly in and get these rebounds, and Steven Adams could have jumped up and grabbed them. We don't keep that same energy for Jokic. And let me tell you something else. You know it was 8 games this season where Jokic had single-digit shot attempts. Not shots made, shot attempts. So you're telling me your best player on the floor, a guy that has the ball in his hands all the time, has 8 games where he has single-digit shot attempts, make that make sense to me. And you know why I say that? It's because, I knew that I was flirting early in the season, about 25 to 30 games into the season. He was actually around 9.5, 9.8. And then all of a sudden, he started searching for them assists to get it up above 10. So don't come giving me nothing about a triple-double. And don't come up here telling me about what?
My God. Hold on.
Even Stephen A. Smith had to reel him back in and say, stop it now, Perk.
Are you sitting here and saying that the reigning 2-time league MVP, who plays for the Denver Nuggets, Nikola Jokic, is having his numbers padded? Is that what you're saying?
You heard what the hell I said. I said he had 8 games where he had single-digit shot attempts. And for a while, it was 9.5 assists he was averaging, 9.8. And all of a sudden, I saw those shot attempts and his points go down, and I started to see his assists go up. So listen, this is what I'm sitting up here telling you, Stephen A.
He's not playing in the flow of the offense? He's not playing in the flow of the offense? So you're saying that he's doing it to pad numbers?
The offense is ran through him, but what I'm trying to explain to you, and I want you to make it make sense to me.
So what the fuck does it matter how many points, rebounds, assists that he has if the offense runs for him? Of course he's gonna get those numbers because he's that good to where he makes at an elite level.
Raise your hand if you all believe that the Lakers would get past the Nuggets in a 7-game series.
I'm raising my hand for myself and Perk and RJ.
Right?
I think they got to. I got
to beat them.
What?
Denver does not want to see the Lakers.
I'm like a 50-50 here.
I like Denver too. That would be a tough series.
Come on, Vince.
I'm gonna say yes.
Thank you, Vince.
God, everybody said yes.
That's crazy. The Lakers at this point were 12th seed in the West, and the Nuggets number 1. It's really insane. Now, Tristan Thompson, he's been trying to discredit Jokic, man.
But my number 1, the MVP in the league, Jason Tatum. And you know what a coach told me growing up? Big-time players make big-time plays in big moments.
Okay.
And it's just gotten ridiculous. The stat padding argument now, JJ Redick has had enough.
A lot of the conversation around Nikola Jokic is this idea of eye test and analytics. It's as if to say the analytics that reflect how dominant Jokic are not reflected by the eye test. It's as if to say if you watch another player, it's clear they're more valuable. It's clear they're better. And my question to people that would say that is, what the fuck are you watching?
Clearly, they don't be watching Nuggets games, okay? It's insane what people are saying about this dude.
I don't know that there's a player in the NBA right now that makes his teammates better more than Jokic. I think that's very fair to say. So when we talk about value in a team sport, I think he's at the top of the list.
And he also went to First Take and talked about Kendrick Perkins' BS arguments. Oh, no.
Do you agree with Perk on the idea that Jokic is stat padding?
Love Perk. I strongly disagree with this.
I just don't think it's an argument made in good faith anyway.
Nikola Jokic does not care about stats, does not care about averaging a triple-double. Nikola Jokic, I hate to tell everyone, doesn't care about winning an MVP. He cares about winning a championship. The idea that he's stat padding. Coach Malone, this is how he described the game. This is how he described Nikola Jokic's game. He doesn't fight the game. He just makes the right play every time. He compared his basketball IQ to LeBron. This is not a guy that cares about stat padding, Perk. And the best argument I can make of why this is such a ludicrous statement, they're 23-0 when he has a triple-double. Going back to last year, they've won 28 games in a row when he has a triple-double. Let's not make up a narrative about a player that is just so unbased in reality. Perk, I love you, but no.
And now Perk is taking it personally because now JJ Redick is saying this and he's not even on the set.
But JJ, listen, man, this is all I'm saying. If you want to slap box, at least allow me to be on TV, to be able to throw my jabs and, my uppercuts and be there to fight back.
And now this BS is taken away from the fact that Jokic just recorded his 100th triple-double.
What does 100 triple-doubles mean to you?
I mean, when you're stat padding, it's easy, so.
You heard that, right? You heard the stat padding stuff out there.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's
What's
true.
your reaction to it?
It's true.
Yeah, he stat pads. So what? He wins games doing it. I mean, what the hell?
So I didn't know if I wanted to wait to bring this conversation on No Mercy, or was it appropriate for First Take? And damn it, I'm here, so it's appropriate for First Take. So let me get us in outside of our comfort zone a little bit when we talk about the MVP conversation.
Wait, what else does Kendrick Perkins have to say about this? Like, what else would you say that's worse? There's no way he can say any worse, right?
When I look at JJ and I hear him talk, because he's so big in analytics and he's a historian when it comes down to diving in deep and going back into history and talking about the evolution of the game, why didn't he never bring up this in particular subject? When it comes down to guys winning MVP since 1990, it's only 3 guys that won the MVP that wasn't top 10 in scoring. Do you know who those 3 guys were?
Who are they?
Steve Nash, Jokic, and Dirk Nowitzki. What do those guys have in common? I'll let it sit there and marinate. You think about it.
What? He actually did that. He race baited on national TV. This dude, Perk, if he was smart enough to look at statistics properly, he would notice that Dirk was actually 8th in scoring the year he won MVP, right? And never mind the fact that he specifically left out the 80s because he knew that Larry Bird was a huge exception to his rule here. Oh boy. And that's not to mention Magic Johnson and Bill Russell also won MVPs while Snap being top 10 in scoring. Yeah, this dude is dumb. It's dumb.
But what is your response to Nikola Jokic, his 100 triple-double, and this notion of stat padding?
Well, first of all, congratulations to him, Ari. Second of all, a hit dog will holler. And I'm not telling any lies. And Shanae and Richard, if you sit up there and disagree with me that these things don't take place in the locker room or on the floor at times when guys are reaching certain milestones or having a chance to hit double-doubles or triple-doubles, then y'all not being honest with yourselves.
And how in the world does this discredit his case for MVP? How does this diminish it? He's winning every game he puts up a triple-double in. Like, this makes no sense. It's like what are we doing at this point?
So they've held the lead in first place in the Western Conference for 2 months, and every time he gets a triple-double, he wins. Yes, stat padding goes on. Is he trying to get triple-doubles? Yes. Mainly because they win every damn time he does.
Okay.
So, I don't understand what you're talking about.
But one thing that kept coming up in these discussions was how Jokic, now, if he wins another MVP, that's 3 in a row, and he has to have a championship to show for it, right? That title, that elusive title.
I think Jokic is going to win the MVP. I think Jokic is the most versatile center the NBA has ever seen. He's going to win the MVP, and he's the most versatile center. The only issue with this is, and this is where people, the old heads and the historians versus the stat guys, this is the issue. When Larry Bird won back-to-back-to-back MVPs, he won 62 wins, then 63 wins, then 67 wins. Every year they got better, 67 wins. And then what happened in the postseason? They went to 3 straight NBA finals and winning 2 championships. So when you compare these back-to-back-to-back MVPs and you look at their team performance, you look at their playoff performance, there is a huge gap. A huge gap. So when a person like Perk is referencing that, like, hey, there's stat padding and there's this going on, it's because it's like, we're about to put him in a place where there's a team that won 62, 63, and 67 wins, and then went to the finals 3 straight years, and then won 2 championships. That's not the context of this MVP. So whatever people want to say, I think Jokic is the most versatile center, and I think he should win MVP. The problem is there's a lost context in all of this. That is the issue.
Imagine you're Larry Bird, you lose out on Robert Parrish the first 2 MVP years, and then you lose out on Kevin McHale the second year you win MVP. That's basically what happened with Jokic, okay? We can't do this, man, comparing 2 players like this.
Especially if we're talking about him being on the verge of winning his 3rd straight MVP.
100%.
Going down
we are on that energy.
I think we are. I think many of us in the media are on exactly that energy. Like, okay, great, but what are you going to do in the playoffs?
Yeah, and the other part to that conversation, Big Perk, is are we looking at Jokic as a top 5 player in the game? A lot of people don't, just because he hadn't had success once we got to the postseason. This guy ain't got out of the second round since he started winning MVPs.
I've never seen a disconnect like this where a guy monopolizes the MVP, and yet he floats in and out of my top 5 at like 5.
Yeah.
He's not in almost anyone's top 3. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's wild.
Well, let me ask y'all this. How are you on the verge of winning your 3rd consecutive MVP, and you're still not labeled as the best player in the league?
I swear to God, it's like these guys are so lazy to even put context into these MVP seasons he had and the playoff moments, because Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. barely played in those playoffs. What the hell?
I want to just say something. Stephen A., I mean no offense to you, and I mean no offense to First Take, because I think this show is extremely valuable. It is an honor to be on this desk every day. It really is. But what we've just witnessed is the problem with this show, where we create narratives that do not exist in reality. The implication, what you are implying, that the white voters that vote on NBA are racist, that they favor white people. You just said that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That is exactly what you implied, Kendrick Perkins. That is exactly what you implied. Secondly, hold on.
I did not call. I stated the facts. And you're not about to sit up.
We all know what you implied the other day. We all know what you implied just now. Hold on.
I stated it's the facts. It's the facts. It's the facts.
Okay.
Honestly, this situation is just dumb. It's stupid. And Kendrick Perkins is now playing the victim after coming out saying basically 80% of the voters are white. And yeah, there's something fishy going on with those voters. And JJ Redick, of course, calling him out on his bullshit. Not to say that Kendrick Perkins was completely out of line, because, you know, mentioning that there might be implicit bias at play is not totally far-fetched. JJ Redick also shouldn't have gone at him to where he pretended basically like implicit bias didn't exist, and that's just dumb. Okay, like a lot of stupid things were said during this whole exchange, during this whole thing. Molly Kurum had to, I guess, clear the air.
I want to correct something here from yesterday's show. When Kendrick Perkins said 80% of NBA voters for the MVP award are white, the NBA publicly announces the voters each year. And after review, it is clear the panel is much more diverse than what was portrayed by Kendrick Perkins, and we wanted to make sure that we corrected that today.
Except you didn't. If you really wanted to prove Kendrick wrong, you should have just said the number outright. How much is the percentage? Is it 65%? Which in that case is still a lot. Why the fuck is 65% of voters white? That's a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot of voters. That's a huge percentage of the voters. Kendrick Perkins might be onto something there. And I know people don't want to get into that conversation because it gets very uncomfortable. JJ Redick, of course, stepped out of line. Kendrick Perkins, though, more so stepped out of line, because now he made this whole MVP discussion about some bullshit. And now when Jokic started having bad games, you had accounts like Bangle Burner going crazy and basically showing his low life.
21 a game.
So now, it wouldn't be that bad if it was just those accounts doing this and, you know, picking up on the fact that, oh, the Spurs beat the Nuggets. No, actual aggregators and on Twitter, big aggregators, were picking up on this stuff and basically blasting it into the airwaves. For example, you got this one user saying the Nuggets are going to lose in the first round, saying it's going to be barbecue chicken alert.
I think one thing that always used to bother me a bit, and it's no slight to anybody, but you look at a Jokic, he has all these crazy triple doubles and he has like unbelievable numbers. But then when you factor in the defensive side of it, he's not the best defensively. And sometimes you look at it and it's like, is this a game of basketball or is this a game of offense or what people like to watch? Because I believe the game of basketball is supposed to have, you know, be effective from all levels.
And now we've got, for some reason, Evan Turner now making this argument that we've heard time after time.
That's why, you know, I don't get so mad when Giannis wins MVP, because he does it on both ends of the floor. And he's not being picked on in somebody's locker room. I've been in a locker room and we've been told to put Jokic in the pick and roll every time. If you go back and look at Dame Lillard, he's had like 2 or 3 60-point games versus Denver and 50 and So I kind of want that to be adjusted. I really want winning to go into factor because what Jason Tatum is doing right.
Oh, this is a push for Jason Tatum to be the MVP.
Team by himself, he could be averaging 50. He has Jaylen Brown with him. A lot of great team, but he's doing it both sides of the floor. And also, too, I just think we can't do that stuff where, like, Kobe and Shaq only get one MVP, and then there's a couple dudes that got 2 or 3 at the same time. Like, give Embiid an MVP, like, what he deserved.
It was clear that the MVP award was becoming more of a, it's his turn now, he should get one type of discussion. It was not serious at all.
Joel Embiid is making a late season push for that MVP despite Nikola Jokic remaining the betting favorite.
And look, losing 3 straight games like the Nuggets have done now up to this point is going to obviously hurt your case, which is stupid because it's just 3 games out of like 82 games. It's ridiculous. Embiid now is starting to have the edge. Nick Wright is starting to be overjoyed about this.
So can we show you those numbers? The infallible numbers? Defensive box score plus minus. Jokic leads the league. What about last year? How was Jokic's defense? Oh, he leads the league. What about all time? Let's just see. Oh, Nikola Jokic, the 5th greatest defender ever. Better than Akeem. Better than Jordan. What you're showing better than LeBron. Better than all those things. So
I swear to God, this dude Nick Wright is just dumb. He has to be using these stats the way they're not supposed to be used in the first place. Like, what the hell?
How many teams can legitimately win the West?
I don't want to sound crazy here, but you could talk me into 7. You could talk me into 7. So let's start with the 2 favorites. Denver has been the best team in the West.
The West is so wide open that JJ Redick himself can talk himself into thinking that 7 teams can win the West. 7. Do you know how crazy that is? That most of the playoff teams in the West can win the West. That's how open that conference is. And of course, the Lakers, they've been gaining momentum the last couple of weeks at this point after trading Westbrook for D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt. Now, the Lakers sit at the 8th seed when they were like a 12th seed like a couple weeks ago. This is beautiful to watch.
Tim has Joel Embiid narrowly edging out Nikola Jokic for the MVP by 2 points. Giannis,
the voters,
is distantly in 3rd.
The same voters that had Jokic winning it by a runaway are now saying Embiid might win it because who knows? Maybe what Kendrick Perkins did actually influence the votes. Maybe what he said beforehand actually changed the way these voters felt. They felt attacked.
Should the Suns be the favorites to win the West?
Absolutely, they should be the favorite. And you know what? Look, I have the Lakers winning the West, and I'm kind of torn in between, but
another team that gained momentum late in the season after battling through injuries and whatnot, the Suns, with KD now at the helm, he was actually cooking. Even though it was just 8 games in the regular season that he played, he was splendid. I mean, he shot beautifully from the field, especially from the three-point line. Did you know he shot 53.5% from the field that season when he was with the Suns, those 8 games? Yeah. And you have teams now fighting for that playing spot. The Mavericks, what happened to them? Why are they the 11th seed now?
The Mavericks on the verge of going from last year's Western Conference Finals to this year's lottery.
Bruh, I thought this team was a shoo-in to make the playoffs. At the very least, be a Western Conference contending team. And obviously Zion Williamson not being able to play in most of the games in his career. I mean, it's just sad, man. And obviously the Pelicans, another good team that's taken out of the playoff race. Tristan Thompson is now a Laker, apparently.
The Lakers making some roster moves on the final day of the regular season, signing defensive-minded guard Shaq Harrison and veteran center Tristan Thompson.
So let's see here. We got the Lakers and the Suns still in it to win the West. You got, obviously, the Grizzlies, the Nuggets, the Warriors, and then you got Phoenix. You got a lot of teams. You got 7 teams, apparently, according to JJ Redick. And Tristan Thompson's now a Laker. What the fuck?
Nick, you had this team winning the championship. I did.
Turns out they quit.
Yeah, they think listen, he should hate it. He should hate every part about how the end of this season went.
Nick was wrong about his Mavs, about his player Luka, and of course now he has to watch as the Nuggets face the Timberwolves, who are full of turmoil up to this point. Oh boy.
Who do the Timberwolves turn to here with their season
hanging in the balance.
Some will say, why don't you go through more highlights in this series? Because it wasn't that memorable to begin with. Okay, Jokic and Murray just had their way for the most part, especially Jokic. He was the one dominating most of the time and facilitating, doing the scoring as well.
For Jokic, they kick it. Alexander Walker, he bangs in a corner three. Edwards turns the corner. Here he comes to the cup, lays it up and in.
And now Anthony Edwards with the chance to win the game here.
Gordon defends on a switch, crossover three. He got it. This kid is a live wire.
Yeah, the Timberwolves may be still alive for Game 5, but yeah, the Nuggets were going to probably, most likely. You know, I'm done with this. They won the series in 5 games. It was very easy.
Denver is out of fouls. Edwards crosses over, elevates, misses.
The game ended with Edwards missing a shot to try to win the game, and apparently he threw a chair at a woman. And when the woman complained about it, she acted like he really threw that shit violently when he did not try to. He stopped himself midway. Like, stop. Just stop being dumb. Now, the Phoenix Suns are set to face the Nuggets after that interesting series that I did not talk too much about. DeAndre Ayton against Jokic again. Wow.
Brown curling. Here he comes. Left hand, no. Jokic, couple of tries, misses, gets it back, missed again.
Yeah, this dude DeAndre Ayton is so washed. Not just that, KD is washed too. Look at this. Wow!
The baby is Caldwell Pope.
Ooh, Chris,
and
man.
At the same time, Chris Paul,
grabbing that
groin injury.
You know, Ernie, there were some guys on TV who, don't know anything about basketball. They're called reporters. Had the audacity to say that is Jamal Murray the best player in Denver, which is just stupidity on their part. But that's why they're reporters.
It's just ridiculous that Chuck even has to say this. Jokic with a 39-16-5 game in Game 2 after just dominating the boards. It's just beautiful. Jokic is just so good.
This is obviously not over. This probably was the most impressive victory I've seen for Denver.
A lot of people coming into the series were saying that DeAndre Ayton's defense, I mean, he can do it again, just like 2021, and guard Jokic well, but he didn't. He ended up being cooked by Jokic instead. What's the excuse now, folks?
Crazy to see Booker take his game into the stratosphere this season. Jokic.
I don't know how long you can hide behind the fact that Ayton just sucks. I don't know, man. He's got blocked by Jokic.
Going to be strange to walk into this building and not see his smiling face as Phoenix turns it over. Boy, Jokic, a little bit of contact. Boy.
Before any dumb Suns fans say it, man, my HBS should not even be able to do this, okay? I don't give a fuck.
On the last timeout, Grant visibly upset, and this was one of the areas where Michael Malone told us he has seen the growth. Of course, everything that Jokic does as a player.
In this game, Jokic ended up scoring 53 points, but only getting 4 assists because his teammates weren't so good.
Jokic bangs into Booker, flicks it up, and it goes.
After the game, most people just talked about the Matt Ishbia nonsense, not the fucking game.
A suspension pushing a fan, something to think about if you're Denver.
What a dirtbag Ishbia is. Now, let's talk about this. Booker even called out Jokic a little.
Every possession, just try to make it hard on him, make it tough on him. I mean, he can have 50 all he wants as long as we get the win. That's all we're going for.
And now, Brian Whithorse on the Hoop Collective talking about a potential matchup of the Lakers and Nuggets. Dave McMenamin, who was also in that podcast talking, he said some things that are interesting.
Talent when I think that I'm not reacting to the Lakers' talent when I think that the Warriors are not done. I'm reacting to the Warriors' talent.
Oh no! On the Warriors front, I'm totally with you, Brian. You were talking.
Yeah.
The reason I interjected was Denver.
Okay. Yeah, I mean Denver's really good.
Lakers are going to get to the Western Conference Finals and lose to Denver.
I mean,
Denver's pretty good.
I mean, Jokic is a real load. The thing that Denver has, I'm not reacting to the Lakers' talent.
And even with Jokic averaging 35, 13, and 10 against the Suns, there were still people disrespecting him outright.
Where did you come down in the MVP conversation? Were you a Jokic guy, or were you an Embiid guy?
This is very easy. Basketball is a sport, and all sports are entertainment.
So this dude might as well just call himself a racist at this point, because that's what it sounds like.
And who's more entertaining, Jokic, who's efficient and passes the ball and looks like one of those air flyer things outside of a car dealership, or Joel Embiid?
You see what I mean, folks? Oh boy.
I don't know one person outside of a bunch of people perhaps somewhere in Eastern Europe who are saying to themselves, let's cobble together some coins so we can see the Joker. No, the only Joker that people care about is Joaquin Phoenix and that terrible Joker movie that came out a couple years ago. They'd still rather watch that on DVD or Netflix or Disney Plus than go see the Joker now. He's not entertaining, he's not engaging, he's just a stats hog, and that's not interesting.
I don't know why an actual hog is saying this. Now, Jokic is crazy because he's just been insane. He doesn't deserve any of this disrespect.
Just because Kevin Durant decided to throw some bows at the Eastern European air dancer, which is basically what he does, he flops like a soccer player. But at least Messi is an international champion, so I can tolerate his flopping, or Mbappe. No, I wasn't impressed by the flopping, just like I haven't been impressed with most of what Kevin Durant's done. I haven't been that impressed with most of what the Phoenix Suns has done. The toughest defense he may have shown was pushing Jokic back.
This dude is so miserable. And he's so disappointed that the Suns are actually losing to the Nuggets that he's coping right now.
Phoenix Suns have been an absolute disappointment. I cannot believe they're getting run roughshod the way they are by a team that really is not that impressive.
Now, that team that's not impressive, they would play the Suns again in Game 5. And it would be a beatdown yet again. Of course, Jokic actually having a 29-point triple-double. And he's a stats hog, but he keeps winning when he does get triple-doubles. Oh, it's funny how that works, huh? He's the first player ever to get 300 points, 90 assists through 10 playoff games. But he's just a stat hog.
And you passed Wilt Chamberlain tonight. Most triple-doubles by a center. Congrats on that one, too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
There you go.
Where is Shaq in that? Is it Shaq in that list?
No, because I never passed, Big Honey.
I like that, you Jokic. Yo, talk your shit, bro. Talk your shit. Game 6 now.
He already checked it. Landale playing with 2 fouls, pokes it away. Jokic goes at him and gets it to fall. Porter, wild shot, but everything's falling. Why not that one?
The Suns getting defeated by a Eastern European player, part 2. This time featuring the Nuggets with Jokic being up by 30.5.
Thorough domination in the first 24 minutes, a 30-point lead for the Nuggets on the road.
I know his overall game looks better, but the first half he was abysmal. He only made 2 shots of 11. This guy, KD, sucks. Booker only had 12 points in this game. Yet another elimination game where Booker sucks. Jokic is now going to make it to the conference finals, and the Nuggets are set to play against the Lakers.
And Denver will be in the Mile High City for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final.
Yeah, we all know this. Okay, the Lakers and the Nuggets are set to play, and it'll be interesting.
Tell you, recipe for disaster, the way the Lakers are sprinting back in transition right now. Poor job.
Oh, Mark Jackson. Interesting. I want to say something about Mark Jackson, okay? So, this dude had the audacity to leave Jokic out of his top 5 in MVP voting.
One thing I live by, you make a mistake, you own it. I'm not a guy that does it for clicks or be trending. Absolute mistake made by me. You can tell I probably am thinking, how did I make the mistake? You can tell I put 1 center, 2 forwards, and 2 guards. So I wasn't even thinking.
And so with that, you even left out Luka Doncic from your top 5. That is insanity.
I apologize to the Denver Nuggets. I apologize to Nikola Jokic, who is not only in the MVP discussion and deserved to be on my ballot, but he's one of the greatest players in the history of this game. And he's a top 10 center of all time. So I own it. If you want to take away my vote or do whatever, more than welcome. I made a mistake.
So it would be hilarious to see this dude now having to broadcast games with Jokic in them because he clearly didn't like it.
That is as good of 10 minutes as you can possibly play.
Oh, zoinks. Jokic is dominating and Mark Jackson has to sit there and marvel at it. Yeah, Jokic is just that great of a player. Anthony Davis even had to shrug his...
Jokic just gets it off in time. It's up. Oh, it's good. Of course it goes in. Jokic from downtown. Anthony Davis just stares at him.
And in this series, Murray was just on a heater, man. This guy is just an outstanding scorer. Lethal as can be. All 3 levels. This dude was just giving it to the Lakers.
D'Angelo Russell or Schroeder on the floor.
Murray one-on-one with Walker. 4 on the shot clock. Murray falling away. Got it.
thing was in the second half, though, the Lakers adjusted, right? There's a reason Murray had to score so much in that second half. Jokic was primarily being guarded by a smaller player so that Anthony Davis can now roam in the paint like this, right? Hachimura's on Jokic and Anthony Davis just there, you know, being a pesky.
In and out, Davis, tip won't go. Rebound knocked loose, still loose. Porter dives on it. Davis dives on him. And Caldwell Pope comes out of the pack. Here comes Murray. Alley-oop to Gordon. Oh, what a play!
You see Jokic's quick hands right here. LeBron tries to do something, and
he was all over the place. He was showing he was looking like an MVP. Tailed off as the game waned, but in the first half, and in particular the first quarter, he was absolutely sensational, no question about it. He's got 34, 21, and 14. Sixth triple-double of the 2023 playoffs, tying Draymond Green, who did it in 2018.
And LeBron is just having a bad series overall. Not just that, a bad shooting run in the playoffs so far.
That was the other thing. LeBron shot that low percentage three when they were down.
The narrative around the league now was that the Lakers found something with Hachimura guarding Jokic instead of AD, with them being more effective guarding Jokic when they had Hachimura on him, a smaller player. And it was interesting now, game 2, to see if the Lakers could capitalize on their win. Now,
LeBron James and the Lakers trying to get back in this series, trailing 1-0.
And what do you know? Hachimura is off to a hot start. Mid-range shots going in. Drives to the paint. I mean, this dude was lethal. And he said it himself, man. There's just no rim protector there to guard him.
What has felt good to you offensively?
You know, just trying to attack to the rim, you know. They don't have a rim protector, so.
Oh, darn. Now the rim protecting thing, it's going to bite them in the ass now. The Nuggets are going to lose this game. There's no way that LeBron just, what did he just do there? What way?
Blocked by Davis, picked up by Schroeder, saves it to Hachimura. James ahead of the pack, goes up. Oh, he lost control.
That's an understatement. This dude blew a play. He blew a wide open dunk. LeBron James, what is happening? Austin Reeves had to save the Lakers and make it a close game. And who remembers the last game where LeBron lost his handle on Jokic?
They throw it back to Murray. Murray throws it ahead to Jokic, stolen by James. Keeps it alive. James drives baseline, layup, missed it. Rebound Murray. And will dribble it out. And the Denver Nuggets are 2 wins away from their first NBA Finals.
There is no sugarcoating this. LeBron James has just been awful in this series. Oh, no.
0 of 10 from three-point land. He's also shooting just 36% from the floor in the fourth quarter. He's turned the ball over 3 times.
He's only made 1 3-pointer in the fourth quarter in this entire playoffs. LeBron has been on a cold streak. Oh, boy.
One of the things we're seeing here, and one of the things that those numbers show, is that LeBron in the fourth quarter doesn't seem like he's got the same legs. And that's because he's working so hard both on defense and as a ball handler. Especially in this series where they are not getting much out of D'Angelo Russell, they've been taking him out of the game. LeBron is essentially doing some of his resting on offense. And that's led to some lazy possession. I mean, lazy isn't even a fair word for it.
I mean, look, if you want to use Brian's argument, fine. But still, you should know better than to do this in the fourth quarter where you know you're not shooting the ball well. And 45 seconds left, instead of driving into the paint and trying to get an easy play, you're just shooting. You're settling for a free.
That's 45 seconds left in a tie game. That was to go ahead. Well, if you just drive it and get to the free throw line, I think you just made 2 free throws. I think you could make at least 1 or 2.
And you might pick up the 6th foul on Jamal Murray.
Well, I think you would have, right?
And now the series shifts back to LA. The Lakers, it's now time for them to try to get wins at home. LeBron James showering himself with chalk. This guy, man, Jamal Murray, just keeps on torching the Lakers. I just don't know what it is with this dude and the Lakers. He just loves torching them.
Murray drives, spins, and scores. A brilliant fourth quarter in game 2. Fantastic start here in the first quarter of game 3. And Murray's going to reset. Now fires away another 3. Puts it in. Jamal Murray's got 26. Some more Murray magic. The foul. Here comes Murray behind the back in the paint. Leans in. Shot is good. 30 points in the first half for Murray.
Stephen A, Jamal Murray, they just couldn't figure out a way to stop him.
He's now second all-time in the last 25 postseasons in most 30-point games in the half.
They can't guard this, brother. Only once fatigue sets in. Only hope is to wear him down. You're not going to stop him any other way.
Now, the silver lining for the Lakers is that this is a close game still, and Jokic has not been that effective.
Headline for me, the Joker in the fourth quarter last game was 0 for 6, 5 turnovers. This game, 3 fouls, 5 points. They're going to have to get him going. Lakers beating him at the free throw line. Lakers beating him on the rebounds. If you find a way to slow down Murray, I think you're in good shape. But also for the Lakers, I don't believe they're going to start D'Angelo Russell in the second.
They can't.
I think that's going to be a major adjustment defensively.
And with Murray only scoring 7 points in the second half, I mean, you just knew somebody else had to do the scoring in the second half. LeBron James actually started making threes in the second half. Oh, no!
James in the corner to Walker. Back out Schroeder. Walks into a three. It's good. Schroeder to Walker. Back up top. James tries a three. Got it! Look, Schroeder telling James to cut to the basket. Gets it back. He's going to try again. Back-to-back threes for James. 8 to shoot for James. And Jokic out there with 4 fouls. Hachimura connects on a three.
With Murray cooling down, it was up to the entire Nuggets team to, strum up a run of sorts and try to keep the lead they had already. And it looked great for the Nuggets.
Murray, Schroeder fell down. Murray three-pointer. Puts it in. James gets behind the arc, sets, fires, and hits big three-pointer.
A cushion given. He takes it and makes it.
Jokic answers back with a three-pointer.
The Nuggets were just too lethal, and now LeBron leaves another game early in the playoffs because now he's down 0-3 in the conference finals, and he's practicing shots up before the game 4. This is not good.
One person. We got a great team, a deep team, and everybody's ready to contribute.
3-0, Jamal. 1 game away. How does that sound?
5 more to go.
And you just knew if the Lakers were to win a game 4, LeBron James would have to step up. And step up he did. I mean, what LeBron did in game 4 is historic. He did something that not many people have done.
Part of an 8-0 run for the Lakers in which LeBron scored all of the points. LeBron.
He had 21 points in the first quarter, tied most in a playoff quarter in his career. LeBron also, he got tested with Aaron Gordon, but he also did something in the first half that is, quite frankly, historical. 31 points in the first half, his most in any postseason half in his career. This is
LeBron's
crazy.
first half, too shy of the Lakers' record for a half, which was set by Elgin Baylor back in 1962.
But he only rested for 4 seconds in that half. Who knows how much he has left in the tank? Is LeBron going to be nearly as effective?
Tristan, you're a veteran on this team. You've played with LeBron James a long time on other teams.
And for some reason, ESPN thought of interviewing Tristan Thompson at the halftime. I don't know why, but they did. And Tristan Thompson actually ended up playing in this game 4. What is going on?
Get momentum back in this fourth quarter and early to extend your season.
Well, it's 12 minutes. You got to have a next play mentality. You got to come out forceful from the gate.
And hey, the Lakers were actually within 3 points.
Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. And a 2-pointer.
The Lakers are now down 5 after being up by 15 to end the half, bro. This is crazy.
2.5 to play. James up top, Schroeder. Reeves fires away, puts it in.
And it was one of those games, man. It was going to go down the wire. Jokic passing it. Oh, Gordon gets fouled. And Gordon would only make 1 free throw. AD gets fouled. He would make both free throws.
Nuggets looking to go 1-5 flat.
And it's a tie game now, in need of a bucket. Who's going to be the player to rise above the occasion here?
Comes off Anthony Davis.
On the inbound, Jokic drives and puts it up and in.
And now, how would you respond, LeBron?
It's a pass, falling away, baseline shot, side of the backboard.
Okay, you still have a chance though. 4 seconds left. What can you do, LeBron?
James on the drive, goes inside, stop, shot block, gets it back. It's over. It's over.
I thought this dude was clutch. Now Jokic is a Western Conference champion. Bring out the brooms, folks. LeBron gets a taste of his own medicine. A sweep in the conference finals. The Nuggets, Western champions. Jokic, the Western Conference MVP. And now, Jokic with the most triple-doubles in the playoffs, averaging triple-doubles in multiple series. The last person to do it won a title in Wilt Chamberlain. Both Jamal and Jokic are tied with the most 25-point games for third. And Jokic he's just gonna chill in the pool, he says in this presser. I'm not gonna go too much into it because now the Nuggets have 9 days off. Okay, this is a lot of days off. Okay, in the history books, this has boded well for teams. And now we hear from Chris Mannix, who talks about how the Nuggets apparently are not that interesting to talk about.
Michael Malone is playing this card of nobody talks about us. I mean, Barkley on the air last night was saying he got sick, had to turn the TV off by how many people were LeBron and Lakers-centric. Nobody's talking about the Nuggets. It does feel like they have a legit nobody believes in us card to play here.
I don't think they have a nobody believes in us card to play because a lot of people picked Denver to come out of the Western Conference. You can't say nobody respects Nikola Jokic when the media's voted him MVP in 2 of the last 3 years.
Obviously, those are hyperbolic statements. You're right. You're right to say this, Chris. But the thing is, with disrespect, I think a lot of times they're talking about the public perception of the Nuggets and Jokic and all that stuff. They're really talking about how the public perceives them.
The card the Nuggets can play is nobody talks about us. Nobody, spends airtime discussing us, column inches writing about us, because frankly, the Nuggets aren't very interesting. Like, Nikola Jokic is arguably the best player in the game right now, but he's not someone that does a lot of interviews outside of the NBA mandated stuff. You're not going to see a lot of profiles on Nikola Jokic. They're just not a compelling team to talk about, to write about, at least not as compelling as some of the other teams I mentioned.
Okay.
And that's a big reason why they're disrespected so much. They're overlooked because the media barely talks about them because they don't find them interesting, because they find the big markets more interesting. There's more drama, whatnot. Yeah, this is the sort of stuff that has Dwight Howard saying this.
Right now, are you going prime Jokic or prime Dwight Howard?
Oh, prime Dwight Howard all day, every day. I'm dominating every play with a smile on my face.
Just like Dwight, the media have their own Kool-Aid to drink, and they're drinking it real good. Look at this. Beautiful. Now, Dwight Howard, I get it, man. He's just being confident.
Coaches teach us, meet him early. Put a body on him. You see this? I'm getting low center of gravity because Jokic plays a lot of stand-up, upright.
What the hell is this, ESPN? You got to do that play against Jokic for like a couple minutes, talking about how he defended him. I mean, this is so nasty. I'm not gonna lie, this is so disgusting.
Damn. Nah, bro having a crazy run. I give him that. Run like this. No, not like this. Not like this. Where he's going through it. I ain't never seen somebody so dominant. Nah, Dirk had one. Not like this. You tripping. Go back and watch.
I'm actually glad to see Paul Pierce, of all people, giving the Nuggets their flowers, and Jokic as well. It's beautiful to watch. The finals is set.
Give me your biggest key, and then also who's going to win this game 1, my friend.
The Nuggets were going to face an 8th seed in the Miami Heat. I know, an 8th seed. What the hell? But they actually were pretty good on the road against these teams in the Eastern Conference.
Denver Nuggets, they're the heavy favorite. The altitude, what we heard Coach Eric Spoelstra talk about, we'll meet you wherever and play you wherever. While other teams are taking the game 1s as fill-out games, the Miami Heat are approaching game 1s like it's their game 7. And that's why I'm picking the Miami Heat tonight to win game 1 in Denver.
And now you also had Jokic's agent being interviewed by Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson from Showtime. And it's interesting because he talks about how people didn't pay attention to Jokic. And he only found out about Jokic by reading the newspaper and seeing the stats that he put up in those games in Serbia. And he really had to do some research because nobody else at his agency was even aware of who this guy was. Jokic was so unknown that this dude had to travel himself, the head honcho of the agency, had to go all the way to Serbia to where Jokic played to find out whether or not he was the real deal. And indeed he was. And honestly, it's crazy to think that if this dude wasn't just reading newspapers out and about, that we would never see Jokic. We might never see him because people never even paid attention to him, even in Serbia. People were not paying attention to this dude. It's incredible the run that he's in. It's a miracle that he's even in the league. The reason I bring this up now in the video rather than earlier is because I just want to emphasize this point further into the final minutes of this video. It's a miracle that Jokic is even doing the things he's doing in the league, considering that he was barely talked about in Serbia alone. And you got people disrespecting him now, which further proves my point of how overlooked he is.
This time beats Jokic. Vincent looks to help. Jokic doesn't need it as he scores.
No help. The bigger Aaron Gordon able to take advantage of his size and strength, gets into the paint.
And they're still not paying attention to him. Listen to what Stephen A says about Jokic's postgame.
Okay, I get you. Here's my counter to that. Jokic isn't known for having some kind of dominant postgame now. That's not his game.
Hold on a second. Hold
It's
on
not
a
his
second.
game.
How the hell is somebody this good that made the finals now, has been so prolific for these years, 2-time MVP, and how the hell do people not know how great he is in
Hey,
post?
he's not a dominant. Is he a dominant post player?
No. Hey,
Is Jokic a
Stephen
dominant post player?
Stephen A., we've got 10 years of tracking data. You know what the number one most efficient half-court play is in 10 years across the NBA?
What?
A Nikola Jokic post.
What is it?
There you go. Boom.
Whoa.
Boom.
Hold on, wait. Talk.
And now Stephen A has to find a way to weasel his way out of this one. Oh no.
Jokic got such a beautiful touch. He reminds me more of a McHale than a Shaq is what I'm trying. You understand the difference that I'm saying? Y'all know the game now. You understand what I'm saying? No, I mean, McHale was something special, 10 feet and in, and I get it. But I'm just talking about drop step, dominant. I mean, when you look at Shaq, that was another level.
I wrote it
I'm
down.
not trying
No
to say he doesn't have
post-up
that.
game.
Nikola Jokic beats you a multitude of ways because his touch
I've been
is
told
just
bump next
unreal.
80 times, so I'm going to do that.
No post
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now he had to fall back to he doesn't dominate the game like Shaq does. Not like Shaq is the most dominant player in NBA history or anything. No. It's ridiculous, okay? The Joker is now on a mission to get a championship in Denver. And he's just frustrated, irate.
Michael Malone, his leadership qualities have increased. Right now, he's an angry leader. This was just during the last time out. That's as much.
And the deed was now done. Jokic, the Nuggets, Michael Malone, Jamal Murray are champions.
At last, the long wait is over. After 47 years, the Denver Nuggets can finally call themselves NBA champions.
And you already know who the best player on the best team is, the Finals MVP.
This year's Bill Russell Finals MVP goes to Nikola Jokic.
It's funny, people think he still doesn't care about basketball. When you see this guy smiling ear to ear, and it's just the history he made, the lowest drafted player to ever win the Finals MVP as well. And guess who also had no choice but to vote for Jokic for the Finals MVP?
I'm just so glad I got my MVP vote right this time. I can go home and sleep peacefully.
Nope.
But no, there still had to be some disrespect thrown the Denver's way. Oh boy.
Do you view Jokic's playoff run as all-time great? Or do you view it more as just like something more along the lines of like what Kawhi Leonard did in 2019, where it's like a legit Finals MVP run, but no one's looking at him as like, the all-time greats, if that makes sense?
And I gotta say, you people are all-time nitpickers for this nonsense.
I don't look at it as an all-time great playoff run because of kind of what you alluded to. They didn't have a peer really that they went up against, an equal. Phoenix, as talented as they were, we all knew the flaws with that team, not the least of which was chemistry, of having only played a handful of games together before the playoffs started. I was as on board with the Lakers as anyone. I give the Nuggets credit for rolling through them in 4 straight, but they were certainly a flawed team, and now it's Miami. And I'm not going to...
Oh, now they're flawed because they lost to the Nuggets, right?
I'd probably feel differently about Jokic if he had gone through Boston or Milwaukee or in a matchup with Joel Embiid in Philadelphia. So I think it's a playoff run that elevates him.
Oh, yeah, if only he had gone up against the teams that lost in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
It's an all-time great playoff run on the offensive end, but when you really start to look at the greatest playoff runs of all time, there's significant opposition, two-way dominance. Like,
all this adversity porn is just code for them being haters, salty, bitter haters, knowing that the Nuggets are champions now and they can't do anything about it.
Not willing to put it up as an all-time great run is just the most asinine statement when, regardless of what he followed up with, it's the most asinine statement because Jokic literally was like the first to do this, the first to do this, the second most ever. Come on, man. Like, what are we doing? All-time run. Then he starts talking about how, well, for me, it would be an all-time run if he had played against Giannis or Embiid or beat the Celtics. Hey, guess what? Those teams weren't good enough. 2 of them lost to the Heat, and one of them couldn't get past the Celtics and couldn't close them out. The teams weren't good enough. How is that a knock on Jokic?
But no, let them hate, man. It just is what it is at this point.
Turnovers, so they weren't playing at a high efficiency level earlier.
And now people are just outraged. They're trying to police the way he has fun in these championship celebrations. It's like, it's so stupid. The talk around Jokic has just become so dumb. Okay, people now think he doesn't care about basketball. He wins a championship and he's just done. He's done with everything. Okay, yes, Jokic expresses himself differently than most athletes. I get it.
You're the finals MVP. How close do you feel like you are to your personal peak, to the best player that you can possibly be?
I really don't know. I think I can be much better, but you need to still sacrifice yourself. But basketball is not the main thing in my life. It's something that I'm good at. I'm just happy that as a team, individuals, if I'm individual, I'm going to play some other sport, of course.
And boy, was that refreshing to hear as a person that's lived in North America for my whole life, really. And that's heard about the hustle porn, right? You have to do this, you have to work, you have to be productive at all times. Efficiency matters all. Like, the media had to talk about this because of how controversial he was. How crazy it sounded that basketball wasn't the main priority in his life. Like, like he's supposed to be Kobe or Jordan. Like, that's the expectation we have for these athletes now. And Jokic is just a different breed. He's just different. He acts differently. He expresses himself differently. He has different priorities as well. Doesn't mean that he doesn't care about the sport. Doesn't mean that he doesn't love the game. It just means that he has other priorities. Both things can be true. You can love the game and also need some time away from it and do other things.
I gotta tell you, I've done a couple of these finals MVP interviews. You're the first one to come in without the trophy. Where is it?
I really don't know. I left in Sparky's room and it's not there anymore, so I don't know. But hopefully it's gonna arrive in my house.
But that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy, Jokic. The fact that you lost a trophy already, like, it does seem like he doesn't care. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do agree with like where y'all are coming from, because it does seem like he doesn't care about basketball that much. And I think, look, he doesn't have the same level of, I guess, obsession, right? That's the thing. We're expected to see these athletes be obsessed with the game. Like, the best of the best have to be obsessed now. They have to be like the Mr. Beast of the world when it comes to YouTube, or the Kobe's and the Michael Jordans in the world when it comes to basketball. Not everybody's cut out or built like that, really. Not everybody wants to be like that, and it's okay. And Jokic, quite frankly, he's just a different guy too. And I think people just are rubbed off by an athlete just not expressing himself the way they expect him to, right?
And if you're looking forward to a parade coming up in Denver.
When is parade? When is parade?
Thursday.
No. I need to go home. Okay.
Talk all the shit you want, but you cannot take this away from Jokic. Never, ever. The fact that he put up more points in this playoff run than KD's first finals MVP playoff run. He put up more assists a game in his first finals run than Magic Johnson's first MVP finals run. He put up more rebounds than Tim Duncan did in his first finals MVP run. He put up better shooting from the three-point line than Steph Curry did in his first finals MVP run.
We talk about defense because that was the number one thing that we wanted to complain about when it came to Jokic and his MVPs. Look at this, his first finals MVP, Giannis.
Jokic improved on defense in ways that I think people don't talk about enough, but this is crazy. This is insane.
He's a combination of all of these guys. When you look at his scoring, his passing, his rebounding, his three-point shooting, his defense, he lists up either better or at the same number as all of these guys combined. That is mind-blowing. This is the single greatest postseason run that we have seen from a statistical standard ever.
Statistically, he had more triple-doubles in his playoffs than anybody on earth, all right? Statistically, this dude put up almost a triple-double in the whole playoffs. I mean, this guy, Jokic, is just, he's a monster. He really is.
Nick, you left Jokic off your top 50 all time. That didn't age well. Where does he rank now? All right. When I did the 50 best of the last 50 years, Joker had won one league MVP ever, okay? Had one playoff run to the conference finals. That was it. It was totally legitimate at the time to not have him in the top 50.
But it was legit to have Luka Doncic, a fifth-year player, in the top 20. He was actually a fourth-year player at the time, too. It's even worse. And now he has to give in.
He's obviously ahead of Harden. He's obviously ahead of Stockton. I think he's better than David Robinson. I think he's better than Kevin Garnett. He's now better than Chris Paul. You gotta obviously have him ahead of Luka. I do not think he's better than D Wade yet. Right now, he would be, for me, the 20th best of the last 50 years.
Ha ha, so sad. Bye-bye. He actually admitted it. Jokic is a top 20 player of all time. I love this so much.
I'm not saying that the Joker is not a good player. He is an absolutely perfectly set. He's Panda Express. You know, if you just really want some Chinese food at the time, you'll eat it. It's not great. It's not something you're proud of. You can pretty much find it in any sort of remaining food court, and it'll satisfy you. Is it something you're excited about? No. And that's what I think of Joker. But hey, he's a champion now. He's part of that group of 11 who's got 2 MVPs and an MVP of the finals. Congratulations for him. We will see what happens next year when they're not playing a series of play-in teams, and he might actually face somebody in the finals who is capable of providing defense.
All right. So that's the new pivot, huh? That's the new excuses that the Jokic haters are going to pull off now. Oh, he didn't go against good teams. Oh, cry.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying his personality is bland and he doesn't say anything. I don't care about that. I'm talking about on the court, it just don't look like I want it to look like a Zion. I want it to be like, boom. That, like KG used to be, bang on somebody.
I don't want everyone to be the same way, though, Keith.
No, I'm saying I like it that way. Doesn't mean you like it.
No. I just wish one of these guys said, he's just not black enough. Bro, this is the vibe I'm getting. That's what I'm getting from these guys. They're talking like this dude is not flashy at all. It's ridiculous, man.
I like a league where some guys are different. Like this dude, we never seen this before.
But see, when he did the spin move off of AD and dunked,
yeah.
See, I like that.
Yeah, of course.
That, you know what I'm saying? I like that, but I don't like the back down, and he's already at the rim and he just takes it in. That's like, come on, man. You're supposed to do that. You're 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
Well, why doesn't every 7-footer end up like Jokic then? What the fuck? Being taxed like that?
Everybody in the world had the Lakers beating Denver.
Like, not everybody, but
not everybody but me, but like everybody jumped on that train and said, even though they were that seed, they were the best.
I've never seen a champion be talked about the way he's been the last couple of days.
They doing elbow handoffs, backdoor cut, and at the same time with weak side action. It's almost like a quarterback saying hike, and as he said hike, a nigga going in motion, he faking it, and this a nigga going for a bomb. Meanwhile, he handed off, and it looked like a draw, and everybody's opened up because he's playing. It's like beautiful basketball, and I don't think that anybody in the West right now is going to be able to turn this style of basketball off.
Shout out KG for actually being a real one and actually highlighting this, okay? Because people need to talk about this stuff more. Jokic, what makes him so good? But Paul Pierce is out here talking about how he's not even a top 5 passer of all time.
We were talking last night at dinner about, the old school with Magic. Where would you put Joker versus Magic in terms of passing?
Oh no, Magic is the ultimate passer.
So there's no. He's number 2 behind him though.
No, he's not even number 2.
So who's number 2?
As far as passer,
yeah,
Joker is not even a top 5 passer to me. Just because he's a big man, he's the best big man. But like when we just talk about pure passer, well, you got to talk about guys like Magic, White Chocolate, Jason Williams.
That's true.
Rondo, Pete Maravich, Larry Bird. When we talk about flash and style with it. We talking about guys that throw it behind the net.
Are we just gonna talk about flashiness all day? Like that's not the only thing that matters when it comes to playmaking, passing, especially. Like how many points does he produce every time he passes the ball? Jokic produces an insane amount of points. No, let's move on, okay? Because this is stupid. The Ringer had their top 20 list, I guess.
Nikola Jokic is number 1, no problem. Steph Curry, number 2, no problem. Giannis Antetokounmpo, number 3, no problem. Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, Jason Tatum, Luka Doncic, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be real. LeBron James has to be in your top 5. Can we stop?
But I get it. Jokic, the Denver Nuggets, they're not interesting. That's the thing, right? They're not as interesting to talk about. LeBron James is more interesting, even in 30, year 21, whatever the fuck. Michael Malone, he's egging them on to be an underdog, even though they're not. They're the number 1 seed in the West. There's no way they can be, believe this nonsense. Jokic as a kid, he played basketball. He was big as hell. He's 7'2" or whatever. There's no way, man. He's supposed to do all this. Aaron Gordon, I mean, look, man, he was a dunk champion. Oh, no, sorry. He got robbed of being a dunk champion. But he can dunk. Like, he's supposed to be this good, right? The Nuggets are supposed to be this good, right? It's not a miracle that some of these guys are the way they are right now. It's not a miracle that Jokic is as great as he is right now.
You were the 41st pick in the draft. A Taco Bell commercial was running when your pick was announced. What do you think of that now?
They believe in the fat boy, and it seems like it worked out. Yeah, don't bet against the fat boy.
Jokic, despite proving his doubters wrong, despite winning a championship at the highest level, he still doesn't have the respect of the league. He still doesn't have the respect of a lot of his peers. The story with Jokic began with him being overlooked, and then ended with him being overlooked, whilst in the middle of that story, also being overlooked. The point I'm making is that this dude is never going to get his proper respect. It's much like Tim Duncan, but I think Jokic, it's to an extent that I've never seen before personally, and I just don't know if it'll ever change. So I'm just making this video, honestly, a 4-hour video, to really illustrate his journey, to really illustrate what he had to go through, the things that were said about him, and the things he had to prove the doubters wrong on. So many things happened during the last couple of years, and I think this story was just something that was worth making a whole 4-hour video over. I did not think I would even make a video this long ever again after the Kyrie video. I always say this after every video, but this, I'm serious. This is just a ridiculous. It's just ridiculous what I've found through my research. So much doubt, so much disrespect, so much of this dude's career, not just the Denver Nuggets with Jamal Murray and Michael Porter, so much of these guys' careers, with Jokic especially though, they've just been overlooked. And even with them being at the top of the league with the championship and their belts, they're still overlooked. It's insane. It's actually nuts.